This is Audible.
The Beast Arises. The Last Wall by David Annandale. Read by Gareth Armstrong. Fire sputters. The shame of our deaths and our heresies is done. They are behind us, like wretched phantoms. This is a new age, a strong age, an age of Imperium. Despite our losses, despite the fallen suns, despite the eternal silence of the Emperor, now watching over us in spirit instead of in person, we will endure. There will be no more war on such a perilous scale. There will be an end to wanton destruction. Yes, foes will come and enemies will arise. Our security will be threatened, but we will be ready, our mighty fists raised. There will be no great war to challenge us now. We will not be brought to the brink like that again. Chapter 1. Terror, the Imperial Palace. The screams had merged into a single one. On the Avenue of Martyrs, below the Cathedral of the Saviour Emperor, they surrounded Galatea Haas in an infinite variety. Every pilgrim, man or woman, child or adult, rich or poor, was an individual portrait of panic, a soul giving vent to the most profound terror. The entire rich palette of humanity howled around her. Some of the shrieks were of pain, and of these some were caused by Haas as she wielded her shock maul. But in the end, all the fear and death blended together into the single collective scream. "Get back!" Ottmar Cord was yelling over and over, his voice hoarse with frustration and desperate hate. "Get back! Get back! Get back!" Haas's fellow arbitrator was a few meters to her left, laying into the crowd with the same violence that she was. They were in the midst of a mob turned into a maelstrom. They brought their shock mauls down with such force that they'd already killed more than a few pilgrims. The electrical discharge incapacitated nervous systems, but the physical blows cracked open skulls. "Get back! Get back! Get back!" Get back to where? Haas leaned into her shield, pushing back against the crush. But she wasn't herding the crowd. There was no line to hold. The 9 arbitrators were scattered rocks in the foaming rush. Their proctor, in a compounding of bad luck, had been trampled in the first moments of the panic. It should not have happened. Morrow was indestructible. He was a wall. A simple mob could not have overcome him. But the multitude, caught in that scream, had been so strong that it had brought him down. The arbitrators were not restoring order. They were lashing out at chaos. "Get back! Get back! Get back!" Cord's shout was meaningless. The words were just sounds, the raging punctuation of his blows. They were his scream. Haas was yelling too. She roared at the pilgrims as she struck them down. She hurled her anger at their fear, because, like Cord, if she did not, she would become part of the great scream. She understood the fear. They all did. The universe had betrayed the people. On holy Terra, where they believed themselves to be most protected by the Emperor's embrace, they looked up, and the sky had become the enemy. The Orc moon seemed to graze the spires of the Imperial Palace. It was a monster of rock and metal. The misshapen sphere was all the forms of threat. It was the eye of alien judgment. It was the visage of impossible yet imminent defeat, and it was the fist coming to smash all hope. It should not be, it could not be, and by existing, it threw everything else into doubt. It was the end. The waves of gravity storm shook Terra. The ground rocked beneath Haas's feet. It heaved. Facades crumbled. 100 meters away, tenements on both sides of the avenue pancaked, and they and their inhabitants vanished in a cloud of disintegrating rockcrete. The dust engulfed the street in a limbo, then was blown away by the gale winds that had sprung up in the wake of the moon's arrival. The people ran blind. They trampled those who fell to the heaving earth. They did not see Haas until she beat them down. Some did not register her presence even then. They were fleeing to nowhere, and the only sight they beheld was the star fortress, whether or not they were gazing at the sky. Haas felt it too. She felt the weight of its being, threatening to crush her spirit. If she faltered in her purpose, she was finished. She understood this at an animal level. There was, deep in the frenzy, little room for the rational. She roared again, rammed forward with a shield, and forced the pilgrims before her to fall back 3 full steps. A tall, corpulent man in finery, some minor aristocrat on his home world, trampled the man and woman in front of him and crashed against her. She smashed her shock maul against the side of his neck. Electricity coursed through his body. His limbs went rigid, vibrating, and he fell on his back. Behind him, a tenement wall loomed. It was less than 10 meters from her. In the middle of the avenue, the sides of the street had seemed an impossible distance away, but the eddies of the mob had pushed her closer to an anchor point after all. The possibility of directed action gave her some focus. "Cord!" she called. "The wall!" She pushed again, making for the tenement facade. She heard Cord calling out to the next arbitrator, Baskerline, and so the word spread. Her comrades followed her lead. A line began to form again. The pilgrims numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They could not be dispersed, but Haas grasped at the nebulous idea of breaking off a sliver of the mob, bringing it to heel, and creating a first island of order. That was barely a plan. The fact that it existed felt like a victory. Cord, Baskerline, and the others battered their way closer. They locked shields with her. One unforgiving step at a time, they pushed towards the tenement. The scream filled Haas's ears. She roared still. She could barely hear herself. She could feel her rage, though, in the tearing of her throat. Harsh smash of the shield, swing of the maul, a step, and then again and again. The facade drew nearer. Sudden overturning movement to her left, seen in the corner of her eye. She turned her head. The crowd had upended a vendor's food wagon. Its cooking stove burst, spraying flaming promethium over the pilgrims. The great scream took on some new notes of pain. The fire spread quickly. They couldn't hear the scream in the great chamber. There was an official reason given for why the High Lords were meeting in the chamber's vastness for the first time in years. The hour was a grave one, and called for a return to the most sacred tradition. That was a simple truth. It also had nothing to do with the decision to hold a session here. Vangerich knew of other reasons. Some whispered, some not uttered at all. The Clanium library was still filled with the trappings of Admiral Lansung's vainglory. The Cerebrium, that favoured nest of power plays, was now terrifying. From the top of the Widdershins Tower, the Orc moon loomed closer. Even with the casements closed, the presence in the sky pressed upon the room. The Cerebrium was too exposed. Terror and politics. The Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum wondered if there was any real difference between the two. The petty wars of the High Lords and their clawing for preeminence were the product of fear of each other, at least as much as they were of personal greed. Even today, with terror more acute than any of these worthies had ever known in their lives, calculation and manoeuvring did not stop. The Orcs were on the doorstep of terror, but until they were in the Imperial Palace itself, and perhaps even then, their threat would remain distant. The other lords were here now. The threats they presented to each other were clear and urgent. The need to neutralize the fraternal enemy never ceased. And this is why we're here, Vangerich thought. Its walls reinforced during the reconstruction after the siege, the great chamber was the most secure location in which to hold a session, and the most insulated from the world outside. The terrible moon had come, and the ground had quaked, but these walls stood firm. The scream did not reach through them. The High Lords could concentrate on their agendas. They could reduce the threat of the Orcs and the collapsing order to abstractions, ones that could be discussed and made into factors in personal narratives, not confronted in all their terrible reality. The Lords took their seats on the central dais. Around them, the tiers of the great chamber rose in echoing emptiness. It had been decades since they had been filled. Vangerich could still remember days when the full Senatorum had sat, hundreds of thousands of people, debates rippling out from the dais and breaking into multiplicities of contention. The process had been messy, often sluggish and frustrating, and it was astonishing that it had worked at all, but it had worked, and worked well. The memories of that living governance sat in accusing silence on the benches, hovered beneath the distant ceiling and its fresco of the Great Crusade, and gathered in the stern eyes of the massive statue of Rogel Dawn. "You are setting a precedent, Lord Commander," Vangerich said to Udin Macdudo, after Tobris Eckarth, the master of the Administratum, had called the session to order. "Notice will be taken that we are meeting here. Our voices will demand to be heard." He took some pleasure in reminding the High Lords that the scream would find them here in the end. They could not hide from events. If the great chamber was used, it would fill. Udo wasn't thrown. "Quite so, Grand Master. That is as it should be in this time of crisis. They will be heard in due course." Vangerich nodded, expression neutral. Udo couldn't be thinking of spreading blame for failure, could he? The Lord Commander did understand that failure meant destruction for everyone, didn't he? Vangerich's fear of what was about to befall Terra, already acute, grew worse at the thought that the High Lords were not as afraid as they should be. "Admiral," Udo said to Lansung, "what are your recommendations?" The question was respectful in its phrasing and its tone. It did not have to sound like an attack in order to be one. The session was being held far from Lansung's trappings of authority in the Clanium Library. Udo wasn't soliciting his advice. He was exposing the Lord High Admiral's weakness, distancing himself from a former ally before he could be damaged by the other man's fall. "Our options are limited," Lansung answered. His normally florid face was grey. His generous flesh hung on his frame as if it were putting him to the ground. He had been brought low at the moment of his triumph. The bluster and calculation had drained from him. Whatever Vangerich thought of him as a politician, he knew Lansung was a brilliant military tactician. Alone among the High Lords, he had fought the Orcs. He had a true understanding of what had come upon them, and he spoke with a despair born of realism. "I've ordered the immediate return to Terra of the Corwood fleet. But the Orcs are here now. We have the Autocephalax Eternal and its escort, along with those ships that had remained on local patrol and were not destroyed by the gravity storm. A squadron's worth. Not much more." "You destroyed one Orc moon," Juskina Tull said. The speaker for the Chartist captains had preserved all the glamour of her raiment in the flight from the Praetorian Way. When she had stood with the others to welcome Lansung as a triumphant hero, the beauty of her dress seemed an acknowledgment of the importance of the occasion. Now it gave her an air of command. "You know how to do it now, don't you?" Her tone was sharp. Vangerich heard in her question the expectation, perhaps even the hope, that Lansung would respond in the negative. He did not disappoint her. "The fortress we fought was a fraction of the size," he said. "If this one's orbit were as close to Terra as that of the one over Ardamantua, the tectonic upheavals would have been devastating. Meanwhile, our resources are nothing compared to what we had at Port Sanctus. If we launch an attack, the Orcs will swat us from the void. The least bad choice is a defensive posture. We can hope to hold the Orcs at bay until our main force arrives." "We can hope." Vangerich noted the phrasing, an invitation to engage in wishful thinking, and nothing more. "But the Orcs could be here within hours," Mesring said. The ecclesiarch of the Adeptus Ministorum, Lansung's other ally, now deserted him. "How long do you expect us to hold?" "If you know of a way to accelerate warp travel, I'm eager to hear it," Lansung shot back. "If the Orcs have the temerity to land, they will be repulsed," Abel Verilt said. The Lord Commander Militant of the Astra Militarum was the junior member of the High Lords. Since succeeding Lord Heth, he had been sidelined, his forces given no role to play in the campaign run by Lansung. His pronouncement was met by a few seconds of uncomfortable silence. Everyone on the dais wanted him to be correct, but the Orcs had destroyed the Imperial fists in ground combat. "There is little that can be done while anarchy reigns beyond these walls," Udo declared. He looked at Werner Zek, Grand Provost Marshal of the Adeptus Arbites. They all did. Vangerich sensed an unspoken, barely conscious consensus to shift the spotlight onto Zek. It was plausible to view the panic as the first urgency. If it was not already worldwide, it would be within 24 hours. There was a real risk of a total collapse of order doing the work of the Orcs for them. Even so, Vangerich seethed at the naked abdication of responsibility he was witnessing. If action depended on Zek restoring order, then the other High Lords were absolved of the need to make any critical decisions of their own until the forces of the Adeptus Arbites had quelled the panic. "No other action is proposed?" he asked. "There is none to take beyond the preparation of orbital defences," Udo said, giving Lansung a significant glance. No one contradicted him. Zek did not respond. He hadn't moved since taking his seat. His augmetics were so extensive that he was barely more human than Fabricator General Kubik. Neither had reacted to anything the others had said, remaining statues throughout the session. The Lord of the Mechanicus was an insect-like collection of metallic angles, sensors, and tubes. The Provost Marshal was a squat hulk, a machinic and organic embodiment of the necessary violence of the law. He turned his attention from the stream of reports fed to his bionic ear with visible reluctance. "The situation is fluid," he said. "It can't remain so," said Mesring. "Disorder is heresy." Zek turned his head to stare at the ecclesiarch. "Perhaps you'd like to address the crowds outside." When Mesring didn't answer, Zek rose. His awareness had been beyond the great chamber, calculating the vectors of perhaps the greatest exercise in crowd control in human history. Now he was realizing that the situation had given him the whip hand. The other High Lords had, for the moment, surrendered their urgency. Opportunity, Vangerich thought. You can't resist its scent, can you? Verilt began. "The Astra Militarum is not a police force." Zek cut him off. The Lord Commander Militant reddened. He was not much younger than Heth had been, but he had come through his battlefields with little visible scarring. He was short, and his wiry physique appeared slight in his uniform. He was fighting the perception that he was a toy soldier. Zek's correction did not help. "If you'll excuse me," Zek said to the rest of the 12, "I have work to do." He strode away from the dais. "How will you pacify the entire planet?" Eckarth called after him. Zek gave no sign he had heard. Vangerich eyed the fuming Verilt and felt the weight of his own helplessness. He'd spent months fighting to get the High Lords to act in time to staunch a lethal threat to the Imperium, and he had failed. The Officio Assassinorum had no forces to offer against an invasion of Terra. Was there anything left for him to try in the defense of the Imperium? He could watch the deliberations. He could evaluate the efforts to fight the Orcs. He could perhaps, just perhaps, head off more disastrous decisions. "Like you've been doing so well," he thought. "How are you any better than these other fools?" For the moment, he had no answer for himself. The fire raced to the tenement blocks. Walls impregnated by centuries of oil smoke and rotted by poverty ignited. Haas hesitated in her advance. Within seconds, her target became a wall of flame. Another variation joined the chorus of the great scream. The inhabitants shrieked and were incinerated. The burn became a firestorm. It spread to the left and right along the Avenue of Martyrs. It leapt along the vaulting arches overhead and travelled on the backs of pilgrims, turning them into running torches. Soon, both sides of the avenue were ablaze. The arbitrators stopped. Huss's plan disintegrated. The people tried to retreat from the flames, but the flames were everywhere, their crackle growing to a snapping roar, a wind with jaws. The pilgrims shrank from the heat and bunched towards the centre of the avenue. They became a solid barrier of flesh. The crush was such that even those rendered unconscious by the shock mauls were held upright by the bodies around them. "We're not going anywhere," said Cord. "Make a circle," Haas called. The arbitrators moved into a tight formation. Their linked lock shields became a perimeter wall, a shelter against crowd and fire. "We're too close," Baskerline said. It didn't matter that he was right, that the centre of the avenue would be better. "Can you move?" Haas asked him. "No." "Then this is where we stand." The tenements disappeared in an explosive combustion. Haas sweated beneath her riot armour. The shields blocked the direct intensity of the flame, but the fire shone through the viewports of the lock shields with daylight brilliance. The thunder roar of the fire was joined by the cracks of falling masonry and the crashing of collapsing wood. "Here it comes," Haas warned. The near facade came down with avalanche fury. Portions of the building fell in on themselves. Other sections of the wall smashed onto the avenue of martyrs, crushing the pilgrims, making them into burned offerings. Haas and the other arbitrators crouched, angling their shields into a protective roof. Blazing wreckage crashed against the ceramite. Haas crouched lower, absorbing the shock of the blows with her arms and legs. A heavy burning hand tried to drive the arbitrators into the pavement. They pushed back, shoving the rubble aside. The roar of the fire had lessened. Through her viewport, Haas saw that the worst of the conflagration had been smothered by the collapse. Hundreds of pilgrims had been crushed. She had no idea how many thousands had died in the buildings themselves. She could move forward now. There was shelter in the smoking ruin, the chance to regroup and return to the fray. She clambered over some low heaps of rubble. The others followed, their armour protecting them from the guttering fires. The smoke choked the entire street, and Haas coughed, wishing for a rebreather. The suffocating air further smothered the flames of the panic. Many of the surviving pilgrims, bunched tightly in the street, were falling to their knees, retching. More powerful yet than the smoke was despair. It drained the urgency of terror from the crowd. It stole hope away and left the people motionless before their fate. On the other side of the street, the fire still towered from the tenement blocks. The collapse began there, too. Destruction marched up and down the avenue of martyrs, but in its wake it left a kind of order. Cord sounded like he was going to leave a lung on the pavement. "We can't stay here," he said. "And go where?" Baskerline sounded no better. Haas's vision swam. It was all she could do to remain upright. Baskerline was right, though. Any route they took would be back towards the fire. The space around the arbitrators was fairly open. If they waited, the worst of the smoke would dissipate before too long. "Our duty is not complete," she reminded the others. Calm had been restored for the moment. It fell to them to maintain it until they were ordered elsewhere. Time passed. The air cleared enough that each breath Haas took felt like swallowing hot sand instead of burning coal. Cord looked up. There was nothing to see through the smoke. Even so, he stared as if he could see the object of his hatred. "We need to bring the fight to the greenskins," he said. "We will," Haas reassured him. "I don't just mean the Navy and the Guard. I mean all of us. Our oaths are different. We're called to serve here." "What good will that do? This could be our last stand. If we don't stop the orcs, there will be no law to keep on Terra." "If the orcs make landfall," Haas countered, "we'll be needed as never before." Cord had another coughing fit. "Things have changed," he said when he could speak again. "Everything has changed." Haas shook her head and started forward to stand guard in the midst of the pilgrims, an unbending sign that the Emperor's law still prevailed. She would not swerve from her oath of office until death took her. It was her anchor, because Cord was right. Everything had changed, and everything was ending. The galaxy shook. From segmentum solar to ultima, from tempestus to obscurus, the beast unleashed its forces against the Imperium. Star fortresses appeared simultaneously in system after system. A predatory monster with uncountable millions of heads descended on the worlds of humanity. The fleets and armies of exultant savagery struck and struck and struck. The Imperium bled from 1,000 wounds. The worlds of Ultramar were spared the tectonic events of a star fortress extruding into near orbit. That was the only mercy. The first to be attacked were the agri-worlds Tarentus and Quintan. The skies over their cities turned black with Orc dropships. Enemy cruisers devastated their orbital defences. 3 companies of Ultramarines responded within hours, and they set the void on fire as a battle barge and strike cruisers engaged the Orc vessels. Far to the galactic west, in the segmentum tempestus, the forge world Lancast convulsed. The geologic tides unleashed by the Orc moon above it tore open vast chasms that traced jagged paths hundreds of kilometers long. Lava flows spread over the land. Entire hive cities were wiped away, hundreds of millions of lives vanishing into waves of molten rock. And in the more stable regions, on the high continental plateaus, surrounded by new seas of fire, Iron Father Basan Terak shouted the hatred of the Red Talons. They met the Orc siege of the colossal Manufactoria with a rage that had its own volcanic force. Third Company's Predator tanks hit the Orc ranks with the relentlessness of a mechanized moving wall. The Orcs countered from orbit. Heedless of their own casualties, they hurled rocky masses to the surface. Meteor strikes pummeled the Manufactoria, and iron chimneys 100 meters tall collapsed. The eruption of the furnaces was a solar flare. The Red Talons advanced still. They had no choice. There was nothing behind them now but flame. But it was Claustra, a planetoid not much larger than the star fortress that closed in on it, that suffered the most important attack. The inhabitants of its colonies prepared for the invasion they knew they could not stop. The invasion whose blow would resonate as far as Terra. Chapter 2. Terra, the Outer Palaces. The suborbital took Wienand, Rendenstein, and Krul as far as a nondescript administratum region in the southeast sector of the Imperial Palace, half a hemisphere away from the centres of governance. Wienand trusted Krul's judgment in his choice of the flight. If he believed none of Veritas's agents were aboard, his track record suggested he was correct. The transport had the advantage of taking her in the general direction of her destination. She didn't tell Krul where she wanted to go, though. She didn't trust him that far. The flight landed just as the moon appeared. The transport hub shook. Panic spread. Wienand transmuted the shock of the event into determination instead of despair. She and her escort managed to descend from the hub into the warrens of the Underhive faster than the waves of terror. Deep below, where the star fortress could not be witnessed directly, the fear was attenuated. Once the tremor subsided, something like the desperation of normal life continued, though anxiety roiled the air. In the warrens of the Underhive, Wienand wished for something more lethal than her las pistol. Rendenstein and Krul were weapons in themselves. Wienand knew how to handle herself, but she was more dependent on the technology of death than the other two. After the assassination attempt against her on the Avenue of Martyrs, there had been no question of resupply. Anything taken from her quarters would put the lie to her apparent death. Rendenstein and Krul had moved the corpse of Emilie, her body double, from her quarters to an alcove just off the avenue, not far from the site of the skirmish. The intent was to make it seem that she had managed to drag herself that far after the battle. None of the assassins had survived, and there had been enough disorder for bystander accounts to be contradictory. Veritas would have good reason to believe she was dead. Emilie's subdermal microbeacon implants would fool bioscans whose readings would indicate Wienand's DNA. Only the examination of a physical sample would reveal the deception. "Does Veritas use body doubles?" Rendenstein asked, the same thought occurring to her. "If he doesn't, he's a fool. He didn't strike me as one." No. Veritas would learn the truth, but not right away, and that was good enough. A temporary death, and the time to make her move, was all she asked. They stopped at an intersection of passages. They were in a zone where the functional abutted the decrepit. The walkway mechanisms still worked. Conveyors of horizontal, interlocking iron bands, they clanked, rattled, and screeched as they hurried serfs along the kilometres to their duties. The frescoes on the walls were black with grime. Above and below was more of the tangle of mechanized conduits. Tarps of varying size were suspended from the girders, forming patchy, ragged ceilings. They were rough sleeping areas, the closest thing more than a few of the serfs knew to a home, makeshift sleeping posts that were turning permanent for souls whose lives had become unending drudgery broken only by the briefest rest periods. At least they still had an official, if tenuous, existence from the administratum's perspective. Not much further down in the underhive was the realm of the forgotten, where survival was so desperate a game that the line between human and animal had been erased. Wienand planned a visit to those depths. If he were looking for her, Veritas would find her trail even more difficult to pick up down there. "Which way?" Krul asked. "South." Wienand indicated the walkway. "If you'll wait a moment, ma'am." She nodded, and he disappeared into the shuffling crowd, scouting ahead. "He must know you want to reach the inquisitorial fortress," Rendenstein said. "Of course he does, but knowing that and seeing its location are not the same thing. What do you intend? We'll have to lose him at some point. Permanently?" Wienand shook her head. She wasn't interested in testing Rendenstein's killing prowess against Krul's. No matter the outcome, Veritas would be the only winner of that battle. Krul had cost her a valued operative, but he had also saved her life. Her allies were in short supply. Vangerich was one she could count on with more certainty than her fellow inquisitors, for the moment. "If the opportunity arises to part with his company, we'll take it. And if that moment doesn't come, we'll deal with that when and if we have to." She sighed, thinking of what she had seen in the sky. "We're at a stage where having Krul in the heart of the fortress wouldn't be the worst of all scenarios. We have to reach it." Shoring up her political strength against Veritas was no longer the most important consideration, nor was her survival. What mattered was the contingency that she could authorize. It was needed now. She cursed the High Lords for having let things reach this pass. Krul returned after a few minutes. "Looks clear," he said. They headed off down the walkway, moving as quickly as they could through the crowds, the floor carrying them on for several kilometers. "It would be useful to know the extent of Veritas's control," said Krul. Wienand had been thinking that through. "The attempt to kill me is actually a good sign." "You're still a threat," Rendenstein said. "Yes. If my influence had been neutralized, he wouldn't have bothered. I don't think Veritas likes needless internecine killing any more than I do." Krul's grin was not a reassuring one. "So more attacks would be a good omen." "They would be delightful." At the next intersection, Wienand went right. An elevator platform large enough to hold 100 at once took them down. At the third level they got off, and she chose another walkway, still heading south. The crowds were thinner here. This route served fewer active centres. Krul offered to recon ahead again. "No point," Wienand told him. His earlier absence had given her the few minutes she'd wanted to speak alone with Rendenstein. "If there's an ambush, we're better off together." The downside to taking the routes she knew was that they might also be familiar to other hostile elements of the Inquisition. She couldn't lose herself forever in the mazes of the outer reaches of the Imperial Palace, and she couldn't hand over her agency to Krul. She might well not reach the southern ice cap in time as it was. Her best hope was to catch another suborbital from a point where Veritas wasn't looking. Another few hours of travel, if all went well, would take her to the next flight hub. All did not go well. After 10 minutes, the walkway they were on ground to a halt. The serfs using it groaned, then carried on trudging. A few hundred meters on, at the next junction, there was another mechanical conveyor moving at an uneven, jerking pace in about the same direction. "That will do," Venan told the other two, and they took it. The walkway passed almost immediately under a low, narrow arch. Krul and Rendenstein had to duck. On the other side, they emerged in a long hall formed by rockcrete foundations on either side and coming to a rounded vault a dozen meters overhead. There was a floor here, just below the level of the walkway. It was covered with the detritus of centuries, though at first glance Venan thought she was looking at a disused cemetery. The space was filled with statuary. There were warriors and ecclesiarchs, adeptus astartes and high lords of the past, and many imposing figures that likely had been intended to be the emperor. None were complete. Many were unfinished, flawed material betraying the artists with splits and cracks. Others had been damaged beyond restoration. There was a vagueness to them all, whether their features had been destroyed or never set down. They were not gigantic. No single piece was so large that it could not have been transported by a group of unaided humans. Some of the chunks, though, were fragments of huge works. A finger, 2 meters tall, thrust from one heap, pointing at the walkway in accusation. A head as big as a man lay face down on the dark floor. Though the space had the shape of a building interior, it seemed to have come into being as a result of architectural happenstance, born of the juxtaposition of other structures. It had never had a purpose. It was a tunnel through which the walkway passed, and it had gradually accumulated the cast-off statuary. What must have begun as a random act had become a tradition, and then faded away. An air of abandonment hovered over the hall. The lumen strips were few and old, many were missing. The lighting was deep night, broken by weak pools of yellow. "We're alone," Krul said. Venan could see no serfs on the metal path before them. She looked back. No one had followed them onto the walkway. "This is a disused conveyor," she realized. "It doesn't go anywhere, still active." "Then why is it functional?" said Rendenstein. "It shouldn't be." "It's for our benefit," Krul said. Of course, it would be nothing to stop a target's walkway, then activate one that no one other than the target would choose to take. They'd found her. Krul jumped over the walkway's right-hand railing. Venan followed, with Rendenstein right behind. They landed between 2 piles of statues. Stern, unformed faces frowned, and heroic limbs reached for nothing. The floor crackled with shards of ceramic and marble. "Keep going," said Krul. Venan moved on through the mounds of broken art. She looked back after a few steps. Krul had vanished. "There!" Rendenstein pointed to a deeper patch of darkness in the wall. Another corridor. Venan nodded and hurried forward. She didn't worry about making noises. Her enemies knew she was here. Just as they reached the passage, she heard the crunch of footsteps behind them. Her anger at having fallen for the trap passed, replaced by cold venom. What she and Rendenstein moved through now was not a true corridor. It was a narrow gap between facades. The rockcrete floor gave way to metal struts. Footing was treacherous. The light was even dimmer. The gaps between the struts grew wider. A slip meant a fall into blind depths. Venan advanced another few steps, then stopped. The next gap was too wide to jump. She turned to face her enemy, las pistol in hand. Rendenstein moved to the other side of the passage. She balanced on the rusted struts, ready to leap. In the gloom of the passage, the main hall looked brighter. Venan saw the attack coming. The assassins knew they had her cornered. They had no need for stealth now. There were 5 of them. They wore loose camellia-line robes. They would have been almost impossible to spot in the shadows and abandoned art. As they closed in, their camouflage covered them in shifting patches of dark and grey. When they were a few meters from the entrance to the passage, a statue came to life behind them. Krul had been more still and hidden yet. The 2 rearmost assassins, a man and a woman, jerked to a stop. Their heads snapped back, mouths open wide for air they would never draw again. The other three hit the passage at a run. One turned as Cruel drew his bloodied fists out of the upper spines of his victims. She laid down a suppressive burst of lasfire. The other two kept coming. One, she saw, was Outen van der Deckart. He fired his pistol, and an expanding cloud of silver white burst from its muzzle. A web, the protein filaments expanding to fill the passageway. The tangling adhesive cloud slammed Rendenstein against the wall, covering her like a cocoon. Wienand dropped low. The bottom edge of the cloud clipped her. She lost her footing and fell between the struts. She dropped into nothing, then jerked to a sudden halt as the webbing caught her left hand and welded it to the struts. The weight of her body pulled at the web, and the fibres began to cut through her flesh. She clung hard to the strut, trying to work with the web instead of against it. A constriction of pain and steel enveloped her arm. She still held her pistol. She fired upwards and hit the legs of Van der Deckart's companion. The man pitched forward. He reached for a strut and missed. His scream as he fell went on for a long time. Van der Deckart leapt from footing to footing with a raptor's grace. He holstered his Weber and pulled out a short-bladed power sword. He danced out of the way of Wienand's shots and raised the blade to bring it down on her head. Rendenstein tore through the web. Her body was a dense cross-hatching of lacerations. The web had sliced through her skin and subdermal armour, but her reinforced skeleton and musculature could punch through walls. Van der Deckart leapt out of the way of her lunge. She fell on all fours, limbs balancing on 3 different struts. Van der Deckart came back at her. Behind, the lasfire ceased with the snap of a neck. Van der Deckart swung his blade at Rendenstein's throat. She hunched lower, even as she yanked on the strut in her right hand. It shot out of the wall and flew upward. The makeshift javelin struck Van der Deckart through the chin and burst out the top of his skull. Rendenstein snatched the blade from his hand as the corpse toppled over and landed face down above Wienand. Wienand stared up at his features. Even in death they were pursed. The meticulous discipline of his cropped beard and hair was spoiled by his flowing blood. Cruel was with them now. He tossed Van der Deckart's corpse into the depths, then held Wienand's left arm while Rendenstein used the power sword to cut through the webbing and free her. They hauled her up and headed back towards the walkway. "So much for the story of my death," Wienand said. "It stood up long enough for us to get this far," Rendenstein pointed out. Cruel asked, "Did you recognize any of the attackers?" "Yes," said Wienand. "Outen van der Deckart, one of Veritas's political allies. He must have relished the chance to put me in my place once and for all." "His presence might be another good sign," said Rendenstein. Wienand nodded. "Veritas must have limited forces at his disposal." Cruel held up a hand, listening. He lowered his voice and pointed back towards their point of entry into the hall. "Not that limited. More coming." Wienand thought quickly. "Can you take them?" "Yes, ma'am." "Then you have my thanks." To Rendenstein she said, "Let's go. No more delays." They ran parallel to the walkway, weaving their way past the heaps of marble bodies. Half-finished expressions of faith reached for them with judging hands and blurred shouts. Gunfire erupted behind them. "He'll catch up," Rendenstein said. "Maybe he'll take the hint, and maybe we'll outpace him yet." They ran on through a forest of arms. Chapter 3. Claustra. Claustra Primus Colony. They would hold out at Claustra Primus as long as they could. The Orcs had already smashed Secundus. Tertius had also fallen. There was no question that the Orcs would overrun this last outpost too. Garon watched the great flood of Orcs rushing forward over the barren plain below the ramparts, and knew that he and his fellow mortals could not triumph. The war's outcome was a certainty if the lords of Claustra did not intervene. They were coming, though. He had to believe in their arrival. To show any lack of effort in the defence would be unforgivable. An Orc star fortress filled the sky. It was as large as Claustra. Its mountains and valleys of iron formed the laughing face of an Orc. Its tusks looked almost long enough to gouge the surface of the planetoid. The moon was an insult, a mockery of the principles upon which Claustra had been founded. From the vast moor at the centre of the face poured the ships that were bringing extermination to Geron's home. On the flat, cracked, rocky vista before him, he saw nothing but orcs as far as the horizon, and still the streaks of new launches came from the Star Fortress. The orcs could not be stopped. But he fought as if he could kill them all himself. At his sides, so did the other inhabitants of the Primus outpost. Las fire from the high ramparts was so dense it became a blinding sheet of lethal energy. Geron aimed and fired, aimed and fired. It took him several shots to down each orc. There was nothing wrong with his accuracy, it was simply that the greenskins refused to die. Geron wished he could be marching against the foe. War on the defensive was disgusting, but there was nowhere to march. It was the orcs who were the ones on the move. They had no positions to take. They kept coming forward, always forward. Their losses were insignificant, and their return fire was even more blistering. It was lightning and hail, energy and projectile weapons. It was tearing apart the defenders of the wall. The ramparts were, for the moment, standing up to the assault. They were a jagged iron face, 30 meters high. Their strength was the only reason the orcs were not yet burning Claustra Primus to the ground. "We're not making any difference." Bernd, at Geron's right shoulder, sounded like he was on the edge of panic. Geron didn't take his eyes off his targets. He shot until the rifle's energy pack was drained. He crouched behind the battlements to swap out packs. "You'd better not be thinking about abandoning your post," he said to Bernd. "Of course not." The other man's voice wasn't as strong as it should be, but he was still firing. "But we can't win. What we're doing doesn't matter. The orcs are going to kill us all." "We're doing what we have been commanded to do," said Roth as she passed their position. She carried a sniper rifle and was moving from point to point on the wall, taking down larger, more distant orcs in an effort to destabilize the advance. She wasn't having any better luck than everyone else, but her other role was to exhort and threaten. "Are you questioning our orders?" "No." Bernd didn't turn his head. In the darkness of the perpetual eclipse created by the orc moon, Geron couldn't make out anyone's features. Even so, he heard Bernd turn pale at Roth's implication. "Then shut up and kill more greenskins." Roth drove her point home by raising her rifle to her eyes and dropping another enemy. "Choose your targets," she called out to all within earshot. "Embody precision. Remember the example of our lords. Fight as they would." "Oh, no," Bernd said, so quietly that Geron almost didn't hear him. He pulled the trigger, but he had raised his head above his barrel. He was looking at something in the distance. Geron popped his head over the top of the parapet. He resumed firing. He saw what had terrified Bernd. "Tanks!" he shouted. They formed a solid line across the entire horizon. Geron couldn't make out any details beyond their monstrous size. The line flashed along its length as the cannons started firing, and shells arced through the dark. There was no precision to the bombardment. The orcs had no need for that art. The shells landed short and far, blowing up scores of infantry in the plain, levelling the comfortless housing of the Claustra Primus. Some hit the wall. It trembled from the blows. The first real wounds appeared in its face. The tanks rumbled across the plain. A black, greasy cloud rose in their wake. The roar of their engines rose over the battle like the voice of the Star Fortress itself. As they drew nearer, they became even more threatening. Their armour was massive and horned, designed for ramming. The cannons of their stacked turrets were gigantic. They were covered in secondary guns. Spiked cylinders rolled before them, already slicked with the paste of the orcs who had not moved out of the way soon enough. "How do we stop those with Las?" Bernd demanded. "We don't have enough rockets. Where are the lords?" "They'll be here," Roth told him. "Now fight!" "Why?" She pulled a serrated whip from her belt and snapped a coil around his neck. She gave a yank. Bernd's head bounced down against the parapet of the wall. "Our lords are coming!" Roth shouted. "They will be with us. Now do them proud. Obey their commands. If you cannot destroy the tanks, hold them. Keep them from coming any closer until the great counter-attack is ready. Geron had already joined in the fire on the heavy armour. Searing light erupted against the vehicles. Flights of rockets launched from the rampart. Clusters of missiles struck one tank at a time. A dozen direct hits managed to stop one of them. Its cannon fired just as it was damaged, and the top half of the battle wagon vanished in the explosion. At the same time, the heavy stubber turrets raked the nearest Orc ranks, punishing the ones who had begun scaling the wall. The Orcs did not even slow. Their waves slammed against the wall. More ladders went up, even as the tanks improved their accuracy and started punching deeper and more destructively into the facade. "We can't stop them," Geron told himself. "We just have to hold them for a little while, that's all." He and the other mortals had not been abandoned or forgotten. They were acting as they had been ordered. The Lords are coming. The Lords are coming. Calcator circled the display table in the strategium. The weight of his boots echoed like the toll of an iron bell in the hard open space of the chamber. The hololith showed the green stain of the Orcs spreading over the whole of Claustra. There was no clear point against which to push back. The Orcs had swarmed over the surface of the planetoid before any adequate retaliatory force could be brought to bear. Calcator and his brothers were outnumbered, outplanned, outmaneuvered. Their base, a few kilometers from the front at Claustra Primus, built into the top of an isolated peak, could perhaps hold against the Orcs' full assault for as much as a day. Calcator had no intention of being run to ground. The advance would be stopped at Primus, and then the march against the Orcs would begin. It would not matter that the Greenskins had no base planet-side. Calcator would advance until he had scraped the last of the Orcs beneath his boot heels. He told himself this. He told his men the same thing. The real outcome predicted by the tactical situation was unspoken, though they talked around it. "Any word from the Ostrom system?" he asked. "None," Farivo said. "No communication since before the Star Fortress arrived." "But our Vox is functional again." "It is. The problem isn't at our end." The implications were troubling. They were also nothing that could be dealt with now. What was relevant was that there would be no reinforcements arriving on Claustra in time to make any difference. "Then this is where we stop the Orcs." "I don't like being forced into a defensive posture," Czak said. "This is only a siege if we view it as one," Calcator told him. "I'm not about to abandon doctrine. The strategic value of the colony's strong point hasn't changed. We use it for its purpose. Besides, he thought, we have no choice." Czak nodded. He put on his helm. "We are ready." "Guns in position," Deruo said. "Then it's time to announce our displeasure." Is this holding them? Geron wondered. Are we holding them? Will our lords be pleased? He hoped the answers were yes. That would be the only victory he could claim. Nothing the defenders of Claustra Primus could do had slowed the Orcs. But the Greenskins were not moving beyond the colony. They were using their strength to annihilate it. Yes, Geron thought, yes, we are holding them. For a few minutes. He prayed he would live long enough to see the arrival of the Lords and their vengeance. That would be victory enough for him. The tanks were close now, too close for their cannon fire to miss. The wall shook with the unending barrage. The barrier still held, but it was deforming, weakening quickly. The fire from its battlements was becoming sporadic. While the tanks hurled their shells against the middle section of the wall, the Orc infantry raised ladders on either flank, and the defensive fire now concentrated on repelling the climbing Orcs. Geron was shooting into a rising swarm. The belief that he was doing anything to delay the inevitable was an illusion. But he clung to it. Then, to the rear, booms in the distance, the voice of gods, raised in anger, thunder and hatred from the skies, the whistling of incoming ordnance. Vengeance was here. Geron allowed himself the luxury of looking up and back. He had an impression of clouds falling upon him with iron and flame. In the dark second before impact, he had all the time in the world to realize that the bombardment was using the wall as the targeting point. The shells hit They were massive, high explosives. They were designed to shatter fortifications to dust, and with them any life in their vicinity. Geron's world shrieked. It disintegrated beneath a blow too huge to process. He flew through battering immensity. There was no real anymore. There was only destruction. He burned. He felt his bones pulped. And still he flew. He landed. The blasts broke time into pieces. His awareness floated in and out, tugged between oblivion and pain. At some point, the bombardment ended. The roar of war barely diminished, but the ground stopped its eruption. As he lay on smoking rubble, Geron's mortal agony granted him his wish. He witnessed the arrival. There was nothing left of the wall. It had fallen on defenders and orcs alike. In the near distance, the colony guttered red and black, its usefulness at an end. From beyond the wall, the orcs bayed, with the ecstasy of a war living up to expectations. Were there any fewer tanks? Geron couldn't turn his head to see. He could still hear the engines, though. He could hear the eagerness of the green tide for more and greater conflict. Marching through the wreckage of the colony came the lords of Claustra. Geron began to weep before the majesty of strategy he had been blessed to experience. The orcs had come to besiege, but the lords had denied them that pleasure. Claustra Primus was not a point to be preserved. It was a trap for the enemy. The orcs had concentrated their strength here, and the fire had rained down upon them. Now the march of the lords began. Through his tears, Geron beheld the unforgiving glory of the Iron Warriors heading his way. The orcs, unchastened, rushed over his body to greet them. Chapter 4. Fal. Orbital. The final wall has fallen. After they were spoken, the words became a silence strong as iron, heavy as death. It spread over the council hall of the Abhorrence. It seemed to Corlund that he could sense the silence spreading down all the corridors of the battle barge. It was the silence that followed the tolling of a funeral bell. He had made real a defeat so great that for the chapter masters before him until this moment it had been unimaginable. The fact that it had occurred opened the door to other terrible possibilities. The silence lasted for a full minute. The Black Templars, the Crimson Fists, the Excoriators, and the Fists Exemplar, represented in the persons of Beaumont, Cassandra, Issachar, and Thane, looked back at Corlund, and he did not represent the Imperial Fists. He was the Imperial Fists. He was alone. As the silence pressed down, dense with loss, and Corlund saw the expressions of pity, horror, and sorrow around the council table, his survival felt like a curse. He existed to spread the word of an extermination more complete than even the worst atrocities of the heresy. How did he imagine that he, an avatar of disaster, could pretend to have authority over the assembled chapter masters? Even Thane, so recently elevated to that rank, still commanded a powerful force. Corlund must appear to them as the voice of the abyss. No, he told himself, be the voice of experience, of necessity, of unity. Be anything less, and they will dismiss you. Beaumont spoke first. Your loss, Second Captain Corlund, is beyond words. Nonetheless, please accept the profound sorrow of the Black Templars. We honor the victories and the sacrifices of your brothers. Corlund would have liked to receive the wish at face value. However, he had to take notice of the deliberate use of rank, possibly a preemptive gesture designed to keep him in his place. If so, he would have to disappoint the chapter master. You have my thanks, Marshal, as do the rest of you, my brothers. He meant what he said, but he was also choosing his phrasing with care, emphasizing that he was among peers. He remained standing. Let me further express my thanks that you have all answered the call to the last wall. I sent out the signal because what befell the Imperial Fists must be our spur to action. None of us needed that spur, Beaumont said. Corland bowed his head. I did not mean to suggest that you did. Then what did you mean to suggest? Cassandra asked. His voice was calm, but the words were sharp. His gaze on Corland was scouring. What has fallen must be rebuilt. Together we shall be the bricks of an even greater wall. Which is to say, we must do more than act in concert. There have already been disasters thanks to inadequate communications. This must end. All 4 of the chapter masters were nodding. It is therefore vital that our united efforts be coordinated by a single command. Another silence followed, this one coloured by surprise. Corland remained standing a few more seconds. He tried to find a balance, conveying authority but not giving offence. Then he sat and awaited the reaction. He did not yet have the measure of the warriors he was addressing. He suspected that he might find a sympathetic ear in Thane, who at least had experienced some parallel loss and sudden unwanted elevation. Issachar was hard to read, though he gave no sign of actual hostility. Cassandra's gaze had grown even sharper. It now flicked between Corland and Beaumont. The Black Templar's face had taken on a determined cast, as one about to do battle. Behind the chapter masters, their honour guards were as motionless as ever, but the rising tension gave the air a brittle taste. Cassandra said, You are proposing a step of very far-reaching implications. Some might see it as an attempt to recreate the Legion. That is not my intent. There would be no change in banners or colours. We would be the individual fingers forming a single fist for the duration of the crisis. History is rife with provisional measures that became permanent. Brother, Issachar said to Cassandra, do you seriously believe any of the men under your command would seek to surrender their identity as Crimson Fists? No. The same is true for the excoriators. Corland couldn't tell if Issachar was supporting his proposal or pointing out its unworkability. Beaumont said, Second Captain Corland is correct, though. The Orcs have the unity and direction that we lack. A divided Imperial response is doomed. We have too much evidence of that already. And the Fists Exemplar, said Thane, have direct experience of the virtues of combined efforts. Marshal Beaumont convinced me, I'm happy to say, of the pointlessness of fighting alone and in a lost cause. Corland nodded. I wish we had had such a chance. I'm not disputing the need for coordination, Issachar said. I am questioning the viability of the second captain's proposed integration. If we are to have a single command, who will be that commander? The third silence. A short one. Corland said nothing. He wondered if, when duty had called him to Terra, he had been contaminated by the political manoeuvring of the High Lords. He wanted to be direct. He wanted to state what was necessary. But his position was weak. He had to think tactically. He waited for Beaumont to speak first, as Corland knew he would. The coordination of joint operations and the recall of crusades has been through the Black Templars, Beaumont said. Continuity should be preserved. Cassandra eyed him. So the command will be yours. Yes. Beaumont was being as direct as Corland could not be. I see. Issachar was still carefully neutral. And what would your campaign plan be? To take the war to the Orcs. We cannot think in terms of defending systems. We will attack the star fortresses, beginning with the nearest. As simple as that? Cassandra asked. There is no front, said Thane. Exactly. Beaumont continued to address them all, rather than answer Cassandra directly. The Orc bases are appearing everywhere. They are not advancing along any discernible path. We cannot think in terms of blocking them. We must attack to eradicate. You are proposing a crusade on a scale that we haven't seen in living memory. Issachar sounded impressed. And what of Terra? Thane asked. It is defenceless. There is no war there any longer. Admiral Lansung has been keeping his precious navy out of harm's way. As much as I am disgusted by his actions in the Esperia system, they have had the effect of preserving his strength. If Terra is attacked, there will be more than enough vessels readily at hand. Our move must be to await the arrival of our fleets and then attack. We will be abandoning countless systems to their fates. Those losses are inevitable. Better to pull our forces from hopeless battles to forge them into a weapon that can actually win. Thane didn't look happy, but Corland couldn't disagree with the premises behind Beaumont's strategy. He thought Cassandra and Issachar were on board as well. The problem was that any unity between the chapter masters of the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars would be provisional. At the first opportunity, Cassandra would challenge Beaumont's command. There was accord on a single tactical decision, not on the larger question of leadership. The discussion moved towards the finer issues of deployment and the choice of target. The closest Orc moon was in the Alusta system. Corland took part in the discussion, but did not try to drag it back towards the crucial issue. Now was not the moment. There would be some time before the other ships arrived, time he could use to convince the chapter masters, his brothers, of the path that must be taken. It wasn't the need for glory that pushed him. He was resigned to the fact that all glory for him was in the past. In the future lay only atonement and the struggle to keep the doom that had fallen upon the Imperial Fists from also striking down the Imperium. It was also more than his experience with the Orcs that urged his claim. Thane had at least as much direct contact with the enemy. It was more, too, than the position of the Imperial Fists as foundational chapter. The leadership of this crusade could not rest on something as intangible as a simple right of seniority. As he read the currents of power and rivalry in the council hall, he realized the vital uniqueness of his position. He was chapter master without a chapter. There was no agenda for him to push, nothing to seek for his warriors. He could present a perfect disinterest. There would be no partiality to his decisions. The only dictates would be the needs of the campaign. He would fight for what had to be. But for the moment, the terrain was not his to contest. At the conclusion of the council, Castellan Clermont escorted him to his quarters. He did not stay in them long. He taught himself the layout of the abhorrence and learned where the other delegations were stationed and where the Black Templars had put Magos biologist Phaeton Laurentis. He looked for encounters of opportunity. He had one when he found Cassandra alone in an observation chamber. It was one of the smaller ones on the ship, constructed in the form of a chapel. Rows of iron pews sat before the stained-glass viewport. Thal Primus dominated the perspective. The gas giant's bands of colour were filtered and changed by the tinting of the viewport. Above the frame was an inscription. The galaxy transformed by the hand of the Emperor. Cassandra stood close to the viewport. The tapestry of colours washed over the deep blue of his armour and the bloody hue of his left gauntlet. He glanced over his shoulder at Corland. "Our brothers, the Black Templars, have taken to heart the full conception of a crusade," he said. The implied worship of the setting disturbed Corland. "Yes," he said, non-committal. He wasn't sure what Cassandra's views on the matter were, and a doctrinal dispute would serve no purpose. He joined the Crimson Fist at the viewport. "You don't think Beaumont should be leading us?" Cassandra said. "I don't. And who would you prefer in his stead? Yourself?" "It isn't a question of preference." "Oh, one of destiny, is it?" "I didn't say that either." "Do you deny it?" Corland chose his words with care. "It doesn't matter whether it is destiny or chance that has placed me in this position. What is important is the position itself." "Is this what you intend to say to Marshal Beaumont? I doubt he'll be receptive." Cassandra snorted. "You might challenge him to a duel for the leadership if you aren't too attached to your right arm. Issachar might have thoughts for you." Corland wasn't amused by the reference to the excoriator's bionic limb. "If that's what it takes, I will." "You're serious?" "The High Lords have failed the Imperium with their trivial, self-interested political struggles. I would like to believe that the Adeptus Astartes are better than that." Cassandra didn't answer at first. "We should be," he said at last, thoughtful. Corland left the conversation there. Not long after, word came of the Imperial Navy's victory at Port Sanctus. The news confirmed the soundness of Beaumont's proposed strategy. It also made the wait even more frustrating, but the other fleets weren't far. Then, even as the mustering of 4 chapters began, the near space of foul Primus filling with strike cruisers and battle barges, came the cry from Terra. The second meeting in the council hall was more solemn than the first. Beaumont briefed the other chapter masters on everything that was known. "The Orcs haven't attacked at last report," he concluded. "When they do," Issachar said, "there is no point pretending what the outcome will be, what with the bulk of the navy still at Port Sanctus." "There are no forces close enough to help?" Thane asked. "None," said Beaumont. He tapped the data slate on the table. "For all we know, the attack has already begun." The worst truth, though unspoken, thundered. Terra may already have fallen. Now, Corland thought. He stood. "Brothers," he said, "I wouldn't blame you if you regarded my arrival as an ill omen." He paused, thinking of Lieutenant Greydove's religious awe. "The rest of the chapter perished, but you survived," he had said. "That makes you not remarkable, but miraculous." He did not share Greydove's belief, but he was duty-bound to accept that he was more than just a single space marine now. Being the last Imperial Fist made him a symbol, and one that had now taken on an even greater significance. "We know better than that," Thane said. "You are not the cause of this catastrophe." "No," Corland said, "but I can stand for it, and I will. The Imperial Fists do not exist outside of this chamber. The final wall has fallen, and now Terra is on the verge of falling too." Then he chose to speak the obscene. "Perhaps it has." He paused again. "But what I said a moment ago is a lie. How can it be? Because the Black Templars stand, the Crimson Fists stand, the Excoriators stand, the Fists Exemplar stand. I stand. The Sons of Dawn in their thousands are gathering to begin their greatest crusade since the heresy. The Imperial Fists live on in me, in you, and in the war we are about to wage. If Terra falls, the Imperium must and will live on. We will avenge Terra, we will reclaim Terra, and annihilate every last Xenos brute who has dared walk its surface." He beat his fist once against his breastplate. He had not yet sought to have any repairs done to the visible damage on his armour. He used its scars now. When the successor chapter-masters looked at him, they saw the worst thing that could happen, and they saw the survival beyond that worst thing. "I said that we must form a single fist with which to strike the Orcs. So we shall. I will direct those blows. I claim this right not in my name or by any personal authority, but in the name of Rogel Dawn, and in the name of the 7th Legion, whose spirit we uphold in our every act and thought." He finished. He waited. Beaumont glared at him. The Marshal took a breath. He rose. Before he could speak, Thane stood also. "Brother," he said to Corland. He walked around the table to stand before the Imperial Fist. "Chapter Master." He held out his hand. "My captain." He clasped forearms with Corland. "The Fist's Exemplar will be honoured to follow you into combat." "Thank you, brother," Corland said. "I see no fault in Chapter Master Corland's logic," Issachar said. The Excoriator didn't stand. He was watching Beaumont and Cassandra. "The rights he speaks of are real. We are bound to acknowledge them. Besides," he continued without taking his eyes off the two rivals, "I can't believe that he would be unwilling to listen to sound military advice." "Of course not," Corland said. He wasn't sure if Issachar was completely convinced by his speech. His agreement might have been more pragmatic, a way of heading off conflict between the Black Templars and Crimson Fists. Cassandra was impassive. His eyes were hooded. The gaze that pried all secrets from others now hid the thoughts of its owner. All he said was, "Agreed." "Are you siding with me or sabotaging Beaumont?" Corland wondered. He pushed his concerns about motivation to the side. What mattered was the result. Beaumont mustered a grim smile. "I will not break the unanimity at this table," he said. Then he too walked around to grasp Corlin's arm. "Lead us well, brother." The implied test was clear. If Corlin did poorly, what he had managed to create in the last few minutes would collapse. He accepted that condition. If he failed, he would deserve far worse. But was there an undercurrent of hope in the Marshal's tone? Corlin thought there was. If he was right, then there would be real strength in the wall he was building. What he couldn't know was whether there would still be anything left for the wall to defend. Chapter 5. Terra, the Imperial Palace. The days passed. The orcs did not come. The star fortress hung in the sky above the Imperial Palace with dreadful imminence. It refused to change its threat into action. The orcs hardly needed to bother invading, Vangerich thought as he walked towards the great chamber. The panic the moon's appearance had created had killed hundreds of thousands, and brush fires of frenzy continued to ignite, despite Werner Zek's massive mobilization of enforcers. "Give us enough time," Vangerich wanted to tell the Greenskins, "and we'll do the job for you." He had never felt more helpless. In the depths of sleepless nights, he faced the idea that once the threat had arrived on Terra's doorstep, the Officio Assassinorum had become irrelevant. Why should he worry about influencing the political life of the Imperium or checking its successes when there would soon no longer be any politics left? He didn't like questions he could not answer. He would not stop fighting for the Imperium until he no longer drew breath. But all his struggles over the last months had been worse than useless. He had failed to forestall the crisis, and the crisis was on a scale he would have dismissed as laughable. He had been guilty of the same complacency as the rest of the vain puppets who called themselves the High Lords. His sins were, by some measure, even greater. He had been pleased to believe he knew better. He'd been an arrogant fool, and now here he was, off to take his place like a good puppet on the stage for what might be the last performance before the curtain was brought down. The uproar that greeted Vangerich as he entered the great chamber was tremendous. If this was indeed the final performance, it was going to be a spectacular one. The great scream had finally reached the ears of the High Lords. The chamber was full for the first time in decades. In their tens of thousands, the lesser lords, petty governors and bureaucrats with leverage filled the tiers. They had come, ostensibly, for answers. But they weren't listening. Every voice was raised in argument, hurling questions, demands, and meaningless threats. Some were weeping. Others had abandoned all pretense at dialogue, and their shouts had become inarticulate howls. Vangerich walked the gold-inlaid marble avenue towards the dais. It was like making his way through the maw of a wounded, raging beast. The chamber, to his grief, no longer held a government. He hoped that what replaced it was not the death cry of a civilization. A phalanx of Lucifer Blacks guarded the approach to the dais. On either side, the floor was a roiling anthill of serfs and messengers. They rushed on errands whose meaninglessness was disguised by urgency. Vangerich was surprised when Veritas's power-armoured form emerged from that press, brushing past the startled blacks to walk by his side the rest of the way. "There are less inconvenient ways of meeting," Vangerich said. "I had other business." He gave Vangerich a hard look. The eyes in that aged, lined skull burned. "You have been interfering in matters that don't concern you." "Have I?" "I am doing you the rare courtesy of giving you a warning." Vangerich stopped walking. He was delighted to find that he could still laugh. "Really? You're warning me? And here I was looking forward to a long and prosperous retirement, reading by the light of an orc star fortress. Anyway, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. The Inquisition won't tolerate intrusions into its affairs." "You speak for the totality of the Inquisition, do you? And by the way, have you officially taken over as inquisitorial representative?" Veritas glared. Vangerich shook his head. "Inquisitor, if you can't stay on top of your internal politics, I don't see how you can expect the rest of us to do so." He started walking again. Veritas strode beside him. I am trying to speak to you, Grand Master, because I know that you at least are not a fool. I'm tempted to interpret that as meaning you do not have a high opinion of the High Lords. I do not. All such opinions may well be moot. Vangerich wondered if he sounded as tired as he felt. I don't believe that. This obsession with the orcs is a mistake. Vangerich kept his face straight. I can't imagine why the orcs should be commanding so much of our attention, he muttered. They reached the dais. As they took their seats, Eckarth went through the motions of calling the session to order. There was too much uproar for anyone beyond the circle of chairs to hear him, but the sight of the debate beginning brought a measure of calm to the great chamber. 500,000 people strained to listen. Voxcasters carried the debate to all corners of the vast space. Vangerich gestured at the mass assembly. To Udo he said, I rejoice to see the great chamber so lively. As do I, Grand Master. The Lord Commander sounded quite genuine. Vangerich swept his gaze over the 12. He judged that some of them, like Lansung, would have preferred the council to be private still. The High Admiral in particular was facing massive public humiliation. Others, Udo among them, apparently saw the involvement of the full chamber as a way of spreading the blame for whatever happened next as widely as possible. The High Lords were behaving as if they were facing nothing worse than an especially acute political crisis, not extermination. Then again, the orcs had not attacked. Every other system where a star fortress had intruded would have long since been burning or enslaved. The anomaly wasn't lost on the other lords. Why haven't the greenskins invaded? Eckarth asked Lansung. The High Admiral shrugged. Defeat was corroding him further each day. I have no idea, he said. Perhaps the Fabricator General can enlighten us, Vangerich said. We have no satisfactory answer to give, said Kubik. The behavior is anomalous. One can construct scenarios wherein the means necessary to transport a body of that mass to the heart of the Imperium are such that the Veridi Giganticus must rebuild energy stores prior to further action. But this is mere speculation, an inevitable result of our lack of data. Since this behavior does not conform to any previously seen in the orcs, the inevitable conclusion is that it is not simply their technology that is undergoing dramatic evolution. Perhaps even cladogenesis is possible. We can rule nothing out. The situation is an interesting one. Does that mean there will be time for the fleet to return? Eckarth's wistfulness was childlike. It was picked up by the assembly. The murmur of hope was loud as thunder, fragile as gossamer. Unknown. Kubik's brief response was as close to a shrug as the Fabricator General came. The orcs will let us know, Lansung said. The crowd rumble grew discontented. Is that what you propose? Juskina Tull asked. That we wait to find out? That is not acceptable. Do you see an alternative, speaker? Some of Lansung's old sneer came back. We take the fight to the orcs. Now Lansung laughed. The sound was ugly with contempt and despair. But of course, how idiotic that no one else thought of that. I suppose you have a brilliant way of doing this in the absence of the Imperial Navy? Yes. The one word shut down Lansung's response and brought everyone up short. The silence of a collective breath being held fell over the great chamber. Tull rose from her seat. As she began to speak, she walked along the perimeter of the dais. Her robes were a magisterial red and black. She orated with one bare arm outstretched, and punctuating each point with sweeping gestures. She held her left arm across her waist, a fold of her robes draped over it, and she strode the stage of the assembly, as if born for this moment. The defence of the Imperium, she proclaimed, is not just the responsibility of the Navy, the Astra Militarum, or the Adeptus Astartes. She paused. It is the responsibility of every citizen, of every human. She tilted her head back, as if gazing onto distant battlefields. In this hour of greatest need, The Imperium calls upon all of us. I will not refuse to answer. Will any of you?" She waited, and the cries of no came on cue, building on each other and on the anticipated salvation her confidence promised. Though he had no idea where Tull was going with this performance, Bangerich was impressed. Tull had always been a figure of great presence among the High Lords. The peace that had lured the Imperium into its deadly complacency had also denied Tull the opportunity to influence the currents of policy as much as she would have liked. Now she was in her glory. "The greenskins have their moon. What are the numbers that threaten us?" Kubik said, "We have as yet no way of properly measuring the scale of—" "What does it matter when we are billions?" Tull shouted to the tears. Her voice rang with strength. It was the sound of defiance. Bangerich had a sudden image of countless iterations of Juskina Tull, stretching back through human history, standing on cliff-tops and hurling her indomitability at invaders, inspiring the armies behind her to the impossible. The power she had was magnificent. His concern was how she would choose to wield it. "The Orcs have weapons," Tull said. "Don't we? They have ships. Don't we? They have the presumption to believe they can invade us. Then we shall invade them. We will flood them with such numbers that the fear they have visited upon our world will pale before their own terror." She took a step back, her face shining, as the crowd's roar swept over the dais in waves. So much hope, Bangerich thought, and Tull hadn't offered a single concrete detail of her proposed miracle. Lansung said, "And how is this invasion going to take place without the presence of the Navy?" Tull turned her smile on him, and it was eviscerating in its forbearance. "We don't need the Navy." She looked back to the assembly. "We have the merchant fleets. We have ships beyond counting. Right here at anchor over Terra and in the Sol system, we have more vessels than the Orcs could ever hope to defend against. I am issuing an immediate recall of all merchant ships. We shall have a fleet that will fill the void. This fleet will carry our millions to the obscenity in our skies and destroy the Orcs utterly. This is the hour of the proletarian crusade." The clamour that greeted her pronouncement shook the walls of the great chamber. If sound could be harnessed as power, the Orc moon would have been blasted in that moment. Bangerich saw one of Kubik's limbs twitch as the sudden peak in sound overwhelmed his sensory inputs. When the crest of the celebration faded, Beriolt spoke up, indignant. "You speak as if Terra has no defenders." The smile Tull favoured him with was different from the one she had given Lansung. It was an invitation to join her in the light of victory. "I am not forgetting the Imperial Guard, Lord Commander Militant," she said. "The Merchant's Armada will of course transport the full force of the Emperor's fist, but we must strike with all the might and anger that Terra can muster. You would not deny the people this great chance to stand for the Imperium?" "You know I wouldn't," Beriolt answered. Bangerich was still trying to process the implications of Tull's plan. The scale of the madness was so vast, it outstripped horror. Lansung was having some of the same difficulty. "How are you going to destroy the fortress with unarmed vessels?" he asked. "We aren't," said Tull. "As I said, this is an invasion." "Ground troops?" Bangerich said, aghast. "Yes." Orating again, she continued, "I will not pretend that great sacrifices do not lie ahead, on Terra and above. Production will suffer. Those who remain will have to do the work of the millions at war. Many ships will be lost in the assault. Many warriors will be lost in the landing and in the storming of the fortress. But the Orcs cannot stop them all. We are too many." Warming to the idea and the role he would play in the triumph to come, Beriolt said, "Under the command of the Astra Militarum, the people of Terra will sweep the Orcs to oblivion." Lansung's jaw hung open for a moment. Then he sat back, defeated. Unless and until the Imperial Navy was able to aid Terra, he was an irrelevance, and he knew it. "You surprise me," Bangerich said to Beriolt. The Lord Commander Militant was more of a political animal than his predecessor. Heth had always struck Vangerich as being more at home in combat than in governance. Veriolt, though a veteran, had spent much of his career leading from the stratagem table. It was easier for him to see troops as pieces in a game of regicide and losses as statistics. Vangerich wondered if he realized that he was a junior partner in the alliance with Tull, as the Guard had been when Lansung's star had been in the ascendant. The plan was Tull's, as was the Armada. Veriolt's share of the glory would be what she permitted. Vangerich caught himself. There would be no glory to partition. The proposal was mad. Even a group as prone to self-delusion as the High Lords couldn't be blind to that fact. Yet Veriolt was unfazed by his comment. "Speaker Tull's argument has merit," the Lord Commander Militant said. "The regiments of the Astra Militarum stationed on Terra don't have the numbers we need against an entire world of orcs, even with the reinforcement of the penal legions. The call has been sent to the entire Imperial Guard, but the Cadians, the Valhallans, the Mordians, they still need to get here," said Lansung. "And they are already engaging the orcs." Eckarth spoke up. "The mechanics of recruitment will be complex. There is little time." "I have no doubt that the Administratum is up to the challenge," said Tull. "It is. This will be a mobilization to give birth to legends." The cheer that answered him wasn't as excited as the ones that Tull summoned, but it was the greatest Eckarth, a poor speaker, had ever received. "When great sacrifice is called for, faith and inspiration are more vital than ever," Mesring said. "They are indeed," said Tull. Vangerich vowed to track down those responsible for giving the Ecclesiarch the antidote to the poison the Grand Master had introduced into his system. Now Mesring would be spreading the toxins of his influence even more effectively. Tull's strategy was lunatic, but it was also brilliant. At a stroke, she had Veriolt, Eckarth, and Mesring invested in the plan. Lansung was opposed, but he was a pariah. Udo was eager to distance himself from the High Admiral, so Vangerich expected him to side with Tull also. If Gibran, Sark, and Anwar had reservations, they were not voicing them. "The information such an invasion could gather would be invaluable," Kubik said. Even Zek was nodding with approval. "The people need something concrete," he said. "The recruitment should redirect energy, diminish the fear, take the wind out of the riots." Then Tull spoke to Lansung and cemented her preeminence. "The crusade will not be possible without the assistance of the Imperial Navy." "What?" "The armaments of the merchant fleet are light at best. By numbers alone, I know we can overwhelm the Orc defences, but with the Autocephalax Eternal leading the way, we will punch through with ease." Lansung stared at her with undisguised hatred. Vangerich would have applauded Tull's move if he hadn't been sure that she was leading them all to the slaughter. She had Lansung cornered. If he agreed with her plan, the Navy would be in a position that was even more subordinate to the merchant fleet than the Imperial Guards. If he refused, he would be offering up the spectacle of the flagship remaining behind, the Navy sitting out a fight while the common citizens came forward at the hour of Terra's greatest need. He could not refuse. "The Autocephalax Eternal will be at the forefront of this great endeavour," Lansung said. Though he sounded sick, the great chamber resounded with more celebration. "We're doing it," Vangerich thought. "We're doing the work of the Orcs for them, and we're cheering our own destruction." "What if the invasion fails?" He heard himself making an effort he already knew was futile. "What then? If the bulk of the Terran regiments of the Astra Militarum are lost in this venture, what defences will remain?" "Your lack of faith troubles me, Grand Master," Tull said. "The Guard will return triumphant, and the Orcs will have been routed. There will be no need for defence." "Do you really believe that?" Vangerich wondered. "Do you really think this fever dream will come to pass?" Are you capable of seeing beyond the shift in the balance of power that you're orchestrating? There were no answers. Whether Tull believed what she was saying or not no longer mattered. Vangerich could feel the machinery of the invasion already in motion. Tull had spoken and conjured events into reality. "This course of action is a folly," Veritas said. "This obsession with the orcs will only open the way for the true enemy." His words were swallowed in the applause for Tull. The rest of the 12 didn't acknowledge that he had spoken. Vangerich felt something that was not too distant from sympathy for the Inquisitor. He might have Venand on the defensive, but the man's hand was weak. Insisting that the orcs were not the primary threat would make him appear delusional. Veritas was clearly intelligent and driven by belief rather than political gain, yet his dogmatism was causing its own damage. When the assembly dissolved, it was in a spirit of jubilation, as ferocious as the initial excitement that had greeted Lansung's victory. But there was an edge of hysteria, too. The hope was brittle. The investment in Tull's plan was total, but the need to believe in it was even stronger than the belief itself. When Vangerich left the dais, Veritas walked with him. The Inquisitor's style of interaction was as blunt as Venand's was subtle. "They are even greater fools than I supposed," Veritas said. "And the path we are on will lead us to disaster. The disaster is already here. A worse one, then. What would you recommend, Inquisitor Veritas? Do you see actions that either the Inquisition or the Officio could take that would alter the course that has been set? Would Speaker Tull's death matter now?" He didn't wait for an answer. No, it wouldn't. Too many of the other High Lords were invested in the crusade. If Tull fell, one of her colleagues would turn her into a martyr and become the new face of the endeavour. Or are you calling for the assassination of the entire 12? No, I don't think you are. In this moment, though, Vangerich felt the temptation of that idea. He walked faster, leaving the other old predator behind. As he left the great chamber, Vangerich forced himself not to clench his fists in frustration. Once again, he had been helpless to prevent madness piled atop catastrophe. The closest thing he had to hope was the latest report from Cruel. If the arrival of the moon had Venand even more determined to reach the inquisitorial fortress, then perhaps there was something there that might be worthy of actual hope. He detested being in the dark, but Venand, at least, was sane. Where did that leave the Officio? At best, assisting an effort about which Vangerich knew nothing. The so-called proletarian crusade would march ahead, and the avalanche of events would continue. He stalked towards his quarters, filled with dread, and wishing for the punishment of fools. Chapter 6. Terra, Orbital. The Militant Fire was not a young ship. When Leander Narcissos had acquired her 5 decades earlier, she had been showing her age. The Brutus-class cargo hauler had spent half a millennium making rimward runs, her fortunes declining with each successive owner. Narcissos's immediate predecessor had not, technically, been a pirate, but the dividing line had been a thin one, and he had finally been forced to divest himself of his business and his ship before the Adeptus Arbites seized both. Narcissos had been starting out then, his trade in goods transportation just showing promising growth, but he had been a long way from wealthy. He was able to acquire the Fire on very favourable terms. He had set about restoring her pride. He was pleased to think that he had done well by his ship. 50 years of work, of endlessly pouring his profits back into renovations and improvements, and it was really only now that he believed the Militant Fire was living up to her name. She was not a large transport, so Narcissos specialized in the delicate and the expensive. The ship's handsome lines and reborn lustre advertised his expertise. He fulfilled all promises, and as his reputation grew, it burnished the beauty of the Fire still further. Narcissos and his ship were an excellent team. He was sorry that they were both going to die. First mate Demetria Kondos walked onto the bridge. Narcissus shook himself from his meditations on the coming end and rose from his command throne. Built into the bulkhead behind the throne was a small room that, with its book-lined walls, looked like a study, but was reserved for holding meetings with small numbers of privileged clients. Its ornamental status was also its vital function. It impressed the merchants he courted with its intimacy and sober elegance. It permitted quiet discussion in a location of high importance. It cemented deals. It served no command purpose on the fire, yet it helped provide the means for the ship's existence. It was also a good location for Narcissus to have a private word without having to leave the bridge. He nodded to Kondos, and she joined him in the chamber. "So?" he asked. "The work is almost done. I won't say that it's doing much for morale." "I can imagine." It wasn't doing much for his either. He had ordered the stripping out of all specialized stasis fields and containers. The cargo hold of the militant fire was being turned back into a multi-leveled empty space. "Can't be helped. We're going to be transporting personnel." "If we had time to do it right." "We don't." The call from Terra had come while they were unloading at Mars. They had returned at full speed, reshaping the hold on the fly. "She deserves better." Kondos had an even longer history with the fire than Narcissus. She had been part of the crew under the previous owner, and had been the lone member who had elected to stay on after the acquisition. Narcissus had been glad of her experience. It was colourful, and much of it not for official consumption. Narcissus cultivated a refined image, but trade in the Imperium could get rough. Kondos was good at spotting trouble before it happened, and just as good at dealing with it when it couldn't be avoided. In initial meetings with potential clients, Narcissus was the portrait of elegant discretion. She was the face of weathered maturity and relaxed experience. If nothing ruffled her, then nothing was wrong. Together, they were the guarantee that the cargo would be handled with sensitivity and security. "Yes, she does," Narcissus said. "But the treatment we're giving the ship isn't the big problem, is it?" "No, her death is." "And ours." Kondos shrugged. "No, that isn't going over that well either." "Captain!" Jason Rallis called. "We're reaching our designated position." "Thank you, helmsman." He looked at Kondos. "Here we are," he said. "Last port of call." "Last but one." He managed a grin. "If we make it that far. And I don't think the greenskins are going to be eager customers for our wares." They fell silent. The humour wasn't working for either of them. Narcissus had played the voxcasts of Juskina Tull's speech over the ship's speakers. He and all his crew had listened more than once. He understood the necessity of what was going to happen, but enthusiasm for the proletarian crusade had not yet taken hold of the men and women of the militant fire. "What do you think?" he said. "Is the plan mad or brilliant?" "I don't know. Maybe both. I can imagine it working if we throw enough ships at the orcs. Some of them have to get through." "Including ours?" "Did you invest in void shields when I wasn't looking?" "I wish I had." "Then no." Kondos wasn't joking now. "We'll be among the first to go. We'll be the chaff for the orc defences." "I feel sorry for the troops we'll be carrying." "Captain!" Rallis said again. "What is it?" Narcissus asked. He stepped out of the chamber and saw the view from the forward oculus. "Oh," he said. Behind him, he heard Kondos's intake of breath. "I should address the crew," Narcissus said. His throat was dry, and his voice cracked. "First Officer Kondos, please call all hands to muster on the observation deck." Kondos left without a word. Narcissus tore his eyes away from the oculus. He needed a few moments to marshal his thoughts without awe overwhelming his consciousness. "You have the bridge, helmsman?" he said. "Yes, Captain." Narcissus looked at the rest of the bridge crew. "I'll have the assembly piped in," he said. "You'll hear what is said." The observation deck was one level above the bridge. It, too, was ornamentation with purpose. It was constructed to dazzle. It was large enough to hold 1,000 comfortably under a glass dome that rose from floor level. To stand there was to be surrounded by the void, and the sights could be overwhelming. Today they were. Narcissus paused on the staircase that spiraled up to the centre of the deck. He was taking in what might be his last few seconds of mundane reality. Soon there would be nothing but the extraordinary and the terrible. He gave in to the trembling. He wouldn't have that luxury soon. His combat experience was limited to his time with the militia on Elysia, though the need for all ships to evade the system's pirates had taught him the miracles one could summon from a vessel. Kondos had served with the drop troops, so she would be ready for what was coming. Narcissus, though, was no soldier. Yet he was going to war. He would have to muster the courage and dignity that came with the duty. But here he was alone. He clutched the steel railing of the staircase to hold himself up. The fear took him. He wanted to weep. His breath came in hitching gasps, and he couldn't find enough air. The bottom had dropped out of his stomach back on Mars when he had heard that the orcs were on Terra's doorstep. The lurch had come again when the call to crusade had come. He had thought he understood what was coming. He'd been wrong. He'd been protected by a shield of abstraction. That was gone now. Above him was the reality of his fate. It frightened him. He didn't know if he was up to the challenge of this immense day. Some of the shipmasters at Mars had decided they were not. They had tried to run. The Imperial Navy did not have the vessels to run them down, but the Martian orbital defences had executed summary judgments. He heard the echo of boots against decking. His crew was approaching. He ran a hand over his forehead and through the grey waves of his hair. He steadied his breathing. He had a responsibility. He also felt, deep in his core, a stirring of excitement. Can I do this after all? He had no choice. He cleared his throat. He straightened up. Then he walked up the staircase to take in the full sight of what lay beyond the dome. He was still awed when the crew arrived. He could function, though. He stood at the bow end of the deck and struggled to pay attention as the men and women of the militant fire gathered and were struck dumb by what they saw. The fire was surrounded by a spectacle of grandeur and horror. On all sides were the ships of the merchant's armada, thousands of ships, such numbers that they could have been called a swarm, but there were too many massive presences for so weak a word. There were ships of every size and grade, private luxury lighters that couldn't carry more than a handful of passengers, hulking Goliath-class factory ships whose retrofitting for their new purpose must have been a task worthy of a song in itself. Mass conveyors a dozen kilometres long, freight transports in such numbers that they were ranked in squadrons. There was so little space between the vessels that Narcissus could imagine hopping from one to the next. There was no room for error in the manoeuvring of the fleet, and Narcissus felt his chest swell with pride at the skill of the pilots. The Imperial Navy could do no better. He corrected himself. The merchants had done better. They were here. The Navy was not. Riding at high anchor, stationed far above the civilians, was the Autocephalax Eternal. It was almost as large as the biggest conveyors, a majestic cathedral of war. But it was isolated, separated from the others of its kind, with the exception of a few escorts. The militant fire was in the midst of a vast concentration of allies. So many ships, so much strength. Narcissus drank in the spectacle and thought, we are an armada. And when he looked to port, he needed the strength of that thought. Terra's new moon hung in the void, waiting to swallow the armada. Its maw gaped wide. There were no lights on its surface, no flights of enemy ships sallying forth. It was silent, inert as a skull, but as full of implication. When his eyes fell on the star fortress, the fleet lost substance. The thing should not be, and so it altered all existence with its obscene reality. To his horror, Narcissus knew that this impression was not an illusion. Everything revolved around the moon, even Terra itself. The orcs had become the centre of the Imperium. The magnificence of the Armada existed only because of the monstrousness it had been called to confront. Every act, every thought, every moment of what life remained to Narcissus was utterly determined by that inarticulate, unspeakable thing. Narcissus didn't have the words to describe what he felt before the sight of the moon, yet it shaped his language. He, like every other soul in the Imperium, was caught in the gravitational field that reached across the galaxy. There was no escape from the Orc Moon's pull. There was no shield from its presence. There were no walls behind which he could hide. They had all fallen. The one act left, the one thing that kept alive at least the illusion of agency, was to charge at the horror. In that charge, he was becoming part of the new wall behind which the rest of Terra sheltered. To attack the moon was to believe it could be destroyed, and without that belief there was nothing. Narcissus understood the need for the crusade now. He needed it even if he was superfluous. He was even more frightened than before. He was also more proud than he had ever been in his life. He didn't say anything for a few minutes. He gave the crew time to see everything. There was no need to explain. Either they would know the same need, or they would not. When faces began to turn back to him, he said, "So, this is what we have come to fight. We will be taking on troops, and we will be part of the great attack. Our goal will be to land our passengers on the surface of that." He pointed without looking. "Will we ever get close?" one of the engine seers asked. Narcissus smiled. "What do you think?" Kondos said, "We've made difficult runs before. Been a few years, but it will come back to us." "Possibly," said Narcissus, "or we could be blown apart in the first minutes. I'll say this. I don't see a choice. We attack, and likely we'll die. Or we don't attack, and we die when the orcs sweep over us all. I know which end I prefer. If I'm going to die, I want to die a hero. The militant fire is part of the proletarian crusade until death or victory. I won't impose my choice on the rest of you, though. If anyone wants to run, go ahead. I don't know where you'll go, but I wouldn't have you at my side." No one moved. He hadn't expected they would. The silence that fell was one of unanimity. Narcissus looked out at the Armada and the Star Fortress again. It was the most compelling sight he had ever witnessed, the most terrific and the most exhilarating. The emotion in his chest, too large to be articulated, emerged as a single grieving laugh. Then he said, "We're mad, aren't we? All of this is mad." "Completely," Kondos agreed. "Isn't it glorious?" The crew's cheers filled the dome. Terrified joy reached out to the void. Chapter 7. Terra, the Imperial Palace. There were 3 of them in the octagon: Veritas, Asprion Mactanin, and Nemesi Najurita, sitting on the lowest of the 3 tiers. For all the studied, wood-panelled pseudo-intimacy of the space, Veritas was conscious of how cavernous it was for such an encounter. Perceptions were important. He needed Najuritas to be the correct ones. He had little choice about the meeting place, though. The octagon's security systems, whether sigil-based or technological, did not only shut down the possibility of attack in the room, they also enforced privacy. The situation was beyond delicate. The unfolding disaster was pushing Veritas towards a decision he did not want to make. If he could avoid that contingency, he would. To that end, he sought total control over the words that were spoken and the ears that heard them. "Where is Inquisitor Venand?" Najurita asked. "We don't know," Mactanin said. "Your answer tells me that you've lost track of her, meaning that you are hunting her. She is a danger to the proper task of the Inquisition." "There was no consensus on that issue," Najurita reminded him. "Never mind on the option of an assassination." "She is heading for the Inquisitorial Fortress," Veritas put in, trying to calm the waters, if possible. He wanted an ally, not an enemy, in Najurita. She commanded a lot of respect within the Inquisition. Her opinion carried weight. "And are you planning to ambush her there?" "No." 2 failed attempts on her life. The chance of a quick and quiet elimination of Venand's influence had vanished. To make matters worse, Veritas's forces looked incompetent. The very moves that were meant to consolidate his authority were undermining it. Nadurita had been at least listening to his arguments before, and had been willing to concede the possibility that Venan's relationship with the High Lords was a bit too comfortable. She had not signed off on anything more, and now, though Mactannin was stepping in to catch the blame for the botched operations, it was clear that her displeasure was primarily with Veritas. She was not his only possible ally. He would act as he had to alone, if necessary, but he still hoped to avoid the more drastic measures. He hadn't given up on bringing Nadurita around.
"We have friends in the fortress," he said. "We aren't without influence there."
"Inquisitor Venant has more."
"And if she carries the day, the consequences will be tragic."
Nadurita sighed.
"You do realize that an Orc-star fortress is in our skies? Your argument that the Orcs are not the principal threat isn't terribly convincing at this moment."
"I'm not saying that the Orcs shouldn't be fought. Of course they are a danger. But the overcommitment of resources to this one endeavour will leave us vulnerable to a greater enemy."
Nadurita looked at Mactannin.
"You agree, I take it?"
He nodded.
"We can't afford to take our eyes off the moves of the arch-enemy." "You know me,"
Nadurita said to Veritas.
"You know that I would never underestimate the threat of the ruinous powers. I am fully aware of what the heresy cost the Imperium, but we triumphed over the Eye. Its activity has been minimal of late, and the Orcs are menacing us with imminent annihilation."
"Which is exactly why all the attention given to them is such a mistake. Now is when the real enemy is most dangerous. The Imperium has been weakened and is distracted. What better moment to strike?"
"That is a hypothetical. The Orc attack is real."
"What Orc attack?" Veritas demanded. "Nothing has happened since the moon's arrival. Where is the Orc invasion?"
The look on Nadurita's face told him all he needed to know. He hadn't convinced her of anything, except perhaps that he was unbalanced. He was disappointed to see that doubt in her eyes. It was one he had seen many times before, one of the costs of the war that was his destiny to wage. One of the great strengths of the ruinous powers was their improbability. It was too easy to disbelieve in them or in their danger until it was too late. He had made that mistake in his youth. He still bore the scars of that error. His power armor was his defense, and it was his weapon, but it also gave mobility to a body that could no longer function outside of its ceramite shell. He tried another tack, a last one.
"The fact remains that Inquisitor Venan is a rogue player. She must be prevented from causing any further damage."
"For all we know, within the next few days there will be very little left to damage. Unless Speaker Tal's crusade turns out to be the miracle she would have everyone believe it to be."
"I share your doubts about the strategy,"
Veritas said, and waited for Nadurita to say something more. Her statement had bordered on the non sequitur. Nadurita stood.
"Then we are agreed."
The meeting was over. Mactannin and Veritas lingered after she left. "What did that mean?" Mactannin asked.
"That she does not share our evaluation of Inquisitor Venant."
"She'll oppose us?"
"I don't think so. She's doubtful, but isn't going to throw her strength to one side or the other, at least for the moment."
"Where does that leave us?"
"We have to try again."
"Nadurita won't appreciate being lied to."
"I wasn't lying. She's forcing her hand. Venant has too many friends in the fortress. Once she's inside, I'm far from certain that we have the political strength to counter her moves."
"A third attempt is going to be messy, whether or not it is successful."
"Still better than the alternative. If she has her way, there may not be any turning back."
"We still don't know what she plans." Veritas turned his head slowly. He gave the younger man his coldest stare.
"Your resolution is lacking, too?"
Mactannin shook his head. "You know it isn't." Veritas did not know this. At this moment he had only Mactannin's reassurance. Veritas knew that there was no love lost between Mactannin and Venant. What he was uncertain about was how fully Mactannin appreciated the threat of chaos. Veritas respected the record of Mactannin's battles, but he didn't know the depths of his commitment now. Veritas left the octagon a few minutes later. He made his way towards his quarters along Prescription Way. It was one of the narrower arcades of the Imperial Palace, less than 10 meters across. The vault was so high, and the skylights so few and grimed by centuries of smog, the daylight never reached the floor. The passage was a land of perpetual evening. The lumen globes were spaced such that there was enough light to see by, but a walk along the way was a journey through degrees of shadow. The flagstones of the floor were engraved with devotional sayings. The erosion of millions of footsteps had worn them away until there were patterns of faint lines, fragments of words and suggestions of meaning. Thought was being erased from Prescription Way, one pedestrian at a time, but it was preserved and given rigour in the Gothic honeycombs that lined the passage. The ground floors were emporiums selling prayer scrolls, altar icons, and exegetical texts. The way ran north-south, its gentle sinuosity carrying on for kilometres, its 1,000 merchants vying in solemn and twilight quiet for the attention of the faithful. Scholars lived above the vendors. They were the writers of tracts, the commentators of texts, the explorers of devotion. They laboured with the industry of obsession. Veritas liked the character of Prescription Way. The scholars had only half the truth. There was no mention in any of their texts of the ruinous powers, but the faith they extolled was a necessary, if not sufficient, defence against them. The people who lived and worked here were fighting the war, even if they didn't realise it. The lasfire came in a cluster of shots. The first seared his cheek. His instincts reacted before his conscious mind, reflexes taking over. He brought up his left arm to protect his head. The second shot creased his scalp. He lunged to one side of the arcade. The third shot burned down the side of his temple. Then he was against the wall, looking for the origins of the fire. There were too many windows with too many people visible in silhouette. None were looking at him, none were armed. The sniper had stopped shooting. Veritas waited, his las pistol drawn. Nothing. The nearby pedestrians had scattered, crouching in doorways or behind stalls. The sniper's aim had been excellent. His armour was untouched. His wounds throbbed, and he smelt burnt flesh. If he had been just a bit slower, if the sniper's first shot had not been spoiled by whatever random event had intervened. No targets, no further attack. He started moving down the way again, moving backwards until he went around a curve and the point of ambush was out of sight. He turned around and strode down the passage, monitoring all sides for threat. His temple throbbed with anger even more than it did from the wound. He was furious with humiliation. He had been turned into a figure of ridicule, power-armoured but in full retreat. But he couldn't attack what he could not find. He hadn't even been able to gauge the angle of the shots. Even if he could level both sides of the way, the assassin would be long gone. He tried to think past the rage. The tactical situation had changed. He couldn't be sure that Venant had instigated the attack, but even if she hadn't, she had friends who dared act on her behalf. Who were they? Too many possibilities. His own position now looked more precarious. He reconsidered the deployment of his forces. Vangerich let 3 hours go by before he ventured into Prescription Way. He found Ferren Reach in a book-lined cell on the 4th floor. The sniper had put his rifle away and resumed his scholar's habit. Reach was the same age as Cruel, but looked much older, even older than Vangerich. His face was a map of wrinkles, deep as canyons. His hair and beard were lank, grey, and long. His stoop and his shuffle were convincing, but they were false. The body beneath the robes was supple wire, capable of remaining motionless yet alert for days. He squinted, as if through cataracts. He didn't break the act even before the Grand Master of the Officio. He was standing by the shelves set into the wall to the left of the door when Vangerich walked in. He looked up from the manuscript he was holding. He didn't look pleased. He nodded once, which was what passed for a salute from Reach. "So?" Vangerich asked. Reach looked back down at the book and turned the page over. "First time I've shot to miss," he said. "You made it convincing, I'm sure." "He's counting his blessings." "Well done." "Feels like a loss. Don't like losses." Bangerich walked over to the assassin.
"It's my hope that you killed an idea today."
He gestured at the rows of leather spines.
"That's a target you can appreciate, I would think."
Reach snorted and closed the book.
"I wouldn't."
After a moment, conscious that he might be pushing too far, he added,
"Grand Master."
Bangerich spread his hands, expressing regret.
"I'm sorry, Farron. The dodge was necessary."
"Why keep him alive? If he's worth attacking, he's worth killing."
"He isn't worth a war. The balance is delicate. If we killed him, we could trigger a civil war in the Inquisition, or if and when they realized what we'd done, that would be just as bad. The agents of that institution, with Wienand in the ascendant, are the only useful allies we have right now. The goal today was to destabilize Veritas, make him uncertain about his position and his attackers."
Reach replaced the book.
"Well, job done, sir."
Somewhat mollified, he added,
"Think it helped?" "I hope so."
Bangerich moved to the window and looked out. The traffic on Prescription Way flowed in both directions, untroubled by the earlier violence or by the unseen Orc presence beyond the vault. This region of the Imperial Palace had been the least touched by the Great Panic. Instead of rioting, the inhabitants had withdrawn further into their hermetic studies. They poured their consciousness into the mysteries of faith and denied the upheavals of the world. It was a nice strategy, though not one he thought that the Orcs would respect, once they came. And was the game he was playing against Veritas any more practical? He had to believe it was. He had to believe that Wienand was moving towards a viable strategy to combat the Orcs.
"Correct me if I'm wrong," Reach said behind him, "but we're putting a lot of faith into another party to solve the big problems."
The irony made Bangerich grin. It was either that or curse.
"Exactly," he said. "We have to have faith."
Another hard lesson from the hard days. Chapter 8. Mars, the Noctis Labyrinth. Sclera Vero was the first to see a possibility in Eldon Urquidex. She observed the Magos biologists alight from one of the Subservius's shuttles. He was part of a group of Mechanicus priests and monotask servitors. Draped in the shadows of her stealth suit, Vero watched the arrivals through a telescopic sight. Urquidex was speaking to the priest the assassins had identified as Artisan Trajectorae August van Auken. Urquidex was broader than his companion, to the point that he had a bodily presence unusual for the adepts of the Omnissiah. What caught her attention, though, was his manner of conversation. His right arm was up near his face, and his digitools extended and flexed to no visible purpose. Though the rest of his body had the same floating stillness typical of the Martian priests as he kept pace with Van Auken, the hand gesture looked a great deal like agitation. When she passed on her observation to Clementina Yendel, the Temple Vanus assassin said,
"A Magos who is upset could be very useful to us. We should cultivate his acquaintance."
So Yendel did. It wasn't difficult. Beneath her disguise of false augmentatia, she moved through the low security zones of Mars easily enough. Urquidex was involved as soon as he arrived with the excavations beneath the Noctis Labyrinth, one of the veils Yendel's team needed to pierce. Yendel spoke to Urquidex for the first time when he put in an appearance outside the labyrinth. She played a hunch. She introduced some flaws into her camouflage, very small ones, visible only in close proximity, just enough so only Urquidex would be able to catch them, but enough for him to realize she was not what she appeared to be. There was a risk. The team could afford her loss, she reasoned. "Why are you speaking to me?" Urquidex asked.
"Because I think you would like to speak to me."
There was a pause, the right arm raised again, the digits twitching with indecision. "You are attempting to suborn me."
"From a path you know to be false," she said. "It is the Fabricator General who is approaching treason."
"I am alone with my doubts."
"But you are being true to the 10th universal law."
"The soul is the conscience of sentience," he recited.
"You are listening to your conscience. The Fabricator General is ready to abandon terror. That is sentience without soul." One of the priest's telescopic eyes extended to examine Yendel, as if a study of her mask could reveal truths. "How much do you know?" "What the Fabricator General intends, not what he can do." Urquidex's eyes withdrew. There were clicks and electronic chirps, as if the collective of components that his body had become were in debate with each other. He said, "There is something that should be known." He incorporated Yendel into his complement of electro-priests and engine-seers when he returned to the Noctis Labyrinth. The complex was an inverted hive city of laboratoria. The experimental centers functioned like the cells of an organism, at times working in isolation, at others linking with many in the service of larger projects. Urquidex's party descended through levels of catwalks and tunnels into a world pulsing with arcane energy and technological ferment. Yendel could not understand the import of most of what she saw. It was too fragmentary. Through doorways she saw vast machines engaged in dances, complex, massive, and strange. The scale of the endeavors was too huge for any one consciousness to encompass, and she came to a greater understanding of why the worship of the machine god had such a hold on Mars. What was constructed here, what was brought to mechanical life, and what was unleashed were far beyond the human. The spark of the numinous crackled in the giant forges. Though Yendel couldn't guess at the function of each piece of the puzzle that she witnessed, she had a sense of all the cells working in concert. A single project, perhaps the greatest undertaken, united in the laboratoria. The cells were the mind of Mars, and it had but one goal. Hundreds of levels down, at the end of a tunnel that twisted and spiraled and sprouted branches like ganglia, they reached the most gigantic nerve center. It was bowl-shaped. Concentric circles of workstations and control thrones encircled a 50-meter column of pict screens. Thousands of adepts were at work, mechadendrites plugging them into thrones, and, Yendel guessed, to each other. The air was filled with a screech of binary cant. Urquidex led his retinue to a post 2/3 of the way down the bowl. He settled into the throne, mechadendrites rising from it to sink into the base of his skull. Before him was a control surface stretching several meters in both directions. There were more ports and mechadendrites here, too, enough for about half of Urquidex's subordinates. The rest turned to devices that Yendel knew were mechanisms of some kind, though so foreign to the ways of flesh, with their clusters of rods and dials and energy discharges, that to her eyes they resembled jointed metal sculpture more than any form of instrumentality. "Bear witness to the great experiment," Urquidex told her. She stood beside the throne. There were other attendants up and down the bowl, who stood guardian beside their magi, on hand to assist, but not assigned particular duties. Yendel adopted that role. She slowed her breathing. She achieved machinic inertness. She watched the screens on the column. They showed feeds from numerous locations. She studied them but could glean nothing from them. They were fragments, glimpses of vast and powerful mechanisms. Other screens showed very little. In the corners of one frame, Yendel recognized the dry docks of the Ring of Iron, but the images were centered on empty space. The remaining screens, easily 1/3 of the total, showed Phobos. The image of the moon repeated at intervals along the height of the column, rendering it clearly visible to every tier. For the best part of an hour, all that happened was a gradual increase in activity. The movements of the adepts became more frequent and faster, as if greater numbers of variables were demanding attention. The chitter and scrape of binary intensified. Yendel didn't move. She did as Urquidex had instructed. She waited to bear witness. The event began. The energy in the laboratorium spiked. The machinery in some of the pict screens began to glow and spit arcs of lightning. The air vibrated with a sub-audible hum. Yendel had the sense of being in a cathedral as a service moved towards its climax. Machinic prayer rose in a stuttering crescendo. Readouts climbed into red. Then the vibration was not just in the air. It was in control surfaces, in the bodies of the adepts, in the floor, in the planet itself. Phobos vanished. The pict screens that looked at nothing flared. The image dissolved into static, returned, broke up, settled into a pulsing, jerking, tenuous existence. Toxins sounded. More gauges redshifted. In the centre of the frame, where there had been nothing, now there was Phobos, surrounded by a violent corona. A few seconds later, the ground shook. The earthquake lasted a few seconds. Its magnitude dropped off quickly until there was just the vibration again. Then that, too, stopped. The priests of Mars ceased all movement. It seemed to Yendel that they slumped with exhaustion, though there was no discernible change in their posture. Urquidex said nothing to her then, nor during the 4 hours that followed, as damage to the planet and machinery was assessed. Yendel remained as she was, processing what she had seen, assessing courses of action. The Mechanicus had teleported Phobos. She deduced that the test had moved the moon from one side of Mars to the other. The game with gravitational forces struck her as reckless. The fact that the Fabricator General had ordered such a step taken implied that the risk was less than the alternative. And the test had been successful, but Phobos was barely more than 22 kilometers in diameter. That was a long way from being Mars itself, and the distance it had travelled was slight. If Kubik intended to remove Mars from the Orc's reach, he would have to be planning a jump hundreds of light-years long at the very least. Yendel would have liked to take comfort in that thought. She didn't dare. After another 6 hours, Urquidex disengaged himself from the throne. Yendel, with the others in the retinue, followed him back up the sides of the laboratorium bowl. A few rows from the top, Urquidex turned down a row. Van Auken was waiting for him.
"Very satisfactory," the artisan trajectory said. "Your conclusions?"
There was a 78% survival rate for the sensors placed on the surface of Phobos. The same result for those in subterranean locations.
That, too, is satisfactory.
If these proportions hold for Mars itself, the 22% loss will be reflected by over 1 billion deaths.
A regrettable but sustainable level of attrition. The Fabricator General's projections allowed for considerably more.
I can only speak for my domain, Urquidex began.
Van Auken cut him off.
Yet you propose to do otherwise.
The grating electronic voice had no inflection. There was no flesh visible beneath the tall priest's robes. His prosthetics, long and multi-jointed, there was very little about him that resembled the human. Yet his puzzlement was clear.
I hope you are not still intent on questioning the path the Fabricator General has mapped out. You will lead one to conclude you are suffering from apostatical delusions.
Merely a question of means. The arrival of the Orcs in the Sol system has created a new urgency. Is that not so?
That is correct on a number of fronts. The Imperial Senatorium is demanding the deployment of Titans.
Fabricator General Kubik has refused?
Of course he has. What sense would there be in departing the system while leaving behind major assets? Furthermore, they would be thrown away in the current tactic adopted by Terra.
How has the Fabricator General answered the demands?
By presenting practical obstacles, explaining that the time and the means to transport the great weapons are lacking.
Yendel realized that Urquidex was conducting the conversation for her benefit. She was amassing all the evidence Vangerich would need to prove Kubik's malfeasance. She worried about what courses of action might still be open. Urquidex said,
"Is that wise? Moving Phobos to a different position on its orbit is far from what will be required. Will we not need more time than we're likely to have at our disposal?"
You are indeed mistaken to speculate outside your realm of expertise, Majus biologists, and mistaken again in your assumption. The principles behind the teleportation technology have been confirmed. The grand experiment is a success. The work that remains is a matter of adjusting scale, a simple question of brute force.
I see. Urquidex said nothing else, but did not take his leave. Van Auken's lenses whirred, adjusting focus as he studied Urquidex.
Your hesitation implies a lack of purpose or a state of confusion, he said. You are creating the necessity of a further incident report.
The completion of this project will be regarded as nothing less than treason by the rest of the Imperium.
We act as ever in accordance with the fealty to the machine god. Or are you saying that the preservation of Mars is unimportant? Of course not. The Imperium is more than terror. We have already learned much from the rapid technological development of the Veridi Giganticus. It is a significant probability that the benefits of what may yet be learned will offset losses incurred in the process. Study of the Veridi is more important than their neutralization, especially if they are on the point of cladogenesis. More adjustment of lenses. Yendel imagined Urquidex seen under extreme magnification. She wondered what psychological cues, imperceptible to the organic eye, Van Auken might be observing on his fellow Magos. "Oh, don't you agree?" Van Auken asked. "I do not. You are challenging the edicts of the Fabricator General?" Yendel was sure she heard surprise in Van Auken's electronic tones. "I disagree with their premises and their conclusions, but I will not disobey them." "You are risking much, Magos biologists." "So is Fabricator General Kubik," Urquidex said. "It is the nature of the times." The conversation turned into an exchange of cant. As inhuman as the sounds were, as still as the two priests were, Yendel read an intensification of the conflict. Then Urquidex turned away and started back up the ramp leading out of the bowl. Urquidex said nothing on the journey back out of the labyrinth. They emerged from a gate whose massive sigil-inscribed iron doors parted just long enough to let them through, and sealed with a metallic boom behind them. Urquidex chatted in cant to his retinue, and his subordinates scattered on their appointed tasks, leaving Yendel. "Have you understood?" he asked. They kept their voices low, though that meant little in a society where augmetic hearing was the norm. Van Auken had accused Urquidex of taking risks. You have no idea how big they are, Yendel thought. She saw the delineations of heroism in Urquidex's quiet actions. "I understand very well," she said. "Does the Fabricator General know how to stop the Orcs?" "My data on that point is inconclusive." "But if he does, he has no interest in doing so." "Our knowledge base is growing exponentially. The Veridi are therefore an opportunity, not a disaster." Yendel suppressed a curse. "The teleportation project must be halted," she said. "That is impossible unless you have the means of an invasion at your disposal, nor will I raise my hand in disobedience." "Then why show me all this?" "So you can take the necessary action." "You just said the project can't be stopped." "It can be slowed." Yendel nodded. A delay would help. If it were long enough, Kubik might lose his window of opportunity. Circumstances and Vangerich might be able to intervene and force the Mechanicus to fulfill its duties to the Imperium. The hope was weak and based on shifting ground, but it was Yendel's responsibility to grasp it. Shifting ground was both the terrain and the goal of the assassin. "If moving Mars is a question of power," she reasoned, "then an attack on the Grand Experiment's energy plant might result in a serious setback." "That is so," Urquidex said. "I will never cause it harm." "But if you were to be followed without your knowledge to its location?" "That would be a singular and unforeseeable event." "We have need of many such events, Magos," Yendel told him. "We have had enough of being their victims." Chapter 9. Phal, Orbital. Corland was in his quarters, working on his armor. There were limits to what he could do on his own to repair the damage. Beaumont had placed the armory and forge of the abhorrence at his disposal, and Corland would make use of them in due course. But the last Imperial fist would first exhaust his skill alone. He could not wage war in isolation, but his acts as an individual mattered, so he would make his efforts at restoration count. His seals of purity were gone. There was nothing to mark his history of battle except the damage itself. He had no wish to expunge all the scars. Doing so, he felt, would be to erase the final tangible memory of his brothers. It would be an act of denial. He was resolved to return to the battlefield with a price paid by the Imperial fists visible to the foe. He would be announcing to the Orcs his survival and the measure of what he would exact from them. The gold of the chapter would shine again, but with the marks of its resurrection and the demands
of vengeance. He would permit no blemish to the crimson aquila of the breastplate, however, or to the badge on the left shoulder. The black fist would have none of its power diminished. Corland was oiling the aquila, seeing the edge and fury return to it in lustre, when Thane appeared at the doorway. Corland looked up from his work. He saw the look on the fist exemplar's face.
"What is it?"
"An orc moon over Terra." Corland had thought he had experienced the limit of defeat. He had believed that he had plumbed the depths of failure, and perhaps taken his first steps towards redemption. After the last meeting of the Successors' Council, he had even allowed himself to feel hope for the first time since Adamantua. He'd been wrong. Thane's words were blows. The shame of failure clenched his left hand over the edge of the work table and crushed the steel. An abyss rushed up to swallow him. He fought it back.
"What forces are there to mount a defence?"
His voice was distant. "Very few. The bulk of the Imperial Navy is still some time away."
"And our brother chapters?"
"No better. The Greenskins have the sons of Gilliman tied down, fighting them across Ultramar. The Blood Angels have destroyed another star fortress, but they are on the other side of the Imperium. The Space Wolves, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, we have reports of massive engagements across the galaxy."
"This is a plague."
"Yes, it is," Thane agreed. 3 companies of the Iron Hands are making for Terra at least, though they have farther to go than we do."
"Has the invasion of Terra begun?"
Corland asked. "Not at last word, but contact has become sporadic, and this news is days old."
"The latest information comes how long after the arrival of the planetoid?"
2 days. That long with no attack from the Orcs. He shook off the stun and began to don his armour.
"Where is Marshal Beaumont?"
he asked. "On the bridge."
"He's given orders that we make for Terra?"
"No."
"What?"
Though Beaumont had accepted for the moment his right to lead the unified assault, Corland found it out of character for the Marshal to defer to him to the extent of waiting for his command to begin the race to Terra. The only other explanation was unthinkable. He asked anyway.
"He doesn't plan to go?"
"No," Thane said again. Corland strode to the doorway. Thane didn't move.
"Let me pass, brother,"
Corland said. "Please, listen to me first. I know what you're planning. That was my first instinct, too. That doesn't mean it is the correct one. The last wall had fallen, and the enemy was storming the heart of the Imperium. The final Imperial Fist was alive to see the absolute failure of his chapter's most sacred duty. The ramparts that had withstood the siege were dust. If he did not make all speed to Terra, he would be compounding shame."
"How can there be any question?"
Corland demanded. "There is every question if we apply the precepts of our Primarch." Corland stared at Thane. He waited, balancing between rage and shock. "What do we know of the tactical situation in the Sol system? Next to nothing. Force dispositions? Unknown. By the time we get there, we will be even more in the dark."
"The Navy destroyed its target."
"Which we might do, but the gathering of our strength, the gathering you brought into being, is incomplete. If you lead a partial force into a complex, obscure battlefield and are defeated, what then? When have the Imperial Fists ever acted rashly?"
"No amount of preparation helped us on Adamantua."
"Nor would it have helped any chapter. What happened was a disaster. Yet in surviving it, you can hold your head high. You are a symbol of resilience, not defeat. You came by your right to lead us, not just through the Imperial Fist's foundational status. You earned it by coming through that defeat. Don't waste what you've won."
"What I've won?"
He couldn't find the words to express his disbelief. "Think about what is coming together over Phal. Think of the size of the force that you will command. Think of how hard we will be able to strike the Orcs, if we do so properly, as Rogel Dawn has taught." Corland unclenched his fist.
"Go on."
"Even if we could reach Terra before the invasion began, which is unlikely, and even if we managed to destroy the Orc base, winning a tactical victory, what of the larger strategic picture? How much good did the Imperial Navy's triumph do? 1 fortress is destroyed. The Orcs have many more. How many? Unknown. And they are deploying them at will throughout the Imperium." Each question was a challenge and a balm. Corland needed the answers, and he had to think calmly if he was to find them. "Thank you, brother," he said. "But if Terra falls, I don't want to face that possibility any more than you do. But you are the answer. The Imperial fists fell, but they live through you, and their defeat will be answered by a force unseen since the heresy. If Terra falls, the Imperium will live on, because it must, and its vengeance will annihilate the Orcs forever." Corland stared into the corridor beyond Thane's shoulder. He didn't see the wars of the abhorrence. He envisaged the worst of realities. He pictured how he would have to respond to them. When he was ready, he focused his gaze on the Fist Exemplar again. "You're right," he said. "We can't attack the planetoids one at a time. Our assault has to take out the heart of the Greenskin campaign." He almost added that doing so might be Terra's salvation. He stopped himself. Hope was forbidden. There could only be reality. "We have to kill the beast, and to do that we have to find him." Agreed. The impossibility of the task silenced them. No, Corland thought, not impossible. "We must ask different questions," he said. Now Thane stood aside. Corland took him down to the end of the corridor, to the quarters of Major Biologist Laurentis. Where Corland hadn't altered the spare surroundings of his cell, Laurentis had, at Beaumont's sufferance, turned his space into a small laboratorium. Corland could see no order in the mass of cables, cogitators, and data slates, but Laurentis was thriving in his environment and rarely emerged from it. When the two Space Marines arrived, he was turning his head back and forth between two data slates. He was making entries on them simultaneously, the 4 digits of his mechanical claws tapping at their surfaces with a rhythm of falling rain. From his speaker grills came a steady commentary that was more dialogue than monologue. "Phylactic gradualism? Hardly. What are you thinking? Punctuated equilibrium, then? No better. Time span too brief. The result too massive. Oh, but you're assuming that the rules apply to Veridi Giganticus. Why wouldn't they? They're still part of the Materium, and they haven't changed into a new species now, have they? Haven't they?" He paused, considering his point, and noticed Corland. His remaining eye twinkled. "Ah, Captain, I'm sorry. Chapter Master." He corrected himself again. "Chapter Masters." The eye blinked. "How can I help?" "What progress have you been making on the Orcs?" Corland asked. "As subjects, they are fascinating and frustrating in equal measure. So much to speculate, but so few conclusions to make with any degree of certainty. We are being inundated with data, but all it does is create more questions. We are gathering more and more fragments of more and more Picts, but never anything complete, if you follow." "Do you have any new conclusions?" said Thane. "I can assure you, Chapter Masters, that the Orcs will surprise us again." "I think I might have guessed that." Corland said, "You know about the moon in the Sol system?" "Yes, I do." Laurentis's enthusiasm for his work, so strong that it was clear even through the artificial recreation of his voice, turned solemn. "Why haven't they attacked yet?" Laurentis's eye brightened. The enthusiasm returned with a vengeance. "Exactly," he said. "That is exactly the question." He snatched up one of the data slates and tapped at it as he spoke. "There are 2 primary categories of possibility. The first is that they cannot attack. There are numerous scenarios suggested by this hypothesis, most involving unprepared forces or a lack of energy, perhaps depleted in the journey." He looked at the files he had called up on the data slate. He shook his head. The reconstructed Majos had so little of his original body remaining that the very human gesture looked odd, most unsatisfactory. In every other instance of the intrusion into Imperial space by a star fortress, the assault has been immediate. The supposition that the Veridi Giganticus could be unprepared to attack so vital a target defies reason. "And the second category?" Corland asked. "That they have chosen not to attack." Corland exchanged a look with Thane. "Orcs refraining from battle?" he said to Laurentis. "How is that more credible than an operational failure of some kind?" "Failure would be a massive anomaly in this campaign. Unorthodox behavior, conversely, is very much the norm." "The surprises you spoke of," said Thane.
Precisely.
But why would they choose not to attack? Gorland wondered. What possible advantage would delay grant them?
There would appear to be none regarding immediate military concerns, Laurentis said. But that is your specialism, not mine. However, if I may speculate— He hesitated.
Please do, said Gorland.
Laurentis picked up the other data slate.
Examination of the effect of the moon's arrival is suggestive. Data from Terra is regrettably partial, and it would be very helpful if it were more recent.
He looked up at the Space Marines in reproach, as if they were responsible for the inadequacy of his research material.
However, we have evidence of large-scale panic. The military response to the Star Fortress also suggests political disarray and confusion.
I'm not aware of any response at last word, Thane said.
No response is a response.
Laurentis replaced the data slate. Gorland felt the cold wind of dread blow through his soul. He thought he could see where Laurentis's reasoning was taking him.
And you have a hypothesis, he said.
The Orcs are triggering disruption without having to act. The longer they refrain from engaging in accepted Orc behavior, the more confusion they create.
You're saying that they're engaging in psychological warfare?
That is a theory I am considering, yes.
In the silence that followed, Thane muttered, "Throne."
How?
Gorland managed. Laurentis was proposing an unimaginable advance in greenskin strategy. Laurentis gestured at his laboratorium.
Answering that question is my current project. Fascinating work, Chapter Master. I have never had such an opportunity before. I am afraid that I can offer no answer that I find convincing.
Still less anything that would be reassuring, I suspect.
That is so.
Gorland thanked him. He and Thane began to walk in the direction of the bridge.
Do you think he's right? The Fifth Exemplar asked. Are you willing to act on the assumption that he's wrong?
No.
Nor am I.
They walked in silence until they reached the bridge. The primary oculus showed the gathering of the chapter's strength over Fal. The Crimson Fist's battle barge, Duty in Blood, and the excoriator's ship, Resilience, had arrived. Cassandra and Issachar had rejoined their chapters to oversee the disposition of their incoming forces. The Fist's Exemplar had a small show of power to make, but the strike cruisers Unwavering and Foundation's Dawn were present. Several of the Black Templars' crusade fleets had answered the call too, though the more distant ones were still awaited. The war machine that was forming around the Abhorrence could set entire systems ablaze. Gorland barely glanced at the view. Bowman stood beside his command throne, speaking with Castellan Claremont. He gestured for Gorland and Thane to join him.
There is something you should know, Gorland said. You also, said the Marshal. One of our crusades cannot immediately withdraw from its current engagement. Our brothers there have come by intelligence, however, that indicates we are not the only ones to come under Orc attack. The Eldar? Gorland asked. No, this crusade is operating at the fringes of the Maelstrom.
Throne, Thane whispered again. Chapter 10. Terra, the Imperial Palace.
The Father of Mankind has been your shield and your sword for millennia. Will you show your gratitude? Will you stand for Holy Terra? Will you answer the call of the God Emperor?
Ecclesiarch Mesring's voice rang out from the wall-mounted box speakers. His words were heard throughout the Imperial Palace. They had followed Galatea Haas everywhere for days now. Even in the arbitrator's bunkhouse dormitoria, the recruitment call looped. She had barely slept since the crisis began. Now she was lucky if she managed to shut her eyes for more than an hour at a time. When their shift ended and they were back at the command post for the Cathedral of the Saviour Emperor precinct, Ottmar Cord asked her, "Are you coming?"
"Where?"
She was sitting on her bunk and had just stored her equipment in her footlocker. The other two were still kitted out.
"To the recruitment field. We are."
He indicated Baskerline and himself.
"Both of you?"
"Most of the station, I think."
She'd heard the talk.
"You're all really going through with it?"
Cord looked baffled. Of course we are. Why did you think we wouldn't?
Because we are sworn to the Adeptus Arbites, not the Astra Militarum.
You can't mean that. Now it is her turn to be confused.
Why not?
You don't intend to answer the call?
It isn't for us.
Isn't it? Then why do we hear it?
It's being played across Terra, Otmar. There are no exceptions being made.
Exactly. She shook her head.
We're needed here.
Why couldn't he see that? Cord looked disappointed. I never thought you would be the one to lack faith. She stood up and stepped into his personal space. They were the same height. Her face was centimeters from his.
I won't allow you to question my devotion to the Emperor.
Then why? Cord began.
My duty is here, so is yours. Will you leave Terra defenseless?
Listen to yourself. Our duty is to defend the Imperial law, not Terra.
What I meant...
Baskerline didn't let her finish. I think you spoke with your heart, he said. She hesitated. Cord said, If Terra falls, there will be no law to uphold. Still, she said nothing. She wasn't sure if she wanted to convince Cord or have him convince her. At least come with us and see, he urged. Decide then. What harm in that? She wondered. The Emperor sees into your soul, Mesring's voice proclaimed from the dormitorium speaker. He knows the truth of your devotion. But do you? Prove it to yourself. Know that you are worthy of joining the ranks of the saints. Lord or serf, we are summoned one and all. There is only duty. There is only one answer. All right, Huss told Cord. Bring your armor and weapons, Cord said. Why? Are we expecting trouble? No. His eyes shone. Victory! The Clanium Library looked much as it had before the Battle of Port Sanctus. The maps, the chronometric displays, and quasi-spatial projector still sat on the shelves. The paraphernalia of Lansung's theatre hadn't been removed, but the displays were inert. The library was derelict. A veneer of defeat, as tangible as dust, as cold as wax, had settled over the space. It even coated the man who leaned over the dark hololithic table. He held a bottle of Amasec in one hand. 2 more lay empty on the floor. Lansung didn't look up when Vangerich approached. "What do you want?" he said. The High Admiral slurred, but Vangerich doubted he was as drunk as he'd hoped to be by this point. "I want your help," the Grand Master said. Lansung snorted. He took a drink from the bottle. It clunked hard against the table's surface when he brought it back down. "Then you're in an even sorrier state than I am. My condolences." Vangerich ignored the self-pity. "We know what we think of each other," he said. Lansung toasted that with another swig. "That we do." "Then you know that I've never doubted your skills in battle." "Flatterer." "So why are you being an idiot?" Lansung finally looked up. "What do you think of Tull's crusade?" Vangerich asked. "It's doomed." "So why lead it? I never tagged you as suicidal." "No choice," Lansung said. "If I don't lead the fleet, I'm a coward." "So?" "So?" "If the effort is doomed, what does it matter to you that you're saving face? You'll be dead." "What are you saying?" "That you must stay. If Tull's scheme fails, Terra will need something to hold the Orcs back until help arrives." "You're putting a lot of faith in a single flagship and her escorts." "And her commander." Lansung looked thoughtful. He didn't drink. "And if the proletarian crusade fails, because the Autocephalax Eternal left the civilian fleet to be slaughtered?" "With the number of ships involved, how much of a difference will the Autocephalax make?" Lansung shrugged. "Some." He frowned. Vangerich watched him work out the vectors of the coming Void War. "In the end," he said, "the fleet will get through or it won't, regardless of the Navy's assistance." "Then hold back. Live a bit longer." Eyes exhausted by failure, Lansung said, "And can I quote you, Grand Master, as having urged my cowardice?" "You mean your sanity," The fields of winged victory had not been true fields for over 1,500 years. The last trace of greenery had burned during the siege, and the area had been paved over with rockcrete during the reconstruction. The name retained some justification in the fact that this was one of the few large spaces of the imperial palace that was open to the sky. It covered over 1,000 hectares, and its normal use was as one of the great parade and exercise grounds for Terra's regiments of the Astra Militarum. Though the material of its surface was utilitarian, it was painted with giant reproductions of the regimental arms. It took a company's worth of artisan serfs to keep the heraldry in good repair. The fields were lower than the surrounding regions of the palace. As they walked down the boulevard of the militant witness, Haas had a good perspective of the activity. The preparations for the myth the proletarian crusade would surely become were a wonder in their own right. The volunteers were pouring in by the thousands along roads feeding into the southern third of the fields. Along the periphery, administratum officers channeled the arrivals towards the hundreds of registration stations. The ranks of the stations took up the middle third of the fields. From there, the recruits moved towards mustering points in the north section, where shuttles took them off to the starports. Thence they would be transported to the waiting ships in orbit. Haas paused at the top of the descent. Awe robbed her of movement and breath. From this vantage point, she saw the shaping of a confused flood into ordered geometry. She was looking at a great army in the process of creation. Out of the street crowd came phalanx upon phalanx, each 1,000 strong. She knew that most of the people below had never held a weapon unless they had emerged from the underhives, for Mesring's voice had reached there too. These were civilians, not soldiers. They had no training, nor would they receive any. There was no time. And yet, as the phalanxes moved turn by turn to the shuttles, the vision was one of military precision, of the individual transformed into a sublime war machine. The people were nothing as simple as cogs. Their incorporation into the greater being was at a much more intimate, more elementary level. Cogs were still components. Here, at the end of the process, the individual had ceased to be, its existence making way for a new, larger whole, a molecular alchemy. Haas started walking again. She caught up to Cord. Stunned, he had slowed to a stumble. They had lost Baskerline in the flow of the crowd. "Where is the embarkation?" Haas asked. "It's happening now. The Armada is launching tomorrow." "I just came to see," Haas told herself. "I just came to see." The refrain was weak. Even stronger than the physical current was the rush of purpose. For the first time in days, Haas no longer heard Mesring's summons. Another voice spoke to the assembled volunteers. Massive pict screens, 50 meters on a side, rose above the edge of the fields at regular intervals. They all showed the same recording. Jaskina Tull towered over the recruits in all her magnificence. Mesring was the voice of the call, but hers was the voice and hers was the face of the crusade itself. It was her vision that had been given material form. She wore robes of purest black and a diagonal sash of deep crimson. She gave the impression of being in uniform, though the design did not belong to any regiment. She was regal, yet humbled by the people who were making her plan come to pass. She was imperious, her profile cold in its perfection. In her bearing, she was a colossus, presiding over the shifting formations of insects below. Her voice was the ringing iron of command. But in her words, she was welcoming. She was warmth. She was the delight of triumph. "Warriors of the proletarian crusade, I thank you for the struggle you are about to wage." She paused. Her smile became ferocious. "I thank you for the victory to come." The fields of winged victory echoed with a roar. Haas had faced the great scream of the masses when the orcs had arrived. Now she was swept up by their desperate challenge to the enemy. There was an edge of hysteria to the joy, but it was real all the same, and Haas joined in. She and Cord were now a few steps away from the administratum officials controlling the flow at the end of their street. In the recording, the speaker for the Chartist captains paused, her smile becoming almost gentle. The illusion was perfect. It seemed to Haas that Tull really saw the masses and listened to their cry and waited for the people to have their moment. Then she spoke again. "You are not trained soldiers, but you are warriors. The ships that you will board are not warships, but they will wage war. And know that you will have at your side the strength of the Imperial Guard." She turned her head, as if focusing on a different group in the grounds below her projection. "Let yourselves be heard, heroes of the Astra Militarum, Granite Myrmidons, Auroran Rifles, Jupiter Storm, Eagles of Nazca, Orion Watch." As each regiment was called, another roar went up from different regions of the field. The bulk of the Astra Militarum contingents were not mustering here. They were being transported directly from their barracks to the Armada. But entire companies from all of them were present. They were being attached to the civilian formations to give them direction and boost their bravado even more. Haas understood the purpose behind the integration. She could see how perfectly orchestrated the operation was, and she found it very hard to care, because it was all necessary. If the proletarian crusade was to be successful, the participation had to be massive. And it had to succeed, she thought. The consequences of failure were so dark that she couldn't consider them. No one of faith would dare. She barely noticed that they had passed the Administratum checkpoint and been channeled towards a registration station 3 rows up and 10 aisles over. The queue was long, but moved steadily. Haas couldn't take her eyes off Tull, couldn't turn away from the message being voxcast across the fields of winged victory. She had difficulty remembering why she had come here in the first place. To observe? Really? What was she thinking? What sort of faithless coward came to observe the heroes and martyrs and then walked away? She brought her hand to her belt. She tapped the handle of her shock maul. More than a weapon, it was her staff of office. It represented the task to which she had devoted her life. She had to be sure that she was not abandoning her duty for the sake of selfish adventure. She closed her eyes for a moment. She could still hear Tull's speech, which had looped back to praise the Chartist captains. She was shielded, though, from the sight of the speaker's overwhelming charisma. She knew what she wanted to do. She had to know that it was the right thing to do. Movement ahead of her. Cord walking forward, eyes still closed. She took another step, still thinking. "You're coming! You know you are!" Cord said. She kept her eyes shut. "I don't know. I refuse to be derelict. When have I ever been?" "Never," she admitted. "I'm going because I... His voice trailed off. A hush falling on all sides, like a cold wind blowing over the fields of winged victory. Tull's voice carrying on, but sounding less convincing without the answering shouts. Sounding hollow. Tull opened her eyes. Everyone was looking up. The blood had drained from Cord's face. So had the fire in his eyes. The Orc moon had risen. The sky over the fields had no obstructions. There were very few other locations in the Imperial Palace where so much of the firmament was visible on those rare occasions that the smog of terror cleared away. This evening, the stars were out. They were eclipsed by the fortress. It rode the heavens with brute arrogance and made a mockery of the Emperor's sacred home. Haas stared at the planetoid. Her heart swelled with a pure, sanctifying hatred. She had her answer. She was going. She would tear the laughter from the throats of the Orcs. Even if she had to do it herself, she would bring darkness to that accursed moon. Chapter 11. Terror, the Imperial Palace. They stood on the second cloister level of the daylight wall. Below them was the entrance to the chapel ordinary. The spaces between the columns were narrow, the vaults themselves masked by stained glass. Concealment was easy. The view below was clear. "Every day," MacTanin said. "We haven't had long enough to tell if this is a habit of long standing, but since we began observations, yes." MacTanin looked to the west, to the corner and the northward arm of the cloister. The lower colonnade had wider spaces. The walk from the chapel ordinary to the great chamber would take the target down that route. MacTannin would have several brief opportunities for a shot. One would be enough. There was some pedestrian traffic in the cloister's lower level. Enough for witnesses, not enough for a hindrance. The upper gallery was deserted. No one had gone through in the last 24 hours, and Veritas had ensured privacy by locking the doors at both ends. Good.
Well?
Veritas asked. MacTannin nodded. Making the kill and retreating should be simple enough. He stepped away from the vault into the deeper shadows of the gallery's exterior wall. So we're doing this.
We don't have the luxury of prevarication, Veritas said. Time is limited and precious.
But you aren't sure he was behind the attempt on your life. That might have been Venon's move.
I'm aware of that. I know this is not ideal, but it must be done. Assume that Grand Master Vangerich is not responsible for the attempt. He and Venon are allies. That much is clear.
Even so, the repercussions,
we can weather them.
Are we that sure of our positions?
Not as sure as I would like to be, Veritas admitted, but Vangerich is too dangerous. He is undisputed as Grand Master. The Officio Assassinorum has a unity of leadership and purpose that makes it too grave a threat to ignore. Decapitated, it will stagger before finding a new leader, and there may be internal strife.
Making it easier to control.
Exactly.
MacTannin sighed. You know, he said, there are times when it seems we are doing the work of the ruinous powers for them. Veritas closed on the younger man. The bulk of his power armor cast the other Inquisitor into deeper shadow.
You will never utter those words again,
he hissed. MacTannin tensed. Veritas waited. They both knew there would be no violence here, not because they must not draw attention to their location, not because Veritas had the arsenal to overcome MacTannin's greater speed, but because of the power of Veritas's moral authority, and because their calling was too important. Apologies, MacTannin said. I won't forget myself again. Veritas stepped back, satisfied.
I wish for a more straightforward path, too, he said. But remember that we have the purity of true purpose.
MacTannin nodded. I do.
Good.
He glanced back in the direction of the north cloister.
Make sure there are witnesses, he said, and shoot when I'm walking with him. We need that doubt about whether he was the target.
That was why he had insisted MacTannin use a sniper rifle. The attack had to look like a second attempt on his life. In other words, you want me to miss.
See that you don't.
He stopped at the chapel. He maintained the practice, forced to keep going through the steps of a pointless dance. The High Lords still had him watched, he was sure, if only as a matter of course. He doubted they were interested in the reports. Not now. There was only the Proletarian Crusade now, and the hopes that went with it. Juskina Tull had most of her peers so invested in her scheme, they needed it to work, as badly as she did. We all need it to work, Vangerich thought, even those who don't believe it will. He performed his theatre of worship, and reflected on how badly he had failed the true object of his devotion. He mouthed what observers would think was a prayer. It was a whisper of apology to the Imperium. When he left the chapel, Veritas was coming down the colonnade. The Inquisitor hailed him, and Vangerich waited.
"You're making this into a habit," he said when Veritas caught up. "A coincidence is not a habit."
"Oh!" Not buying it.
"You didn't want to speak to me on a particular subject? No desire to unburden yourself about the Inquisition's internal politics? No?"
Veritas looked straight ahead. Vangerich matched his pace.
"What a shame. Then I'll have to content myself with the simple pleasure of your company."
They reached the corner and turned north. The grey-brown dawn trickled through skylights to the courtyard.
"A big day,"
Vangerich commented. The embarkation was almost complete. The launch of the merchant's armada was imminent. Veritas said,
"A dark one. On that we can agree."
They walked past the first of the columns. MacTannin looked through the sights of the rifle. He had been motionless since Vangerich had entered the chapel ordinary. His finger held the trigger. He did not approve of assassinations. They were distasteful, the province of the Officio Assassinorum. They were too merciful. Targets who did not know they were about to die escaped proper retribution. MacTanin preferred to hide in plain sight, face and dress transformed to appear before the enemies of the Imperium in a guise that inspired confidence. There was a satisfying justice in making traitors feel the sting of betrayal themselves. He had undergone so many polymorphine treatments that his face was now an approximation of his original features. It was a small sacrifice. In exchange, he saw the look on the faces of the guilty as punishment came for them. He wouldn't see that here, but then Vangerich was no traitor. He was guilty of poor judgment. His mistakes were harming the Imperium, but he believed himself to be virtuous. He would die in that belief. MacTanin supposed he was worthy of that much mercy. Vangerich and Veritas walked between the first set of columns. The shot was clear. Veritas paused, as if struck by a sudden thought. Vangerich walked another 2 steps, then stopped. "What is it?" he asked. MacTanin's concentration narrowed to the centre of Vangerich's forehead. His finger tightened. The rifle was yanked from his grasp. The stock slammed his head backwards. He rolled into a crouch and jumped to his feet, blinking away the stun. A man stood in the shadows of the wall. He had bent the barrel of the rifle. "Thrones save us from amateurs," the man said. Strong, MacTanin thought. Maybe not fast. He leapt at the man, striking with enhanced reflexes. Speed was his weapon. He had once deflected a traitor's bolter shell with the edge of his hand. He landed 4 blows to the side of the man's neck before the other could even drop the gun. It was like hitting a column. The assassin punched him in the chest. He was fast, too. The hit came before MacTanin could think to evade. Something crunched. He entered a land of surprise. He was surprised that he wasn't sent flying. He stumbled back from his opening. He tried to attack again, and was surprised when his legs didn't obey his command. He was surprised when they folded up beneath him, and he sat down hard. He was surprised to find he was holding his breath. No. Surprise, there was no breath to be had. Surprise, the pain bursting from his chest, the pressure in his skull spreading red and black. His head rocked forward. There was a hole in his chest, a big one. Surprise. Had he seen something in the man's fist? He couldn't think any more. He couldn't care any more. No more surprises. And after a great flare, no more pain. Only the dark.
"Were you waiting for someone?"
Vangerich asked as they walked on.
No."
The hesitation was very brief. Vangerich smiled.
"Just as well. He won't be coming."
Later, in his quarters, Vangerich said to Beast Cruel,
"Good to have you back."
Cruel grunted.
"This is getting messy," he said.
"Can't be helped." Vangerich held a bottle of Amasec, debating. An Iaxian vintage, 3 centuries old. Was there ever the correct occasion for such a treasure? He decided there was, when there might soon be no more occasions at all. He opened the bottle and decanted 2 glasses.
"Well done,"
he said, handing one to Cruel.
"Wasn't difficult. They took the bait."
"Let's not call it bait. I had really hoped Veritas wouldn't push things this far. Think of it as a designated opportunity. If they were going to take action, better it be in a situation we could neutralize." Cruel shrugged.
"Call it what you like."
He sipped the Amasec and gave an appreciative nod.
"Do you want me to do more?"
"Not yet. I think we have Veritas contained, at least for now.
He's running out of allies and moves. Has Venan reached the Inquisitorial Fortress?"
"I lost track of her before she did, but we'd know if she hadn't."
"Then we wait to see her move," Vangerich said. "That's where we stand."
He turned to the narrow window of his chambers. The strong winds of the day were granting him rare glimpses of the evening sky. The Orc moon was there, the executioner's sword half concealed by the spires of the imperial palace. There were also faint glints like moving stars, the larger ships of the merchant's armada manoeuvring. And we wait to see what Juskina Tull is about to reap for all of us.
Chapter 12. Claustra Primus Colony.
With a battering crash of iron and cannon and bladed siege shield, the Vindicators rolled through the wreckage of the colony. They came in the wake of the bombardment. The battle tanks were the follow-up to the Iron Warriors' initial charge, the charge that had already turned into a retreat. The tanks, Calcator vowed, would turn the tide. They had before. The Arachite Doom, the Barban Folk, the Pyres of Olympia, and the Lokos. They had fought on Terra and on Sebastus IV. The blood of loyalists had sunk into the grain of the metal and the joints of the treads. Statues lined the edges of their hulls. They were the representations of saints and generals, the Imperium's heroes of war and of faith. Now they were defaced, broken. Heads leaned back as if to gaze in horror at the brutality of the universe. Limbs were shattered, replaced with barbed wire. They were the trophies of smashed sieges past, and the promise of fallen cities to come. Behind, the demolisher cannons curved massive horns in the image of the Iron Warriors' helms. The guns fired as soon as the tanks approached the remains of the wall. They were siege weapons, designed to reduce defences to lost hopes. Today they were coming to break a siege. That fact was an offence to Calcator's pride, and to the proper order of things. He could not make the situation otherwise, through will alone, so he would exact retribution for the insult from the bodies of the Orcs. The cannon fire hit the Orc advance, 4 shells simultaneously. The explosion was huge. Scores of the enemy vanished, and the front half of one of the Orc tanks disintegrated. Another kept moving, but on an erratic course, enveloped in flame. It was as if a giant scythe had culled the forward lines of the enemy infantry. The bombardment had done nothing to slow the Orcs, but now, for a moment, Calcator saw a hole open in their formation. He and his brothers had been forced back to the ruins of Claustra Prime. The bulk of the great company had been using the fallen walls of the Central Manufactorum as a bulwark against the Orcs. Now they pushed forward again. The warsmith headed for the pyres of Olympia. As he ran, he sent a stream of bolter fire ahead. Orcs fell before him, their heads bursting. A few steps from the Olympia, he slammed into a massive brute whose armor had saved it from his shells. He knocked the Orc off balance and thrust his chainsword forward, plunging it between skull plate and jaw guard, grinding through the Orc's nose and then its skull and brain. He blasted another foe coming at him from the right, while he withdrew the blade from the corpse before leaping to the roof of the Olympia. Varavo and Cisax followed him. Other Iron Warriors climbed to the roof of the other tanks, while the rest ran close, tearing up the infantry. "We're trying to stop the ocean with a knife," Calcator thought. 4 Vindicators and the individual strength of the brothers of the Great Company was enough to shatter the walls of any fortress, but he had no illusions about their position now. Thousands of Orcs had already climbed the top of the plateau. Even if the Iron Warriors' counterattack repelled them, the oncoming force was many times that size. The Orcs had already landed an infinite infantry. Their heavy armor on immediate approach was no match for the Vindicators, though. Calcator wanted to cripple the Orc vehicles and perhaps buy the company time to cohere again, recreate the wedge, drive into the Orc infantry, cause damage to force a retreat. Impossibility was irrelevant. Impossibility was the bloody constant of the Iron Warriors' history. As ever, there was nothing to do but fight. At least their wars were their own now, as were the spoils, and even now they weren't cowering behind walls hoping for the battle to pass, like the bastard Sons of Dawn. The tanks kept firing. After the first great blast, the squadron staggered the volleys, hitting the Orcs with a continuous string of explosions. The Orcs slowed a bit. They did not stop. The tide flowed around the craters, ignoring losses, rushing to the challenge of the Vindicators.
"All fire on the tanks," Calcator voxed. "Base, maintain bombardment 1,000 meters forward of initial target zone."
3 more Orc tanks were gutted. The first of the battle wagons to reach Claustra Prime had traded thicker armor for speed, and the Vindicators' cannons could take down walls wider than the tanks themselves. The battle wagons were big, but they crumpled and burned when the Demolisher shells hit them. The Orc vehicles had numbers, though. Line after line of them mounted the slope of the colony. They fired back. High explosive flared against the siege shields. 3 of the battle wagons trained their guns on the Lokos. 2 died trying, but the 3rd flanked the Lokos and gutted it. Over the Vox, Deruo snarled in agony. Calcator glanced back. 2 other battle brothers had been blown apart, but Deruo, his armor scorched black, his left leg dragging, was still in the fight. The Olympia was out in front now. Behind it, the Arachite Doom avenged the Lokos with a shot that hit the Orc tank's fuel reserves at almost point-blank range. The warmth of the fire washed over the squadron. Calcator cursed as a shell clipped the top of the siege shield. He leaned forward into the wash of the explosion. It took out the Orc that had just vaulted up from the front of the tank. More of the brutes followed. Calcator, Varavo, and Cisax moved forward on the roof. They turned their chain swords on the Orcs who made it past the pyres of Olympia's sponson bolters. The tank's horns were magma cutters, taking down still more of the foe. The ground was littered with bisected corpses. And the Orcs kept coming.
"What do they want with the place?" Varavo voxed. "There's nothing left." "They want us," said Calcator.
Whatever other designs the Orcs might have for Claustra, their targets were now the Iron Warriors. Perhaps the planet had some other value. If it did, that was secondary to the promise of war. Calcator had used the mortal colonists as loyal bait. He wondered now if the Orcs hadn't done the same to him, luring the company in with the illusion that there was a possible strategy here. To the north, the great artillery explosions continued. A curtain of smoke, flame, and raining debris rose between the Iron Warriors and the approaching body of the Orc host. The great company and its Vindicators advanced further into the flesh and over the machinery of the enemy. They were almost at the base of the wall now.
"Warsmith!"
voxed Ocellax, piloting the Olympia.
"Do we descend the slope?"
Calcator never answered. His command was interrupted by a rolling wave of sound, the thunder of a mountain cracking in half. He looked back. In the distance, in the direction of the base, a volcanic glow lit the deep twilight that passed for day on Claustra. The rumble had a rhythm. Streaks of light cut through black clouds towards the glow, an orbital bombardment.
"Claustra base, report!"
Calcator voxed. He called 3 more times as he looked away and kept killing Orcs. Silence from the base. And silence from the guns. The artillery barrage ended. Ocellax halted the pyres of Olympia. The curtain faded. The wrecking yard of Orc vehicles appeared, and so did the forces that were coming on, the ones untouched by the Iron Warriors' cannons. 4 super heavies, tanks twice the size of the Vindicators, their guns with bores as wide as Demolishers, but the length of autocannons. As if they had been waiting for their proper introduction, they opened fire now. They had the rate of autocannons, too. And as the boom of greenskin ordnance battered the plateau of Claustra Primus, greater silhouettes yet loomed behind the battle fortresses. Colossi, 3 of them, greenskin idols 50 meters tall. They rocked side to side as they marched over machine and kin, a manufactorum's worth of smoke belching from the chimneys, rising from their backs. Flame gouted from their jaws. Their eyes were energy weapon turrets blazing red lightning. The right arm of each terminated in a hand whose fingers were linked cannons, 4 strong. The left arm of one was a hammer the size of a tank. The second had a chain blade 15 meters long. The third wielded a claw that could tear the hills apart. Beneath the roars of the engines, the beat of the cannons, and the tectonic rumble of the orbital strikes, Calcator heard another sound. It would have been inaudible if it hadn't come from 100,000 Orc throats in unison. "They're laughing at us," said Cisax. Why wouldn't they? Calcator thought through his rage. The orcs were bringing down a compounded humiliation on the great company. They attacked with overwhelming numbers, unstoppable armament, and then outmaneuvered the Iron Warriors. In the gap between realizing the doom of Claustra and bringing his blade down on still another orc skull, he understood that the orcs were sending a message. They were speaking through the language of annihilation, and what they said was, "Behold what we can do. We are more powerful and more clever than you. You are nothing." If hate alone were a force, he would have incinerated the planet in that moment. "Pull back!" he ordered. "Where to?" Cisax asked. "The mountains. Towards an orbital bombardment? It will be finished by the time we get there," he snarled. They retreated towards oblivion. Deep into the remains of the settlement, tens of thousands of blackened mortal corpses on all sides, the Vox came alive with the first extraplanetary contact since the Orc moon tore through space into Claustra's orbit. It came from the strike cruisers, Palimedes and Scythe of Shravan. The gravity storms had destroyed all of the company's fleet at anchor. The two cruisers had been at the Ostrom outpost and had been silent since the initial Vox failure on Claustra. They had not been recalled. Calcator didn't know why they had returned. He didn't care. He interrupted the torrent of shouted questions from the bridges. "I want the full complement of Thunderhawks planet-side for immediate evacuation of all forces." He gave coordinates for a position just south of the settlement. "That moon!" Atanax on the Palimedes began. "Do not engage!" Calcator shouted. The words were toxic. They were echoes of the foulest days of the Iron Warriors past. "Enemy launches detected!" Atanax said. Calcator roared at the enemy, and the orcs roared back. The laughter grew louder. It seemed to him that there was mockery in every attack. Every orc that he cut down died with the belief that it, and not he, was victorious. The giant orc machines heaved into sight over the ruined wall. They were on the plateau. The company moved faster than the orc super-heavies, but the infantry was on all sides, slowing them down. The orc battle wagons kept pace, pounding the retreating Iron Warriors. The pyres of Olympia, the Barban Falk, and the Arachite Doom moved backwards, keeping their demolishers trained on the foe. Bolter, cannon, and magma cutter tore swathes through infantry and smashed more tanks open. But the waves of the green tide closed over the gaps, and the fire from the orc guns grew more intense. Brothers died. Calcator felt no regret when he saw them fall, but he did feel frustration. The orcs were eroding his combat strength, bit by bit. There were no gaps in the enemy barrage now. Calcator could see little but flame and eruptions on all sides. The Arachite Doom exploded, and then there were two tanks. "Palimedes! Scythe of Shravan! Where is our extraction?" the warsmith demanded. "Right above you!" came the reply. Calcator couldn't see the Thunderhawks in the midst of the orc fire, but his lineman's ear was able now to distinguish their engines from the din of the enemy machines. A few seconds later, Hellstrike missiles screamed onto the orc tanks, followed by the hard rain of multiple heavy bolters. For several seconds, the world vanished completely. There was fire, and there was nothing else. And Calcator grinned, because the flames were on the orcs now, and they were learning the price of their arrogance. He allowed himself that burst of savage pleasure. It lasted as long as the initial flash of the explosions. Then he faced again the reality of defeat, of humiliation, and of the fact that this was not a tide that could be turned by even 100 Thunderhawks. The rate of the orc fire dropped. 4 more battle wagons were burning shells. The Vindicators were moving more and more slowly, providing cover for the Battle Brothers on foot. They no longer had their flank escorts. A group of massive orcs evaded the sponson fire of the Olympia and scrambled up onto the roof to Calcator's left. Before he could turn, one of them grabbed his left arm with a power claw. It squeezed, cracking the ceramite, crushing servo motors. It would have broken his arm had it still been flesh. It hadn't been for 300 years. The change had come upon it, the gods of chaos visiting him with a gift of a string of grasping mouths from shoulder to wrist. He had taken his chain blade to the arm himself, amputating it in his quarters, taking the time to burn the offending limb while his blood poured onto the ship's decking before he stormed off, still steady on his feet, to find the apothecary. The left arm was bionic now, a thing of metal and barbed ridges. When he didn't buckle, the orc looked surprised. Calcator swung his bolter around and shot the orc in the face. The top half of its skull disintegrated, showering the roof of the Olympia with blood and brain matter. The claw released Calcator as the body slumped. He kicked the corpse off the tank and flexed his arm. It moved in jerks, but was still functional. To the rear, the gunships were landing. 3 of the 12 remained in the air, buying time with rockets and shells. The Vindicators slowed to a crawl. Calcator looked back and saw the first members of the company embarking. He faced forward again and watched time stolen from them. The huge walkers and the battle fortresses were close. The walkers redirected their fire at the Thunderhawks. To the autocannon bursts were added missile launches from their shoulders. The attacks vectored onto a single target. The gunship's pilot tried to evade. 2 missiles hit the starboard wing, shells slammed into the nose, and the gunship dropped. As it fell, a torrent of flame shot from the jaws of the nearest walker and enveloped the cockpit. The Thunderhawk hit the ground with meteoric force. It collided with one of the battle fortresses, the impact fusing the 2 behemoths together. Embraced by flame, they became a mountain of clashing metal, a single being that was the madness and destruction of war. They lost shape. The blasts came, shaking the ground so hard that Calcator was almost knocked off his feet. Above, a second gunship was trailing smoke, though it still fought. The Olympia fired its cannon through the flames of the collision. It hit one of the walkers in the center of its wide skirt, and the Orc Titan seemed to stumble, then rocked forwards and came on. Its arms reached towards the Vindicator. Calcator looked up at the cluster of autocannons aimed at his head. "Off!" he yelled. He jumped to the right. So did Cisax. Varavo was a beat behind. The cannonade caught him. The pyres of Olympia fired back, still operational, but its roof was slag. Some of the debris was just recognizable as Varavo's ruined armor. The Olympia's engine whined, but the tank didn't move. "We've lost guidance!" Osilax voxed. "Continue the attack!" Calcator ordered. He cut his way through more Orc infantry. The brutes were stunned by the walkers' bombardment. Calcator and Cisax made quick progress towards the rear. "To what end?" "Hold them off as best you can, brother." "This is pointless. Step outside and I'll kill you myself. Follow your orders." Osilax cursed him, but obeyed. Calcator and Cisax left the Vindicator behind. The slow beat of its cannon resumed. It hit the walker again, and this time the Orc Titan responded with its hammer. It struck the Olympia hard enough to make the ground shake again. The Orc machinery roared louder, in triumph and anger. Another blast from the cannon, another hit to the walker, but the Orcs crewing the monster were focused on victory, not on the casualties they suffered. The hammer came down again and again, and the third time was when Calcator heard the shriek of compacting metal. The gun fell silent. He was the last to reach the landing zone, a few steps behind Cisax. They ran up the ramp to the final gunship, the Meritara. Not all of the Thunderhawks had taken off again. The battle fortresses had demolished 3 of them on the ground. Calcator didn't know how many troops he had lost in each one. The reckoning would wait until later, if there was a later. The ramp raised as he reached the top, and the Thunderhawk took off. He made his way forward to the cockpit to witness the end. He saw the Barban Folk join the Olympia in destruction, and another gunship blasted out of the sky. Then they were in the clouds, and though the ship rattled through the turbulence of the atmosphere, there were a few minutes of calm. They weren't welcome. They gave him time to think, to feel the humiliation of the loss scrape at his pride. The Meritara shot up from the clouds. A new vision appeared before Calcator. Another humiliation, another great power smashing a weaker one. The Scythe of Shravan was under heavy attack. Squadrons of Orc fighters swarmed around it. From the Star Fortress came an unending stream of rockets. The strike cruiser's void shields flashed and flashed, surrounding the vessel in an aurora of desperation. Its armaments lit the void with anger. Orc vessels died, and rockets exploded short of their target. Drops in the ocean. There were so many more orcs on the way that the space between the moon and the ship seemed full. The Shravan's death was minutes away. "Make for the Palimedes," Calcator told Lerontus, the gunship's pilot. The other strike cruiser, more distant from the Star Fortress, was holding its own. The orcs were amusing themselves with taking down one large prey at a time. Not all of them were satisfied with the Shravan. 3 fighters came at the Meritara. Their salvos hit hard. Warning runes lit up as the hull was pierced in multiple places. Calcator heard the shriek of atmosphere venting. He drowned it out with his own roar of rage. As Lerontus pulled the gunship up sharply, Calcator grabbed the controls for the weapon systems. The fighters looped back for a second pass. "Straight at them," Calcator told Lerontus. "With pleasure." The pilot's anger was the mirror of his own. Calcator held his fire. Lerontus turned the Thunderhawk into a head-on course towards the orc ships. The orcs misjudged the relative speed of the approach and the smaller profile the gunship now presented. A few shots still hit. Calcator ignored them. He would hold the vessel together with his will if he had to. The orcs bunched closer together, jockeying for the better angle on their prey. Calcator fired all forward armament. Thunderhawk cannon, heavy bolters, and las cannons struck the center fighter. It vaporized. The blast washed over the other 2 ships. Their pilots overcorrected and collided. The Meritara slammed through the cloud of debris and raced on towards the Palimedes. The other gunships, still in flight, were following the same path. The mathematics of defeat cascaded through Calcator's mind. How many had headed to the Shravan first? How many had been taken out before reaching either vessel? How many, beyond capacity, would Atanax try to take on board? Did he even have to make that decision? "We have been besieged," Calcator thought, "and our citadels have fallen." The bitterness of the reality filled him with frustrated violence. Had there been a serf within reach, he would have torn the mortal apart just to see the blood. The Thunderhawk was on the final approach to the Palimedes when the end came to the scythe of Shravan. Calcator didn't see what caused the fatal blow. It happened on the ship's starboard, which faced towards the moon. Searing white lit the void. It engulfed the Shravan's midsection, a fist of suns. The bow and stern began to move independently, and the light faded, resolving into a halo of individual explosions. A gap formed between the fore and aft halves of the ship before the bow began a spiral away from the stern. The movement was slow, graceful. The lights of the void shields went dark. In their place, lines of flames, the angry red of infected veins, raced down the bow's length as it fell towards Claustra's atmosphere. The reactor blew, a second wound of light in the void. The reach of the blast was enormous, wiping the near space clean of orc fighters. That death cry bought the Palimedes a bit more time. Calcator dared to think a portion of the great company might extract itself from the system. The loss wouldn't be total. Then he watched the Shravan's bow become a torch as it hit Claustra's atmosphere, and he thought he could hear the laughter of the orcs, even here. The Palimedes' engines were going hot as the Thunderhawk docked. Atanax had ordered the run. The ship was racing to the system's Mandeville point when Calcator walked onto the bridge. He joined Atanax at the command throne. The other Iron Warrior nodded to him and vacated the throne. "The ship is yours, Warsmith," he said. "For as long as we have one," Calcator thought. The first rocket hits were beginning. The rear shields were holding strong, though, and the Palimedes was picking up speed. "Set course for the Ostrom system," he said. "We can't," Atanax told him. "We've lost it too." "What?" "That's why we returned." His face was a patchwork of metal and flesh, iron replacing the mutations excavated from his skull. Expression was difficult. His bitterness was profound for it to be so apparent. "We were retreating." "The orcs hit us there too?" "No, the Black Templars." The great company was caught between 2 fronts. Calcator's forces had lost their holdings. He grimaced. "Get us to the point and make the jump," he ordered. "Where to?" Atonnax asked. Calcator didn't answer. He watched the stratagem screens, noting the damage reports as they came in, measuring them against what he knew the ship could take, tallying still more casualties, still more strength leached from his command. The deck vibrated. Rocket hits overwhelming the void shields. The Sensorium array registered Orc torpedo ships in pursuit. The Pallimides accelerated. The Mandeville point drew closer. "Our integrity!" Atonnax began. "Will be enough," Calcator finished. "If we're breathing, we jump." The other Iron Warrior nodded. If the ship died, it would not be in the sight of the Orcs. The moment of the transition came. The writhe of the warp appeared on the primary oculus. The Pallimides was racing through nothing to nowhere. "The navigator will need a destination," Atonnax said. "I'm aware of that." He stared at the violence of colliding absences and clawed potential. "We can't fight them both," he said. There was a long silence. At last, Atonnax asked, "What are you saying?" "That we can't fight them both."
Chapter 13.
Terra, the Imperial Palace. Juskina Tull had a view of the fields of winged victory from her quarters. The armor-glass window stretched across the entire width of the reception chamber. The room was the largest of her suite, occupying half of the top floor of the Pharos Tower. The size was not an indulgence, nor was its collection of tapestries that draped the opposite wall. This display, drawn from holdings of works from across the Imperium, changed daily. A necessary ritual. The furniture underwent a similar change. There was always a large dining table and seats for dozens. It was the individual identities of the items that altered. Sometimes Tull took an active part in the selections of the day. Sometimes she left it to the serfs. What was important was the display. Any guest would see the riches of imperial trade and the vast reach of the Chartist fleet. Repeat guests witnessed ever greater wealth through perpetual variety. The more important the visitors, the more often they came, and the more they would be dizzied by the unending parade. The symbolic, Tull understood, was not weaker than the real. The symbolic shaped the real. In the right hands, it was a weapon. Some of the other High Lords grasped the principle. Mesring certainly did, but his view was blinkered. He couldn't see beyond the icons. He could only understand symbols that derived their potency through connection to the God-Emperor. Then there was Lansung, a hopeless case. He could see the symbolic value in military action. He couldn't imagine the reverse.
"Gazing upon your good work?"
the Lord High Admiral asked. Tull turned away from the window. She nodded at Georg Steinert, her major domo. He withdrew. "I was," she said to Lansung.
"Proud of yourself, aren't you?"
"Proud of us all. This is a great moment."
He snorted.
"Well, you can enjoy it without me."
"What do you mean?"
"I won't have any part of the deployment."
"The Autocephalax Eternal—"
"It will remain on station."
"You realize what that will look like?"
She was pleased that she answered without pause, as if his decision made no difference. Perhaps it didn't.
"Yes."
The exhaustion in that single syllable was immense. At some point, Lansung appeared to have crossed the line between humiliation and apathy.
"You're a coward,"
Tull said, making sure Lansung understood what was heading his way.
"I'm not here to posture," he said.
"I know you're not. I'm telling you simple truths. If you back out of the proletarian crusade, I'll destroy you."
"Threats now?"
"Just the truth, like I said."
Lansung shrugged.
"Threats," he repeated. "Empty ones."
"Is that a dare?"
she asked. He shook his head.
"Just the truth, since that's what we're speaking. You won't destroy me. The Orcs will take care of that when they arrive. I'll outlive your fleet of fools, though. I notice that you're not accompanying them."
"I'm not a military commander."
"No, you most certainly are not."
She smiled.
"I sense there is a point you're making, Admiral."
He gave her a hard, tired stare.
"I've already made it."
He turned to go.
"You know I will destroy you,"
she said. He stopped.
"I know you can. But why? Out of spite?
You know me better than that.
I thought I did.
You are sabotaging something too important.
Bold words.
The truth.
He walked to the door.
As you say. But important to Terra or to you?
Get out.
She went back to the window. She heard Steinert show Lansung out. She looked towards the fields of winged victory and took a breath. Lansung would have been pleased to see that it was unsteady. He would be wrong to think he had rattled her. She had been bracing to face hard questions when he arrived. No, she wasn't a military commander. She was aware of that. Yet this was a campaign that she had mounted and that she was directing. She had Veriot and Zek on board, but she had to be cautious about using them as resources. She had arranged to have the Astra Militarum regiments spread out through the Armada as a means to provide some structure to the civilian troops. But the move also diluted Veriot's leverage. He, Zek, Mesring, Eckharth, all of the allies in the crusade had some pull, but only she had control of the Armada itself. The captains answered to her, so she had final say on disposition and launch, and tactics. The plan of attack was not a sophisticated one. Then again, if it was, it couldn't be carried out. The ships were crewed by merchants. There were able pilots aboard many, pilots who had brought their ships through threats as lethal as any faced by the Imperial Navy. Their skills, though, were individual. They had no experience fighting in formation. They fled conflict. They didn't seek it out. She asked herself the question she'd been avoiding since first announcing the proletarian crusade. Was she making a mistake? She made herself think through the consequences. She ran through possible balance sheets, measuring investment against risk, potential gain against possible loss. She was oddly reassured. If the crusade failed, political damage would be the least of her problems. Retribution would be far from anyone else's mind. Defeat would mean the loss of everything. Success, however, would place her in an unchallengeable position. That was the equation, then. Victor of the Armada meant her personal victory, while defeat meant no one else would be the victor. There was no question. This was the smart move. It was also so much more than that. She believed in what she was doing. The crowd in the fields was the biggest yet seen. The people there now were not volunteers. The last of those had embarked hours ago. Gathered now were celebrants, well-wishers, families, the excited, the curious, the hopeful, the desperate. They were all the desperate. Tull had given them hope. She had given all of Terra hope. That was a singular achievement. She was proud of it. This was Terra's greatest crisis since the siege, the worst moment in the living memory of every human being on the planet. The plague of despair had been upon them. Zek's Adeptus Arbites had been unable to end the panic, and she, with a single speech, had turned the tide. She had given the billions determination, direction, purpose. An endeavour of legend had sprung into being at her urging, and despite the doubts of Angerich and Lansung, it was not a folly. Lack of action would have been a folly. And what other options were there? The cry for help had gone out, but there were no elements of the Navy or the Adeptus Astartes that could reach Terra in time. How do you know? That was the question she could not answer. It kept prying open her doubts. She closed them again with reason. Whatever cause the Orcs had for waiting, they would not wait until help arrived. Tull thought it likely that the Orcs believed they had already won and had the leisure of invading when it best suited them. She walked across the chamber to the door. It was time to head to the great chamber. Time for another speech. Time to show the Orcs that they were wrong. Time to launch.
"We're going in on that?"
Cord asked. Their shuttle was drawing up to the Militant Fire's landing bay.
"What did you expect?" said Haas. "A grand cruiser?"
"Of course not. But this, it's so small." He was right.
"I can see even smaller," she pointed out.
"That makes me feel a lot better." He craned his head to look up through the viewing block next to his bench. He squirmed in the grav harness. "I was hoping for maybe one of the mass conveyors." He pointed to something Haas couldn't see from her angle. "They'll be carrying thousands."
"No room for everyone on them. They're mainly reserved for Imperial Guard companies, from what I heard."
"I know that, he said, irritable. "I was just saying what I'd hoped. Those ships are strong. They can take some hits. This will get swatted in the first seconds of the attack. We're cannon fodder."
"That's a revelation to you?"
He shrugged. He didn't look at her, watching as the shuttle entered the Fire's bay.
Haas said, "What did you think was going to happen when we joined this endeavor?"
Another shrug.
"Look at me,"
she said. He did. His jaw was set. There was doubt in his eyes.
"I didn't want to join the crusade," she said. "I thought our duty was to the maintenance of the law and nothing else."
"I'm sorry," he began.
She held up a hand. "Let me finish. You are right. I was wrong. This is what we're supposed to be doing. If we win, we preserve Terra and the law. If we lose, both are gone. I'm proud to be here, Otmar. You should be too. I don't have any illusions about what's going to happen, though, nor should you. Yes, we're cannon fodder. Of course we are. So is every single member of the Crusade. No exceptions."
The shuttle came to a halt with a bang of landing struts on the deck, the engines cut out. Haas undid her harness and leaned forward.
"That's why this might work," she said. "No one element of the Armada is more important than another. It doesn't matter who gets through, as long as enough of us do." She stood up. "There's a reason cannon fodder is used. It works."
Cord remained seated. The shuttle's side door opened. Hydraulics hissed as its boarding ramp lowered to the deck. The squad of Jupiter Storm disembarked first. The other 30 passengers followed. Other than Haas and Cord, they were all civilians. Haas wanted to be out in front of them, but Cord was unmoving.
"Otmar,"
she said.
"So, glorious deaths await us,"
Cord said. He was hoarse. His voice was thin. She clapped him on the shoulder. "Important ones, anyway. Let's go." His face looked as it did when the Orc moon had become visible over the fields of winged victory. Haas had never had cause to question Cord's courage or his dedication to duty. She was dismayed that he was forcing her to do so now.
"What's wrong?"
she asked. Death had been no stranger in their years of enforcing the Emperor's law. His lips moved. His whisper was too faint.
"What?"
Haas said. She leaned forward.
"It's too big,"
Cord repeated.
"We're too small."
She understood him then. She wished she hadn't. He drew his confidence from his faith in the strength of the greater body that he represented. He was a terror on the streets because he felt the might of the Adeptus Arbites behind him. But now, when he acted for the survival of the Imperium itself, he did not believe it was strong enough to defeat the Orcs. "Stand up," she told him. He obeyed, shame and pleading contorting his features. She stalked out of the shuttle and down the ramp. She was disgusted, but he still wore the uniform of an arbitrator. She would not allow him to disgrace it in her presence. Cord followed her. There were about 500 souls in the cargo bay. Most of them were civilian. There was a scattering of arbitrators from other precincts. Haas counted 3 squads of the Jupiter Storm. They were looking at the people who would be their charges with bemused skepticism. The captain of the militant fire appeared on a platform overlooking the bay, flanked by his first mate. He started to speak, but was drowned out by the babble of conversation on the floor. The woman, her bearing marking her as a guard veteran, put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled for silence. "Thank you, First Officer Kondos," the captain said. To his human cargo he said, "Welcome. My name is Leander Narcissus, and I'll have the honor of transporting you into battle." His manner was easy. He struck Haas as a man who had consciously shed his illusions and was at peace with the reality of his situation. That was a good sign, she thought. He would be less likely to panic under fire. Despite what she had said to Cord, she still liked the idea of some possibility of survival. Narcissus continued, "I am going to wager that a few, just a few of you were a bit disheartened when you beheld the warlike majesty of the militant fire." He waited for the laughter to subside. "I don't blame you. I would probably feel the same." He straightened, becoming more formal, his posture almost martial. "Let me say this. We aren't a big ship. Our armor is weak. But we're fast. We're nimble.
If you examined the history of the fire by the cold light of rationality, you would have to conclude that she should have been destroyed many times over. Are the odds against us? Absolutely. There is no reason to believe we'll live one more day. A sly grin crept over his face, which is precisely why I say that our odds are excellent. No laughter this time, only cheers. Haas joined in. She had never expected to take such delight in madness. Beside her, Cord had fallen into the silent misery of sanity. Juskina Tull, the speaker of the Chartist captains, rose in the great chamber and began to speak. Picked feeds flashed her image and her words across the planet. The speech was one she had laboured over since the beginning of the crusade. She had rehearsed it for days. She knew that its delivery was the most important performance of her life. At an abstract level, she also knew that it might be one of the last. She knew this, but did not believe it. The destruction of Terra and her own death were impossible. She feared the loss of prestige and being beholden to her enemies, but not extermination. "Fellow lords, members of the Senatorum, citizens of Terra, we stand together in a moment of great peril and greater pride. A very short time ago I asked for your help. You answered. You answered in such numbers and with such fervour that, did they but deserve it, I would pity the orcs." That was how she began. She spoke for 15 minutes. She spoke of the bravery of the individual, of the power of the many. She spoke of humility and pride. By the end, she thundered, promising that legendary doom was coming to the orcs. It was a fine speech. It addressed the fears of a populace and sought to calm them. It articulated their hopes and sought to stoke them. It was the greatest work of a politician who knew that oratory was an art form and whose mastery of the medium was unchallenged. Juskina Tull's speech was written to shape the departure of the Armada into an event whose celebration would shake the heavens with its fervour. Was it not, when all was said and done, Terra's last chance for hope? When Tull spoke, her intent was to ignite rapture. Seated on the central dais of the great chamber, Vangerich admired Tull's artistry. Even he was stirred by the words, though their very potency filled him with dread. They were words of enormous meaning. Hearing them meant that the proletarian crusade had begun. Its consequences would be coming soon. Lord High Admiral Lansung heard the speech from the bridge of the Autocephalax Eternal. He had come to his flagship directly from Tull's quarters. He had no intention of being in her sight at her moment of triumph and giving her even more reason to gloat. He was here, too, because of his own dread. He counted Vangerich as an enemy, but the old assassin was right. The crusade would end in disaster. However, as he listened to the speech, he found himself hoping that he was wrong. He had no wish to face the reality of attempting the defence of Terra with just the flagship and its escort. He knew how that would end. With every word Tull spoke, Lansung's throat dried. The conviction grew that he would see his great fear realized. In the fields of winged victory, hundreds of thousands watched the picked feed of Tull. They listened with the hunger of the starving. When she finished her speech, and the underbelly of the low, toxic clouds over the imperial palace lit up with a fireworks display worthy of the victory at Ullanor, the people roared. The roar was as loud as on the day Tull had announced the crusade, but it was not the same kind of cheer at all. That moment had been the rebirth of hope when all had seemed lost. This moment was when the dream of the crusade became real. The merchant's armada carried all hope with it. It was the last chance. It was the last wall. In the soul of every human on Terra, regardless of belief, was the hard knowledge of how fragile the last wall was. The roar was painful. It made throats ragged. It was the refusal to fall into a final night, and it was the fear that the end was inevitable. It was the holding on to a belief with a fatal, slippery grasp. It was, in a word, desperation. The people cheered, and they kept cheering. Many of them were weeping. Some wished they were on the ships heading for battle, but there was no more room. Others were relieved to be where they were, and cheered because doing so held off, for a little bit longer, the awful experience of waiting that would follow next. The masses in the fields of winged victory tried to draw strength from their numbers and from the volume of their shout.
But the sky had cleared again towards the end of Tull's speech, and they could see the stars and the lights of the fleet, and they could see the Orc moon, and they felt the awful hollowness of hope. So they shouted even louder, shouted until they were hoarse, shouted until they fell to their knees, gagging over the pain of a simple breath. They did not find strength in each other. They saw and heard and felt only their own fear, reflected back at them 100,000 times. They shouted as if that might help them stay afloat in the wave of desperation. But they sank, and they drowned. In the shadow of the tower of the hegemon, in the corridors of the administrative complex, larger than a nation-state, of the Estates Imperium, in the tangled warrens of the Opifex hive districts, where the uncountable legions of architects, stonemasons, and other palace artisans dwelt, half a world away, at the base of the Eternity Gate, across the millions of square kilometers of the Imperial Palace, the people stopped in their tasks and their prayers and their tears, and listened. On the other side of the globe, in the vastness of the ecclesiarchal palace, they listened. Even in the inquisitorial fortress, Tull was heard and seen. In every corner of Holy Terra, singly or in groups, the people sought comfort in the words and in Tull's magisterial triumphal bearing. Singly or in groups, they came face to face with their desperation. The planet resounded with a cry as fierce, as expressive of the collective pain, as the scream that had greeted the arrival of the Star Fortress. This was not terror, but it was the fear of terror's return. It was the dying patient's clutch at the chimera of a cure. It was the shout that would serve as battle cry for all the billions who would not be in the war until the war came for them. It was desperation. It was sinking. It was drowning. On the thousands of ships that made up the merchant's armada, the crews and volunteers and Astra Militarum heard the speech too. They did not pay it quite as much heed. They had other matters to draw their attention. The ships were moving. They were powering up engines. They were leaving anchor. They moved in a rough formation. They were heading into battle. For the volunteers, the reality of their choice had come. Many of them experienced the vertiginous sensation of running off a precipice and feeling the sudden absence of firm ground beneath their feet. Some of them were sick. In the Militant Fire's observation dome, Galatea Haas looked out into the void as vessels beyond counting began to travel in concert. The Orc moon was straight ahead. It was not drawing closer yet. Even so, it seemed larger. She looked at its surface and pictured fighting there. She tried to will the fire past the Orc defences to the commencement of the invasion. Until moonfall, there was no action she could take that would at least give her the illusion of mastery over her fate. For now she had to wait and place her life in the hands of Narcissus and his crew. There was no sign of Cord. He had barely set foot out of the cargo bay since their arrival. Haas exchanged a look with the soldiers a few paces to her right. They wore the mustard uniform and red sash of the Jupiter Storm. Beneath her armour, so did she. All the Crusaders aboard the Militant Fire had been inducted into that regiment. Braylon Gatan was the captain in the 546th Jupiter Storm and the lone officer of that rank on the Fire. Beside him was his commissar, Declan Sever, quite a bit older. They nodded to her. They were feeling the same hard impatience. At least she was here, she thought, on this ship. At least she was part of a massive move against the Orcs. She was glad. She had no regrets. Behind her, the speech continued. Tull built to a crescendo of fervour. The ship moved faster, as if it too were responding to her words. The Armada, brought into being by the determination of the speaker for the Chartist captains, gathered momentum. Its formation became more and more defined. It was no longer a confusing cluster of disparate vessels. It took on the shape of a wide spearhead. The ships became the components of the great weapon. "The strength of Terra approaches the enemy, carrying dread before it," said Tull. It left dread behind it, too. On Terra, the people knew that many, perhaps most, but by the throne, please not all, of the heroes of the Proletarian Crusade would die. But if those deaths were exchanged for an end to the hellish moon, then they would be celebrated. It was not the deaths that were dreaded, it was their futility. The fleet did not carry dread within it. There was too much determination. But it did carry desperation. Desperation given the shape of metal, given power, given impetus, given speed, but little armor and few weapons, the Armada moved away from its orbital position. The greatest civilian mobilization in Terra's history swept towards the Orcs. Chapter 14. Terra, the Inquisitorial Fortress. Wienand and Rendenstein approached the main gates, striding along the center of the Sigillites' march. The time for secrecy was past. Even if their arrival was not expected, trying to gain access to the Inquisitorial Fortress by any means other than the direct one would be suicidal. What was more, Wienand was clear on the message she wanted to send. She had nothing to hide. She was not a fugitive. She, and no one else, was the inquisitorial representative to the Senatorum, and it was in that capacity that she was here, beneath the polar ice cap, in the vast caverns that housed the concentrated might of the Inquisition. The march ran in a straight line through a cave big enough to swallow a battleship. They were too far underground for the endless cold of the surface to reach them. Even so, the air in the cavern was icy. Wienand's breath misted. The sound of her boot heels was hollow with chill. The Sigillites' march was 100 meters wide and 1,000 long. The wiring embedded in the flagstones formed a massive interlocking system of hexagrammic wards. The density of the sigils was such that the path as a whole functioned as a gigantic null generator. Iron pillars rose every 10 meters, their powerful lumen globes turning the march into a shining road through darkness. There were no barriers on either side, only the shadows of the cavern. The brilliant light of the march was another primary defense. It made conventional weapons pointless. The individuals who walked the march were blind to anything beyond its edges, but eyes in the dark watched them. To travel the kilometer of the march was to be vulnerable at every level. Psychic abilities shut down, in the open, unable to see potential attacks. For Wienand, the 15-minute stroll was a declaration of faith in her position. She was announcing to the many who watched that she was confident about reaching the doors unharmed. Rendenstein walked one step behind her, arms at her side, hands open. She didn't have to be carrying a weapon to be considered a threat. She had to keep her movements as innocuous as possible. "This is difficult for you, I know," Wienand said when they were halfway along. "I don't like being neutralized. There's no way for me to protect you here. This is the one place I don't need protection." Rendenstein grunted, skeptical. "That wasn't a lie," Wienand reassured her. "If something was going to happen, it would have already. That makes me feel so much better. It should. It means we have arrived safely, and that there is a solid chance that the purpose of the journey will succeed." Rendenstein didn't reply. Wienand glanced over her shoulder. A bodyguard looked thoughtful. The main doors to the fortress loomed ahead. They were built into a wall that extended into the cavern's night in both directions. The doors expressed both the Inquisition's power and its secretive nature. They were massive, wrought iron in appearance, though those were plates fixed to adamantium. The rosette of the Inquisition occupied the center of the two doors, bisected by the seam between them, and extended to their full 10-meter height. There was no practical reason for the doors to be so monumental, so authoritative. No one would ever see them except the Inquisitors, or those rare prisoners, as unfortunate as they were privileged, whose sight of the door was their assurance of execution once their usefulness was at an end. The Inquisitorial fortress was a keep that not only had never been stormed, it had never been besieged, but it was prepared, and it would announce to any foe the folly of attack, and the respect that was due to the servants of the Imperia within. A lone figure waited for Wienand, standing before the base of the rosette. He was in full dress plate. His ceramite carapace armor was draped by a cloak of crimson and black. A sash of the same colors crossed his chest from left shoulder to the sheath of his sword. Gold wards marked his pauldrons and chestplate, and there were more on his plasma pistol's holster. "Greetings, Castellan Koba," Wienand said. "Inquisitor Wienand," he answered. His stance, his expression, his tone, and his words were neutral. She had expected Henrik Koba to be her main obstacle. He wouldn't deny her entry, but he might have the clout to block anything she tried to accomplish. The position of Castellan was a rotating one, changing every year or upon the death of the serving inquisitor. The office had no formal political power over other inquisitors. Its mandate was the defence of the fortress. The administrative authority that followed from that was considerable, and so then was the indirect influence wielded by the Castellan. The yearly rotation ensured that none of the holders of the appointment had the time to establish personal dominance to any degree that couldn't be undone by the next Castellan. But for that year there was clout. Venan decided to force the issue immediately. There wasn't time for subtlety. She had heard Tull's speech during the final leg of her journey. "Are we going to be in conflict?" she asked.
"There have been serious questions raised about you."
"But no charges," she said, noting that he hadn't answered her question.
"Not yet,"
he admitted. Then he said,
"Inquisitor van der Deckart is dead. Inquisitor Mactanin has been assassinated, and there has been an attempt on Inquisitor Veritas's life."
"And on mine," she pointed out. She was startled to hear about Mactanin. She guessed Vangerich had been at work. "I make no accusations," she continued. "I have no interest in a pointless battle, and if you think I organized assassination missions while making my way here, then I must be very formidable."
"I don't think what happened was at your command," Koba said. "I do think the deaths had something to do with you."
"If they did, and I am responsible and acted in a criminal fashion, then I would have to answer for my transgressions. But I have not been charged, and I have not been stripped of my rank. Events are moving fast. We need to react to them. Or would you rather the Inquisition follow the model of the High Lords and disable itself through internal politics?"
"I'm aware of current events. Can you appreciate the reasons for Inquisitor Veritas's concerns? A wrong move now could doom the Imperium."
"Agreed. That is why I'm here. Have you examined Terra's tactical situation lately? Now, by your leave, Castellan, we will proceed. I have work to do."
"You're presuming a lot,"
said Koba, but he stepped to one side. "I have to." She walked forward, Rendenstein following. The Auspex array of the doors recognized her identity and standing, and they opened before her. The inquisitorial fortress made use of the caverns below the polar ice cap, but it transcended them. The honor of the Inquisition demanded more than a network of underground chambers. The fortress's construction had seen the excavation of grandiose spaces, some larger than a grand cruiser. In them had risen walls and spires and turrets, and the greatest towers rose through the continental crust. From the surface they resembled another glacier-cloaked mountain chain. Some of them did rise through hollowed-out peaks, while others were peaks in their own right. Prison and mailed fist, sanctuary and labyrinth, the fortress turned secrecy and power into the architecture of stone and metal. Beyond the doors, a vaulted corridor, short and wide, led to a great rotunda. The space was 10 levels high. Primary passageways, many of them served by light maglev transport, opened off the levels towards all the wings of the fortress. The rotunda's roof was a dome. At its center, a silver skull looked down in judgment. Its omniscience was represented in radiant lines, and the background of the dome was a picked feed of the sky above the fortress. The effect was of standing outside, beneath the void, exposed before the gaze of the Emperor. Inquisitors, serfs, and servitors moved along all the stages. More than a few of Venan's peers stopped to look over the balcony at her arrival. A few nodded. Others just moved on. There was a lot of traffic on the 5th level, heading east towards the Iron Watch. Venan heard Koba's footsteps behind her. She and Rendenstein stopped to wait. Venan gestured to the activity on the 5th level. "I imagine I'm the cause."
Koba nodded. "You know what has to happen now."
"I would have demanded it."
"One thing I will never question, Inquisitor Venan, is your honor."
"Thank you."
She quietened Rendenstein with a look. "With your permission," Koba asked, moving their interaction to the safe ground of formality. When Venan made a slight bow, he led the way forward. Stairs spiraling up the rotunda's perimeter took them to the 5th level. From there they travelled by maglev. The train was an open set of steel pews mounted on a simple platform. It took an hour to reach the Iron Watch, and another hour still before they stood outside the entrance to the Camera Stellata. Koba stopped, and Venan preceded him inside. The Camera Stellata
was the octagon writ large, with a full complement of suppressive wards and psychic field dampeners. It was the site of great conclaves, but more than free debate took place here. Condemnation, punishment, and execution were the possible and frequent outcomes of the deliberations. The octagon's shape emphasized the equality of the participants. Its center was empty, so the focus moved from point to point with the currents of the debate. The Camera Stellata had a center. Venand walked along a black marble walkway and took her place where it ended, at a lectern mounted on a circular dais. The lectern was cast in bronze. Its stand was the withered body of an enemy of the Imperium, bent beneath the weight of the accusation brought down by the winged skull that formed the lectern's top. Standing there, Venand was orator and accused. The chamber was a great sphere. The lectern's dais was suspended in the center of the space. It was ringed by tiers of seats mounted into the walls. Those above the lectern were reserved for the senior inquisitors. She turned to face her judges.
Good. We're all here. We know the situation. We are out of time. The High Lord's greatest folly yet is under way as we speak. Do any of us expect that venture to end in anything other than disaster?
She shook her head, establishing the question as rhetorical.
We can now count off the hours before Terra is bereft of most of its Astra Militarum defense to go along with the absence of the Navy.
She took a breath.
I have never underestimated the threat the ruinous powers present to the Imperium. I won't start now. But I also know how to recognize a danger that is immediate. Fellow Inquisitors, the Orcs are here, now. It is clear to me, as I'm sure it is to you, that we have been left with only one option as a response. I won't insult you by trying to convince you of its necessity, because there is nothing else left to do. So I am invoking that measure now, officially, before you all.
She turned around, sweeping the assembly with her gaze.
So, she said, we have work to do.
And she walked out. Rendenstein was waiting outside the entrance. Her eyebrows were up.
So that's how it's done,
she said. She had to raise her voice to be heard over the uproar that followed Venand's exit.
Authority derives a lot from perception, Venand said. So I used it.
She headed down the passage towards the maglev transport. Her next stop was in another wing of the fortress, and many levels down. She tried not to think about how much distance the Armada would have covered before she could even reach Somnum Hall.
We won't be stopped. If we are, we are. If we're not, we're already wasting time.
While they waited for the train to return to the Camera Stellata's stop, Venand thought Rendenstein looked troubled.
What is it?
She asked.
After you went in, the Castellan relayed some information. Something you were supposed to pass on to me? He seemed to want me to know it. I don't think he cared what I did with the data. It's part of the latest briefing to have gone fortress-wide.
The train arrived. They boarded. They were the only passengers on this leg.
So?
Venand asked.
Intercepts from a Black Templar action in the Ostrom system. The intelligence is sketchy, but it appears an Orc Star fortress has attacked the system in the vicinity of the Eye of Terror.
Venand absorbed this.
Koba believes they've opened up a second front? Yes, that the forces of chaos are now involved.
Well, Venand said.
Well.
She nodded to herself.
That will be next, then. What will be? That concern, in whatever form it takes. I see.
The train slowed as it neared a junction with another large corridor. Inquisitors waited. They'll stop me or they won't, Venand thought.
Tell me what's bothering you,
she told Rendenstein. She wanted nothing unsaid between them if things went wrong in the next few seconds.
If the ruinous powers are part of this war,
Venand finished the thought for her.
Is Veritas right after all?
The train came to a stop. The Inquisitors boarded. A number of them had servo skulls in attendance. These hovered low on the benches beside their controllers, recording muttered dictation as the train picked up speed again. Venand recognized one of the new arrivals, Melisa Baldwin. Venand had met her during a joint investigation on Antigonis. She was inflexible but fair-minded. The inflexibility meant she was a bad politician, and Venand suspected this was why she wielded less influence than her age should have brought her. She sat in the bench ahead of Venand and Rendenstein, then turned to appraise Venand with a flat stare.
"Well, prodigal," she said, "you're here to stir us to desperate measures, are you?"
I am. Are the deliberations over?
Baldwin shook her head.
"Not formally, but there's no doubt how they'll end. The word is out. The Orcs have won you the day."
You'll be assisting, then?
"No. Other duties. You'll have all the help you need, I'm sure."
She began to face forward again, caught herself, and said,
"You'd better be right."
I am.
Venand looked at Rendenstein. The other woman was stoic in her concern.
Really?
Venand told her.
There isn't a choice.
"I wouldn't question—"
Yes, you would, and you do. With my thanks.
"The risks.
I know them. If this goes wrong—" I know what you're thinking. I'm not discounting Koba's information. We have to ignore it, though. It's a distraction.
I've never thought of chaos as a distraction."
It is now.
Chapter 15. Sol System.
"We can't have surprised them,"
Kondos said. "Of course not." Narcissos wasn't sitting in the bridge's command throne. He paced back and forth before the primary oculus. The Orc moon was filling more and more of the sky as the armada drew closer. Its details resolved into mountain ranges and canyons of metal. There was no organization that Narcissos could see. It was stone and iron come together as if brute force had a geology. It waited in the void for the human ships, silent and dark. There was no response. It was as still as it had been since the moment of its arrival. Narcissos entertained the crazy hope that the Orcs had somehow destroyed themselves in their journey, then dismissed it.
"Why aren't they attacking?"
Kondos muttered. She stood midway between the throne and the helm, leaning against the cargo monitoring station as if she were contemplating leaping forward ahead of the bow. The Oculus's field of vision was crowded with ships. Narcissos had the impression of an endless rain of metal directed at the Orcs. Aft of the militant fire there was an even larger portion of the fleet. He had ordered Rallis to take the ship to the leading quarter of the armada. He wanted to see what happened from the start. So he told himself, hoping to get it all over with right away. So he asked himself. "No," he answered. "We're going to fight to live and to win." The fire was following the great bulk of the mass conveyor Expanse of Destiny. The huge ship, carrying 100,000 troops and volunteers, was just slightly to port. It seemed large and solid as a planet. It would be the fire's shield. Narcissos felt no shame in his tactic. His duty was to reach the Star Fortress. He wasn't Guard, and he wasn't Navy. He would leave the debates about honor to them. So far, though, his ship hadn't needed the shield. The armada had covered over half the distance to the Orc moon. There was no response. And then there was. Time split, broken in half by a single moment. On the lost side, there was the calm in the void and the grand illusion of the proletarian crusade in its purest, most realized form. On the other side, in the present that now unfolded with merciless revelation, was reality. And at last, the Orcs took action. At last. Narcissos realized that some part of him did respond as if something long anticipated was finally coming to pass. The knowledge made him ill. What have they done to us, he wondered. Gaps opened on the surface of the planetoid, a sudden spread of disease. They lit up with the fire of an endless stream of launches. The Orcs reached out for the armada. "Take us behind the Expanse of Destiny," Narcissos told Rallis. The helmsman was already changing course, putting the moon into eclipse.
"Those aren't rockets,"
Kondos said. The Orcs were sending squadron upon squadron of fighters. Some flew straight at the fleet, others swung wide. They attacked the merchant's armada from every direction like a grasping talon. From the other side of the moon came 2 large Orc cruisers. They followed the fighters more slowly, and though they were dwarfed by the moon, their aggressive, brutal lines, their massive armor, and their arrays of guns made their approach terrible. Narcissos became acutely aware of the lack of any fighting ship in the armada. How had he ever believed even a single ship would get through? Evasion wasn't going to help. It was also the only defense he had.
"Get us in tight," he said. "The conveyor's engines," Rallis said. "Yes, I know. As close as you can to their wash." They would hide in the nova glare of the Expanse's propulsion.
"And if the orcs target the engines?"
Kondos asked.
"We run."
The orc fighters fell on the fleet. The space between the Terran ships was filled with a swarm of aggression. Multiple squadrons surrounded the bigger ships. They gathered around the Expanse of Destiny like flies to carrion. The coherence of the fleet unravelled as the Terran ships responded to the attack. The movements looked more like a dance than combat. The Armada had no guns, and the orcs did not fire.
"Why aren't they shooting?"
Narcissus wondered.
"They're going to board,"
said Kondos. She was right. The orc fighters were larger than single-pilot ships. Narcissus had thought their bulging hulls contained bombs or torpedoes. Now he wished they did. The swarming craft around the conveyor attached themselves to its flanks. The glare from the engines hid what happened next from him.
"Can you get us any closer?"
he asked Rallis.
"Risky, sir." "So is being cut open by the greenskins."
Warning runes began lighting across the bridge's control surfaces. A proximity toxin sounded. Rallis shut it off. The conveyor's engine flare grew brighter. The battle lost distinction. Its events became more distant. The starboard-facing oculus flashed as 3 orc ships opened fire on a small yacht. The ship could only carry 5 passengers, but even its owner had stepped forward to play a part in the great adventure. It was the first ship to die, its cargo the first casualties. It was too small, Narcissus thought. It wasn't worth boarding, so the orcs cleared it out of the way.
"If we're boarded,"
Rallis began. He hesitated.
"What are you asking?"
Narcissus could guess.
"We're faster than the conveyor. I can take us all the way in. It will be quick."
"No,"
said Kondos.
"We fight."
"Until they take the bridge,"
Narcissus said. He was already choosing his preferred defeat. The hull of the Expanse of Destiny was shaking. Colonel Erich Lancer knew the sound. Breach points. He looked at his command, multiple squads of his granite myrmidons, surrounded by a sea of volunteers. The civilians were holding weapons, at least there was that, but they were also terrified. The crusade of their imaginations had not encompassed the possibility of fighting orcs before reaching the moon.
"Rifles forward!"
He stood on a raised level at the rear of the cargo bay, where he could be heard and seen. The vibration of the hull grew worse, but he couldn't tell where the break would come.
"There are thousands of us. Nothing can get in without being shot."
He wasn't lying. What he didn't say was how little that might matter. Sergeants Bessler and Parton, closest to his position, gave him significant grins. They knew. The irony was, the regiment's last action had been against the greenskins. It had been just another suppression exercise on the eastern fringe, and it was the myrmidons who had been boarding the orcs, taking apart a ramshackle raiding fleet. The fight had been one-sided, just like this one. There was no strategy possible. There had been no time to train the civilians in much beyond how to pull a trigger. So be it. The principle, after all, was to overwhelm the orcs with numbers. They could do that here, too. How many troops could the orcs send in at one time? The sound of the attack became a monstrous grinding. The orc ships were using something with a blade to cut through the Expanse of Destiny's shell. The noise filled the cargo bay. Lancer felt the blood drain from his face. He wasn't just hearing the vibration of attacks all along the hull. Many of them were on this section alone. Too close together for even the most reckless boarding parties, they couldn't know if there were bulkheads sealing off one breach from another. But if they didn't care... The orcs weren't breaching this section of the hull. They were removing it. Lancer whirled. He ran to the rear wall to the central interior bay door. He slammed his palm against its controls. The door groaned upwards.
"Out!"
Lancer shouted.
"No!"
The grinding scream of tearing metal drowned him out. Bessler and Parton saw him, though, and pushed the troops and volunteers near them towards the exit. Movement in the right direction began. Sluggish, far too slow, then picking up speed as more people saw him gesture and saw the beginnings of flight. The terror-stricken noise of the assault spurred them on. The corridor on the other side of the door was wide, large enough for the servitor-operated loaders to travel to and from the bays. The crowd ran past Lancer in a steady stream, the bottleneck minimal. Too little, he knew. Much, much too late. Hundreds had reached the corridor. There were thousands still in the hold. The civilians were panicking now. Nearest the outer hull, Lancer could see myrmidons still holding position, still training their guns in the enemy's direction. The gestures were symbolic. There would be nothing to shoot. There would be no evacuation for them either. There wasn't time. So they stood their ground, choosing honor over pointless flight. Some looked back at Lancer over the vast space of the hold. He saluted them. A monstrous serpent hissed. Lancer hit the controls again and threw himself into the crush out of the bay. A great wind began to blow in from the corridor. The grind reached a peak of agony. Then there was a pop that was larger than sound. Almost half the bay's wall vanished. Slabs of the ship's hull spun away. The atmosphere blasted out into the void. It scooped up the Crusaders in the hold and scattered them into the great and cold nothing. 2 orc fighters hung in the opening. Articulated arms extended from their noses, wielding circular saws 4 meters in diameter. They were spinning, but the grind was gone. There was only the blank roar of the wind. The force of the venting pulled at Lancer like chains. Blood burst from his nose and ears. The door was halfway down. He pushed against the hurricane of decompression. He gripped the side of the doorway and lunged forward, shoving against the struggling backs. The man in front of him fell. He banged into Lancer as the wind took him back. Lancer clutched the doorway harder. The yank tried to dislocate his arm. The door was less than 2 meters from being closed. The roar became a desperate whistling shriek. Lancer ducked low and hauled himself around the corner into the corridor. He slammed the top of his head against the descending barrier and collapsed against the wall. The door closed, trapping a handful of Crusaders beneath it. The wind's shriek continued a few seconds longer as flesh and bone held back heavy steel for a moment more. Then the pressure of the mechanism and the weight of the door won, severing and crushing. The wind died. Lungs rasping, Lancer stood. He moved forwards to take the lead of the column of Crusaders who had managed to reach the corridor. He pushed past perhaps 300 civilians before he reached Bessler and Parton's squads. They were the only myrmidons who had made it.
"Doesn't make sense,"
Parton said. She wiped a smear of blood from her upper lip.
"Why go to the trouble of peeling the ship open? Why not just torpedo it if they're not going to board?"
"Because it amuses them,"
Bessler suggested. Lancer shook his head.
"I've never known greenskins to entertain themselves by taking a slower approach to violence."
He shouted for silence. The sobs of the civilians quieted enough for him to hear what he had feared. More of the vibrating grind coming from elsewhere in the ship.
"They are boarding," he said. "That was a decapitation move. They took out most of the opposition we could muster at a stroke."
"Which means they knew what they were doing,"
Parton said, awed.
"I'm not interested in what they planned,"
said Lancer, before Parton could continue. The implications of orcs taking the time to attack a ship based on its layout and probable complement of defenders did not need airing. That talk would not help with what needed to be done, and would change nothing. So what do we do? He thought of the expanse of Destiny's other cargo bays holding tens of thousands more Crusaders. The orcs had likely vented them too.
"We stick to the interior passageways," he said. "Make for the bridge. If they are boarding, that's where we'll have to hold them."
He looked back at the civilians. Many still looked determined. All were terrified. The dream of the crusade had soured.
"You wanted to fight the greenskins?"
Lancer shouted to them.
"You're lucky. You're getting the chance early. Let's go. Tear them apart."
He led the charge aft, towards the ship's superstructure. Parton and Bessler's troops shouted defiance, spreading the will to fight. And in the tighter confines of the corridors, 300 souls became a crowd, a force, a surging war of anger, looking for an enemy to kill. Deeper in the ship, the vibrations of the breaching faded. It became possible to pretend that nothing was happening. Lancer sensed the confidence of the Crusaders build still more. 2/3 of the way to the bridge, they found the enemy. About 20 orcs burst out of a side passage linking to one of the smaller cargo holds. Lancer had no chance to give orders. He and the myrmidons dropped into crouches and started firing at the intersection ahead. The first ranks of the civilians fired too. There was no discipline to the volleys of las, but there was no way to miss either. Orcs went down. The humans cheered, triumph and rage, loud enough to shake the walls of the passageway. The orcs didn't return fire. They barreled down the hall towards the Crusaders. A few more fell. Then Lancer drew his sword and ran forward. He couldn't let the orcs steal the momentum. The Crusaders charged with him. The two forces collided. The humans had the numbers, the orcs had the physical strength. The battle became a melee, a riot of blades and blood. The Crusaders' arsenal was basic, lasguns and bayonets. Few had any armor. The orcs all carried guns, but waded in with their own blades. Lancer had fought the greenskins before. He was used to seeing their huge machetes and axes, but he had never felt his own weapons outclassed by the brute's armament. The weapons these orcs wielded, and the forms of armor they wore, were as massive as ever, but it seemed that their exuberant brutality was the product of skill rather than crude overcompensation. Imperial blades dulled and bent against orcish plate. Imperial bodies came apart beneath orcish blows. The floor was awash with blood. Lancer could barely move, caught in the crush of struggling human and greenskin bodies. The density of the struggle helped. The orcs were crowded in as much as he was, and denied the leverage to use their greater strength to its full effect. He slipped his sword beneath the helmet of one breast. He drove the point up through the orc's chin and into its brain. The press of bodies held the corpse upright long enough for him to withdraw the blade. A taller orc made a noise that was snarl and laugh. It swung its cleaver at him. He couldn't duck. He tilted his head to the side. It was enough. The blade sank into the side of the skull of the man behind him, chopping through at eye level. Lancer raised his las pistol and shot the orc in the centre of the forehead. The beast blinked, its skin smouldering with lasburn. It pulled its arm back to strike again, knocking its smaller kin aside with the force of the gesture. Lancer fired again, 5 more times. He had to sear the orc's face to slag before the monster finally dropped. Lancer took half a step forward, walking on bodies. A huge fist struck him in the temple. Stunned, vision bleary, he lunged forward, sword extended. Luck, or the Emperor's hand, guided his blow. The impact of the blade sinking through greenskin muscle to the heart almost dislocated his arm. The orcs kept coming. There was no forcing them back. They advanced, a battering ram of flesh that hit like stone and broke the human wall down. Step by step, the Crusaders were forced back down the hall, but they fought and they stabbed with last-chance desperation. They died by the dozens. The orcs died one by one. The numbers won. Drenched in gore, Lancer leaned against the wall. He gasped for breath. His right side ached from a power claw hit. If the orc had been able to do more than glance him, he would have been crushed. As it was, he could feel the movement of broken ribs. He wondered how long it would be before a floating bone punctured a lung. He pushed away thoughts of a Medicaid bay. He didn't have the luxury of that hope. He would be lucky to live long enough to die from this wound. The corridor had become a slaughterhouse. The corpses of orcs and humans lay in a mire of blood. Most of the orc bodies were still intact. Many of the humans were scattered remains. The stench was thick. Lancer felt like he was breathing blood and offal. Parten was as blood-soaked as he was, but none of her wounds were life-threatening. Bessler's left arm had been crushed to jelly below the elbow. One of his troopers was applying a tourniquet to his stump. He was pale, barely keeping unconsciousness at bay. Both squads had been decimated. 2/3 of the civilians had been killed, but they had won. The survivors' eyes were wide with the dulled drunkenness of their victory. Lancer pushed himself away from the wall. "Keep going!" he called out, voice rasping. If they stopped to rest, they would lose the momentum of this hard triumph. Despair was one bad thought away. He started to walk, stumbled. He stopped, aware of the eyes on him, straightened, and when he was sure of his footing, started forward again. His gait was stronger. He wasn't going to fall. Ragged now, battered, slower, but desperate to fight because that was all they had left, Myrmidons and Crusaders headed for the bridge. Lancer kept hearing the sounds of combat, but they were always distant echoes, travelling through mazes of passageways to reach him. Whatever was happening, it was too far away for him to bring help. The bridge remained the goal. Paten moved forward to join him.
"Permission to ask a question, Colonel?"
"Go ahead, Sergeant."
"How long can we hold them at the bridge?"
"We'll seal the door. Even when they breach it, the entrance is narrower than this corridor. I've seen it. That will create a bottleneck for them, an edge for us. We don't have to defeat them here, just hold them back long enough."
"For what?"
"For us to reach the moon."
He said it as if that would be the end of things. It will be, he thought. She nodded, believing in his optimism, or accepting their fate. They climbed the levels from the cargo decks up towards the bridge at the top of the superstructure. The echoes of battle became more distant. Maybe there was time, Lancer thought. Maybe they had pulled ahead of the Orc boarding parties enough to establish something like a real defense. At the base of the plain metal staircase leading to the bridge, he could hear activity from above. Purposeful, but not violent. That gave him hope. He ran up the stairs, his breath tearing into his lungs with a knife. The stairs ended in a wide passage leading port and starboard, with the doors to the bridge straight ahead. There was blood on the deck. It seeped from the open doorway to the bridge. The Orcs were already here. The battle was over. The Orcs' debased slave race were hauling out the corpses of the crew and tossing them in piles lining the corridor walls. They glanced at Lancer. They snickered, then called out to their masters as they scampered back onto the bridge. Lancer moved forward. He couldn't feel his legs. He couldn't feel his arms either. His body was a collection of disjointed fragments, all acting independently, all moving forward with no purpose. His brain was numb. He was a servitor, completing a hopeless task because there was nothing else to do. His left arm raised his pistol. His fingers were clumsy. It was hard to fire. His right arm hung limp, dragging the point of his sword over the decking. Noises behind him now. Cries, wails, the thudding of boots. Was that the whine of Lasfire? Maybe. He didn't care. It didn't matter. It was so far away. An Orc war boss emerged from the bridge, a giant that had to bend in half to fit under the doorway. The deck shook beneath its armored feet. It looked like a tank that had learned to walk. When Lancer shot it, its lips parted in a smile, showing fangs the length of his hand. Its eyes amused. When it backhanded him, shattering his skeleton and sending him flying back down the staircase, the gesture was casual, maybe even disappointed. Maybe even bored. The Expanse of Destiny pulled up, its nose tilted towards the Orc cruiser riding above the cloud of the Armada. The movement was emphatic and slow, a glacier with delusions of ramming. Narcissus was about to order Rallis to stay in its wake when he saw the Orc fighters moving away, heading for other targets. The Expanse was not attempting a suicidal attack, he realized. She was already lost. Her new masters were taking the ship out of formation to join with the cruiser. There was no shelter here now. The irony of worrying about shelter, given his ship's destination, passed through his mind for the length of time it took him to draw a breath. "Helmsman," he said to Rallis, "no more hiding. Time to run. Full power."
"There are other big ships,"
Kondos said.
"They won't be ours long. Not at this rate."
"Exactly. Look."
He always paid attention when Kondos made that request. Their shared gifts were the reason the militant fire had survived to see this day. He was the improviser, she saw the big picture. She took in the myriad variables of a situation, creating the map for Narcissus to navigate. So he focused on the big ships. The Orc squadrons were thick around them, tearing them open and inserting boarding parties. Away from the giants, the smaller ships were falling prey. Many were boarded. The smallest were destroyed. But the ones closest to the mass conveyors and factory ships were being ignored as the Orcs concentrated on the big prizes.
"Port," Narcissus said. "Down 30 degrees. The Europa Forge." "Behind the engines?"
Rallis asked, already making the course correction.
"No. Keep up the speed."
Beneath his feet, Narcissus could just detect the faint vibration in the deck as the militant fire powered up. She was ready to race for her life, for the lives of all aboard, and for the life of any hope of victory. "Skim by her! Then the spreading word!" He pointed to the colony ship just beyond the Europa Forge. "Understand?" "I do! We have a fast ship, helmsman. Let's prove it to the orcs." "They won't even see us." "That's the whole idea," said Kondos. The militant fire streaked towards the Europa Forge.
"Like a stone over water,"
Narcissus urged, and Rallis took him at his word. He took the ship in at a low angle of approach, as if it might really land on the other vessel's refinery. He passed over the superstructure. The orcs were clustered on the flanks of the hull. For a moment the run looked clear, but then another squadron appeared off to the prow, heading straight for the bridge. The fire was flying level with them.
"Down!"
Narcissus yelled. A few decades earlier, Rallis would have questioned such a reckless order. Once, in the early days of the helmsman's service, Narcissus had forced him at gunpoint to perform a manoeuvre that Rallis had maintained would tear the ship apart. It hadn't, and they had escaped faster, more agile raiders. Rallis no longer questioned him. He plunged into the insane as if he were piloting a fighter, not a cargo ship. Rallis dropped the nose. The militant fire arrowed at the refinery. A collision could take out a large part of the fleet if the smaller ship punched through the plasma containment tanks. The surface of the reservoirs came closer. The fire was below the height of the chimney vents. They rose like a steel forest on either side. Narcissus felt the vertigo of rushing disaster, but he said nothing. He sensed Rallis's need to pull up, but the helmsman maintained course. Another second, then another. The orcs passing overhead. Wait. Wait. The impact in 2 breaths. Now.
"Level us!"
One breath. The perspective of the oculus changed with tectonic lethargy. The second and last breath, the militant fire flew straight. The struts of the belly auspex array snapped off as they brushed against the Europa Forge's reservoir. Ahead, the ship bulked upwards. The orcs were now behind.
"Up!"
Narcissus ordered. At the same moment, Rallis altered the course again. They pulled away from the Europa Forge. Rallis held them in a close parallel flight with it until they passed over the bow. Then he angled towards the spreading word. Any form of order in the merchant's armada had collapsed. The fleet was a storm of ships, boiling with evasions and captures. Collisions killed more vessels than the orcs as panicked flights intersected. The militant fire flew through a dissipating fog of plasma. Fragments of wreckage tumbled by. As she closed with the spreading word, she encountered what Narcissus thought was another debris cloud. The remains were corpses. Thousands of crusaders, frozen in their last agony, sucked out of the open flanks of the colony ship. For every ship that destroyed another, and for every one that was boarded, there were 2 that kept running. The fleet was a confusion of movement, but it still closed with the Orc moon. Some of its elements raced far ahead of the others. The distance between ships grew. The sense of a collective action disintegrated, but there were so many vessels that there was still a crowd, still a mass migration of humans towards the fortress. Closer yet, Narcissus had to guard against the temptation to gaze at the moon's Gorgon image and lose the thread of the moment-by-moment decisions needed to see the militant fire to its destination. He was sweating. He was frightened. His ship's path was crossed again and again by squadrons of brutal predators. On all sides, the heroes of the proletarian crusade were dying, killed on boarded ships, ejected into the void, or vaporized by collisions. But he was also exhilarated, because the fire was not alone in its race. There was more than terror, flight, and destruction visible in the oculus. There was also determination. There was strength. There were no more orc fighters emerging from the Star Fortress. For the first time, Narcissus dared imagine that their resources were not infinite. The strategy that Speaker Tull had conceived was working. The Imperium had turned the orcs' own tactics against them.
"We're going to do it,"
Narcissus said, turning hope into words.
"We're going to flood them with our numbers."
What he said was an incantation, an attempt at a great alchemy, hope into words, words into reality.
"Port! Upper quadrant!"
Kondos said. Narcissus looked.
"Are you serious?"
Kondos had indicated one of the orc cruisers. The militant fire was ahead of almost all the large ships now. Most of the Imperial vessels in its company were smaller than it was.
"Why not?" Kondos asked. "Aren't we trying to get close to the greenskins?"
Narcissus grinned. "Yes, we are." There were very few Orc fighters near the cruiser. The big ship was doing little beyond being a massive escort, protecting the squadrons against non-existent Imperial fire. "Helmsman, let's embrace the madness." He imagined he could actually hear the blood drain from the faces of the bridge crew. He laughed. It was that or let terror close his throat altogether. Rallis muttered prayers under his breath, but turned the fire's nose towards the Orc monster. They closed the distance quickly. They shot past a handful of Orc fighters, which ignored them. Narcissus wondered what the greenskins thought when they saw his ship's trajectory. Could Orcs be stunned by the lunacy of an adversary? It pleased him to think so. The thought that the Orcs just ignored the ship pleased him less, because behind it lurked the question of why they would not care. The militant fire flew beneath the cruiser's hull. Narcissus had a sense of metal dense as muscle, large as a city. The cruiser was a hellish god that could annihilate his ship with as little notice as he would swat an insect. His shoulders hunched, as if the image alone of the Orc vessel could crush him. But then they left it behind, too. And now there was only the moon. The dark divinity of the cruiser faded to nothing. The star fortress filled the oculus. Narcissus confronted an entire world built for war. The monstrosity became all that was real, and it was a reality that was shaped to enact a greater monster's will. It was a reality that travelled. There was too much impossible in his vision, too much horror. In defense of his sanity, he narrowed his focus to the geography, to the purpose of landing his ship where there was no spaceport. He concentrated on what he knew would be the last act of his career. Tunnel vision. He saw mountains, and he tuned out their constructed nature. He looked for a plane. He clutched the dream of victory. It held reality at bay. Fueled by the dream, followed by hundreds more dreaming vessels, the militant fire brought Juskina Tull's vision to the Orcs. Chapter 16. The Orc Moon. The moon had an atmosphere. The air was foul, ashy, reeking of burning gases and the effluvium of Xenos industry. It was thin. When the militant fire's cargo door opened, Haas felt the immense urge to gasp. Yet the air was breathable, and no worse than the more toxic hives of Terra, except for the stench of the inhuman. The smell was acrid, a mixture of filthy industry and foul organic. Though it was dry, it had the cloying grip of high humidity. Above all, it was an odour that she had never encountered before, and she bristled, a hunted animal reacting to the approach of the predator. The air had a taste, too. Haas wanted to spit. Her mouth was full of iron, promethium, and rotten blood. The wind had a hollow, rasping sound, a snarl echoing through organ pipes. An atmosphere. The Orcs had given their artificial planetoid a surface atmosphere. There was no reason for them to do so. The outside of the star fortress showed no sign of life. The greenskins had performed a gigantic technological feat, it seemed, simply because they could. That excess of power was daunting. The surface visible from the ship was pockmarked rock, with no dust. The patchwork quality of the planetoid extended even to what had appeared from orbit to be natural formations. The Orcs had done more than carve an existing moon into the canyons and mountain ranges that suited them, or raise barriers thousands of meters high and hundreds of kilometers long. Haas had the disturbing impression that they had assembled the fortress out of pieces of other moons. They had created a world out of nothing. How can we defeat an enemy that powerful? Through their mistakes. Cord refused to disembark. He hung back at the rear as the civilians and Imperial Guard descended the ramp. He walked slowly, and when he reached the door, he stopped. "What are you doing?" Haas demanded. She had joined him for the landing out of consideration of their partnership on Terra, but her patience was exhausted. The man who had talked up the crusade had become a shameful specimen. Cord stared at the expanse of the Orc moon before them.
I can't," he said.
"Get down, or I'll shoot you myself."
"No," said a third voice. "You will not." She turned around. The last of the Astra Militarum contingents to disembark were the Jupiter Storm. Commissar Sever had come up behind them. "You are under military command now," he said. "That decision is not yours."
"I understand,"
Huss said. She stepped to one side. Sever regarded Cord with a cold, absolute contempt. "Disembark," he said. Cord spread his hands, pleading. I he began. Sever pulled his bolt pistol out of his holster and shot Cord in the left eye. The arbitrator's skull exploded. Blood splashed Huss's armor. Sever turned to her.
"Thank you, Commissar," Huss said, "for preserving the honor of the Adeptus Arbites."
She followed the Jupiter Storm out of the militant fire. "They got greedy," said Captain Furnau of the Orion Watch. "They made a mistake." His laugh was relieved. "So they can make mistakes." Gatan grunted. He wanted to believe Furnau. He didn't dare. He had to take the realities of the battlefield as they unfolded, not as he would wish them to be. "We'll see," he said. Furnau took in the deployment with a wide sweep of his arm. "We are seeing." They were standing on the upper hull of the militant fire. They had a view of the plain where the ships had come down, and of the mustering of the army. The plain was 50 kilometers wide, bracketed by mountain chains that lost height as they converged to the south. That meeting point, 15 kilometers away, was the target. During the descent, several ships had observed what looked like a massive gate closing. The Crusade needed a way inside the fortress, and the plain's size and proximity to the goal made it a suitable starting point. Maybe Furnau was right, Gatan thought. The Orcs had taken many of the larger ships, but they had not sent out anything close to enough fighters to stop the armada. Hundreds more vessels had made it through. By lighter, by shuttle, and by ships that would never take off again, legions of Crusaders had put boots to soil. Thousands, then hundreds of thousands, and now millions. Gatan had never been part of an operation on this scale. A sea of warriors, hungry for green-skin blood, stretching back as far as he could see on land flat as sheet metal. The sight made the toll the Orcs had exacted seem insignificant. This was a triumph, wasn't it? Furnau thought so. Gatan was uneasy. There were enough companies of Astra Militarum left for some kind of coordination, but the losses had been great. Though the banners of the Jupiter Storm, Granite Myrmidons, Orion Watch, Auroran Rifles, and the Eagles of Nazca were raised high, and the uniforms of each regiment were beyond counting, the vast majority of those uniforms were worn by civilians. Most of the heavy armor had been captured. All the senior officers had been aboard the big ships. There was no one ranking higher than captain on the ground. At least they'd been able to establish Vox communication with each other even as they were landing, and the broad lines of the strategy had been established before the Armada had left Terra. There had been enough guidance to make the target clear. The deployment itself had to be simple. There was little to be done with the civilians, except to send them marching in the right direction with instructions to shoot the enemy. A squadron of Orc bombers roared overhead. It did not attack. Neither had the few others that had overflown the landing site during the last few hours. "What are they doing?" Gatan wondered aloud. "Reconnaissance," Furnau answered. "Unusual restraint. We're a very big target." "Too big. Nothing flights of that size can take on." "So, where are the others?" Furnau shrugged. "Not here, so no help to them. They're making more mistakes, giving us a chance to move against them." Maybe. In the end, the truth didn't matter. There was only one course of action open. Its engines growling, a chimera pulled up beside the militant fire. Gatan clasped forearms with Furnau. "For Terra and the Emperor," he said. "For Terra and the Emperor." Gatan climbed down onto the roof of his command vehicle. Another rumbled up behind it to collect Furnau. The march began. The heavy armor that had reached the Star Fortress led the way. Over 100 Lehman Russ battle tanks in all their variants, and half that number of chimeras and hellhounds, formed something too wide to be called a wedge. They were an advancing wall. The surface of the moon vibrated with the force of their passing. Behind them came the foot soldiers of the Proletarian Crusade. Slowly at first, but then with mounting momentum, the immense army advanced on the gates to the enemy's stronghold. Haas was in the leading elements of the attack, moving at a forced march speed behind the armor. She could see nothing ahead of her except iron and blue-black exhaust. Her ears rang with the roar of engines, but the guns were silent for now. The orcs had not yet attacked. She looked up into the sky. The Crusade was on the night side of the planetoid. She could see Terra, large in its shining majesty, small in its vulnerability. That was what she had come here to protect. As long as she could see Terra, she wouldn't mind dying in this place. The Orc moon had besieged the consciousness of every soul on Terra for weeks. Now the Orcs were the ones besieged. That in itself was a victory. We've come this far, Haas thought, and you fail to stop us. You'll fail again. Though her lungs laboured, her strides became stronger. She moved faster. She felt the hand of the Emperor at her back, and she gave thanks. Though it was night, the visibility on the surface of the moon was high. To the reflected light from Terra was added a glow from the mountain ranges. They were lined with what looked like veins of molten lava. A wash of red reached across the plain. The mountains jutted like a monster's teeth from the plain. There were no foothills, no rise of the land, no transition at all between a featureless level and the brutal vertical. The peaks could not be climbed. They were an absolute barrier. The valley between the mountain chains narrowed quickly, and Haas was close enough to the western range to see the welds on them, the seams between an infinity of overlapping metal plates, as if the Orcs had begun constructing a ship's hull and been unable to stop. The jagged, crooked, intersecting streams of light were not lava. They looked even more like blood, flowing just beneath the iron flesh. The mix of the geological, the artificial, and the organic was unnerving. An hour into the march, a glow appeared in the distance, where the mountain chains met. It was a false sunrise in the eternal night. The light was a sullen red, with irregular pulses of green. "We have a target!" The voice over the voxcasters was Gatan's. Haas could just see him, 2 vehicles ahead, riding high in the open hatch of the Chimera. The march became a charge. Haas began to run. They had overwhelmed the Orcs this far. They would do it again. "They're going to open the gate," Gatan voxed his fellow captains. "Good," said Furnau. The light at the juncture of the mountain chains grew brighter. Then the clamour began. From the centre of the light came the Orcs. They began as a boiling disturbance in the distance. The threat gathered definition. Within minutes, Gatan could make out the figures of individual Orcs. Coming up the middle of the infantry were battle wagons. As far as Gatan could tell, the human tanks outnumbered the Orc vehicles. In spite of himself, he grinned in anticipation. Closer. The mountain chains were only a kilometre apart now. The yowling celebration of the greenskins competed with the war chants of the Astra Militarum and the shouted prayers of the civilians. Gatan tried to guess the size of the Orc army. Thousands, he thought. It seemed a much smaller force than the human one. The Crusaders were a solid wall across the entire width of the plain. The Orcs were in a narrower formation. Closer. "Fire!" Gatan ordered, and the other captains echoed his command. The Lehman Russ cannons opened up. A wide cluster of blasts chewed up the Orc advance. The barrage battered one of the lead battle wagons to scrap. There was a strange cleanness to the explosions. Fireballs hurled chunks of bodies skyward, but there was no dust, no rocky debris. The shells left the surface of the moon unscarred. The Orcs rushed on, unfazed by their losses. The snarls and the prayers and the chants and the cannon fire and the pounding of running feet were all one, a giant, indistinguishable cacophony of war. The gap between the two armies shrank to nothing. Impact. The Orcs hit the wall of the Imperial armor. They broke against it like foam on rocks. Gatan felt the Chimera jolt as it ran over green-skinned bodies. The hellhounds sent out a torrent of flame over the enemy. For several seconds, the mechanized Imperial advance achieved a total purge. But the Orcs kept coming. Faster brutes and stronger ones pushed through the spaces between the vehicles and fell on the human infantry. Gatan manned the heavy bolter, gunning down as many as he could. He couldn't get them all. Over the sound of the guns, he heard the rising wave of screams and snarls as the melee began. Human and Orc tanks fired at each other at point-blank range. Every shot hit. The vehicles of both forces disintegrated in flames and tearing metal, their deaths savaging nearby infantry. The losses mounted, but the greater human numbers made the difference. The advance slowed, but it did not stop. "Faster!" Gatan ordered. "Get us through!" The Chimera's armor wasn't as thick as a Lehman Russ's. It had already taken one hit that would have incinerated Gatan if he hadn't ducked down the hatch the second before the shell struck. He was back up again the next instant, making himself visible to both Orcs and humans. Let one fear him, he thought, and the other take heart from his defiance. Forward still, with more and more of the Orc battle wagons down. Gatan could see past them to the open gate itself. Then a huge shape emerged from the entrance. His eyes widened. "Hard right!" he yelled. "Evasive!" He couldn't hear his words as the enormous gun of the Orc battle fortress roared. The shell blew up a hellhound close to Gatan's left. He turned his head away from the heat as the flames of the vehicle's ignited Prometheum reserves splashed outward, immolating human and Orc alike. The new Orc tank was immense, 4 times the size of any other vehicle on the field. Its main gun looked like it belonged on a cruiser. The Orc foot soldiers hooted their derision at the humans as they swarmed past their monster. The battle fortress moved forward slowly. Each shot was a high-explosive bomb, and each killed another Imperial tank. The few that missed made huge craters of human flesh in the infantry. "Surround it," said Gatan. "All vehicles concentrate fire on this target." Clicks of acknowledgement on the Vox, and Gatan had a moment to wonder when the overall leadership of the attack had fallen to him. Then there were no thoughts but the destruction of the monster. Lehman Russ, Hellhound and Chimera encircled the battle fortress. Its gigantic turret moved with a sluggish laziness and picked them off one at a time. Their shells were pinpricks against its armor. Gatan prayed that the accumulation of pinpricks would be enough. The turret gradually moved his way. The Chimera kept circling, but the gun moved closer, each terrible blast consigning more of Terra's regiments to oblivion. Furnau's curses were cut off by a Vox squeal as his Chimera vanished. But the miracle happened. Gatan saw cracks appear in the battle fortress's flanks. The fissures glowed red, then orange, then white. Even as he shouted to keep firing, that they were besting the monster, a terrible thought came to him. He realized that this was too easy. He realized too late. The battle fortress exploded. Haas threw herself down as the blast slammed fire and wind over both armies. The charge of the Orc infantry had pushed her back even as other Crusaders, closer to the tanks, had continued to move forward. They were swallowed by the death of the battle fortress. The boom, so loud it was a physical force, echoed back and forth between the mountain chains. When it faded, all that remained of Imperial and Orc armor was a coral reef of smoking, twisted metal. Orc reinforcements came leaping over the ruins. They slammed into the stunned Crusaders like a battering ram. They smashed through the soft bodies of humans, advancing dozens of meters before the sheer volume of Crusaders slowed them down. The Orcs laid into the butchery with chain blades and power claws. For several seconds, the human force disintegrated further, its untrained warriors ground to pulp, their blood splashing over their comrades and killers alike, staining the ground red with a taint of folly. Many civilians broke and ran. "Fight or die, cowards!" Sever, his uniform shredded and smoking, his face pouring blood, strode past Haas. Then he yelled, "Now!" and ducked. Haas did the same. So did the Crusaders, whose discipline still held, who listened to orders, who understood. Dozens more were cut down by friendly fire, clearing the way for the disciplined, concentrated volleys of las from a platoon of the Jupiter Storm to cut into the Orc flanks. Grenades followed. The blasts killed humans, too, needed sacrifice as the counterattack began to eat into the Orc column. The greenskins fired back. They began to spread out. Their flank grew longer, opening up more opportunities for the Crusaders. Haas saw hers and rushed in. She drove her shock maul down on the skull of an orc that was reaching for Sever. The brute stumbled, stunned by the discharge. While it was slowed, she fired her las pistol into its eyes. Her training was in the suppression of mobs, not military combat, but she looked at the orcs as a well-armed mob, and her instincts kept her alive. In their undisciplined rampage, they reminded her of rebellious underhive gangs, but much stronger. She took a step back as her target dropped. She hunched down, using its body as a shield. The next orcs, rushing forward, swung without looking for her. Their blades went wide. She fired up, blinding one, then caught it in the face with the maul as it fell forward, tripping over the corpse of its fellow. Another brought its cleaver in too quickly for her to dodge. She turned her body and caught the blade in her pauldron. She rammed the shock maul into the greenskin's belly. It snarled in anger. It was too big, too powerful to stun, but it reflexively lost its grip on its blade. It reached for her throat with both hands. She fired into its face at the same time that Sever did. She looked at the commissar just as he was struck from behind. He dropped to his knees. She fired at the orc towering over him while she lashed out blindly to either side with her shock maul, trying to stave off an ambush on herself. There were orcs on all sides. She and Sever were drowning in the green tide. Haas's maul struck bodies, drawing grunts. Her shots didn't kill the orc over Sever. It was too big, but they drew its attention. It came for her, a colossus in spiked metal plate, wielding a large hammer. Sever must have been hit by the most glancing of blows. A hit from an orc behind her clipped Haas's helmet and struck the cleaver still embedded in her shoulder's ablative armor. The blade went deeper, drawing blood, before it fell out. She fell towards the giant, tucking herself into the tumble and rolling along the ground between the orc's legs. She spun around and fired at its back. The las did nothing against its armor. It turned, but then there were hands pulling her and Sever out of its path, and a storm surge of crusaders, brandishing bayonets, crashed into the monster. It roared at them, smashed heads to pulp with its hammer, but they kept coming in endless, desperate frenzy. There were so many, they climbed over each other as they struck at the orc. Haas made it to her feet. Sever was already up, exhorting the civilians who streamed by on either side, buffeting him in their rush. She witnessed the impossible. An orc submerged by the human tide. Dozens of crusaders died, but they trampled the orc to death. A group of orcs came back hard, avenging their leader, and the greenskin formation was diluted still further. More platoons of Imperial Guard closed in. They turned heavy weapons on the orcs. Rockets and flamers exterminated unlucky humans as well, but there were fewer greenskins, and always more humans. We're fighting like them, Haas realized, and that part of her mind that could still think critically was horrified that the children of the Emperor had reached this state. The rest of her met savagery with savagery, and she rejoiced to see the enemy's advance slowed, then stopped, then reversed. Haas didn't realize at first that the miracle was happening. She and Sever were moving forward, acting as a coordinated pair against each foe. Forward, 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 over the wreckage of the tanks, and at last it registered that they were never stepping back, and that the direction was consistent, and that they were speeding up. The orcs were retreating, and they were dying as they did so. The Crusaders pursued. They tasted blood and victory, and the roar was unlike anything Haas had yet heard. There was all the hope and all the desperation that had fueled the great cries of defiance on Terra. But now the enemy was before them, and the enemy was running. Here, on its great machine of war that was the source of globe-spanning terror, the orcs were fleeing. They could be defeated. In the name of the Emperor they were defeated. The Xenos threat that had annihilated the Imperial fists was being routed by an army that had little more than faith and dire need behind it. Haas joined in the shout. Her throat and her lungs were scraped raw by the air. She didn't care. She was part of the triumph. Expelling all of the awful fear of the last days, she howled her hate and her feral joy. She raced after the orcs, and she was part of a massive wave of humanity, so powerful it must surely sweep mountains aside. The tiny part of her consciousness that still thought tactically wondered why the reinforcing Orc army had not been larger. It wondered why it had all been infantry. It wondered why there had been no tanks, no artillery, and no heavy weapons of any kind. None of these questions mattered, not now, not in this moment of moments. The Orcs retreated faster. They put distance between themselves and the humans. Haas was frustrated not to have more green-skinned blood on her hands, but she rejoiced that the enemy was so desperate to escape. The Crusaders were close now to the light, the glow that came from underground. At the point where the ranges met, Haas could now see that immense doors had slid apart to allow the Orcs to come up a ramp wide enough to accommodate a dozen tanks abreast of each other. The greenskins pounded down the steep slope, and the doors began to close. They were huge, meters thick, tall as a hab block, but set in the ground only 20 degrees from the horizontal. With the leading edge of the human wave still several hundred meters away, they began to slide closed. So did the mountains. The ground beneath Haas's feet shook, throwing her down. The grinding of a vast mechanism reached up through stone, and the mountains walked. The event was too great, too impossible, so that her mind refused for several seconds to accept what her eyes saw. The ranges moved towards each other, with a metallic rumble that was the voice of an entire world. The moon was changing before her eyes. Thousands of meters high, dozens of kilometers long, the barriers were coming together to form the last of all walls. The Crusaders had run into a trap that would kill millions at a stroke. The race halted. The roar turned into screams. There was nowhere to run. The ships were too far. The mountain faces were sheer and high. There was time only for the fullness of terror to take hold. "Go!" Sever yelled. "Deny them this victory!" Only Haas heard him. She ran for the doors. There was still an opening several meters wide. It shrank at an unhurried pace. It still might be too fast, because the shaking of the ground was so intense, and she couldn't run in a straight line. Haas looked at nothing but her goal. The world was closing in on both sides of her. There was no sound except the apocalypse rumble of metal and stone. There was also no one in front of her. She had the lead. She pushed all thought away. She banished hope. She ignored the pain in her lungs and her legs. She became a thing of one movement alone. If there were other runners near her, she didn't know. They didn't matter. Her flight mattered. The mountains mattered. Nothing else. Adrenaline gave her wings. The limits of the human body clipped them. She was slowing down, a dozen meters from the end of the line, and the doors had almost shut. But something was happening behind her. A new sound had begun, almost as loud as the rumble. It was a sound that was wet and cracked. The air became thick, coppery, moist. A few more steps, her legs stumping like rotten logs. Was she still running? It seemed she was crawling, and a river of blood, foaming, torrential, rushed ahead of her. It lapped at the doors as if it would quench their thirst. The mountains were less than 10 meters apart. She could see both sides in her peripheral vision. The edges of the world closed in. The entrance shrank. She wouldn't make it. She was too far. Grind and rumble and screams, torn apart by the edges of splintering bones. The sound of an ocean snapping into shards. The blood surged. Torrent became deluge, became tidal wave. It lifted her up. She tumbled in the flow, gagging and choking. Her vision became a whirl of jagged horrors, the darkness of the blood tide, giving way to the momentary sight of what lay behind, of the climbing swell of bodies rising to the heavens, millions of people fused into a mass of broken dolls. A flash of Sever disappearing beneath the blood. Up and down, over and over, tossed by the pressurized current, battered by the flotsam of bones. She lost her weapons. She tried to swim, but she was an insect in the clutches of the moon's fist. Drowning, soul blasted by the hell vision, she had no thoughts, no hope, no awareness at all. She had only her last instinct, the bodily drive to struggle, even when all point had been lost. The world was nightmare, The world was speed and pain, and the warm choking in her lungs, and the towering shadows finally meeting. She hit something very large and solid. She started to black out. Then she was moving down and still down, and the violence of the torrent faded. Behind and above, a great final echoing boom. The blood released her. She gagged, vomited blood. She wiped the gore from her eyes. She was lying on a slope, surrounded by red light, pulsing green. On either side were moving pistons like great towers, gears the size of cathedrals. Below, she heard the stir of an unaccountable army, of a strength in weapons and ships that denied all measure. She was inside the moon. Narcissus and Kondos watched the mountains come together from the ramp leading to the Militant Fire's primary cargo bay. Narcissus felt a jolt up his spine and realized he had sat down. His legs refused to hold him. Kondos remained standing, motionless, as if the sight had turned her to stone. In the first seconds of the trap's activation, Narcissus had thought the chains in their entirety were moving. They were not. The Orcs had constructed them in sections. Only the region of the plain where the Crusaders marched was sealed between the towering walls. The landing zone was untouched. Kondos whispered something. "What did you say?" Narcissus asked. He couldn't hear her over the fading echoes of the metallic death of hope. "They never bombed us," she repeated. "No, they didn't." He struggled to his feet and wobbled down the rest of the ramp. There wasn't much left to do. A shedding of denial, a full acknowledgment of the scale of defeat, was perhaps the only trace of heroism that could still be claimed. He turned around, looking at the plain, at the hundreds of ships that had reached the Star Fortress, the fleet that the Orcs had allowed to come this far. He looked up. There were great vessels at low anchor. He could see their lights. 2 of those would be the Orc cruisers. The others were the spoils of war, boarded and captured by the Orcs. Narcissus understood that the Militant Fire's heroic run through the gauntlet had been a farce. The Orcs had boarded only those vessels which would not be able to make moonfall. They had let the others deliver themselves into their hands, and had destroyed the ones not worth their bother. "We gave them the Armada," he thought. Stretching almost to the horizon, with only skeleton crews remaining, the ships waited for the conquerors to arrive. They came while Narcissus stood there. Around the periphery of the plain, at the base of the metal mountains, the great doors opened, releasing the green tide. Narcissus walked back to the ramp. He joined Kondos, and together they re-entered the ship. They closed her down and retreated to the bridge, along with what crew remained. They armed themselves. The struggle would be brief and futile, Narcissus knew. But he would die fighting. He wanted his life to have had that much meaning at least. The pounding began. Chapter 17. Terror, the Imperial Palace. There was no scream, no cry. Now the time of the great silence had come. The eyes of the people of Terra had been on the Orc moon. No one had expected to see the crusade, though the collective imagination of the Emperor's subjects had landed with the Armada. All who were watching saw the end of the crusade. The movement of the mountains was visible from Terra. It looked like an eye closing, a wink, a mockery directed at its hapless prey. Bangerich saw it happen from the Cerebrium. He was alone. The other High Lords were in session. They had remained in the great chamber for the length of the crusade. The effort had been less heroic than they had expected. The war had lasted less than a day. The movement seemed small on the surface of the planetoid. It was a minor rearrangement of its geography. Bangerich knew what it meant, though. He had told himself that he had nothing invested in Tull's folly. He was wrong. He discovered that when he felt a vice crush something in his chest. He thought of the reports that had come back about the Star Fortress over Ardamantua, how it had been a face, how it had spoken. He hadn't thought about the scale involved in such movement. He did now. He pictured being on the surface of the moon, of being caught in that collision of mountain chains, of being so insignificant that so small a gesture extinguished him. He sighed and left the cerebrium. He supposed he should be present for the end of the farce in the great chamber. He would bear witness. If Venand or a saviour not yet present in the Sol system produced a miracle, then there would still be a reckoning. He encountered the silence when he entered the great chamber. The Parliament was as full as it had been at the launch of the Crusade. The Assembly sat, robbed of volition. 100,000 servants of the Imperium, empty. There were some sobs. The weeping was so scattered and weak that it made the silence all the more palpable. The stillness extended to the dais. Juskina Tull had been the presiding presence on the dais for the entire duration of the Crusade. As word of the landings had arrived, she had grown even more in stature, her energy of speech and gesture reaching for the superhuman. Now she was shrunken on herself. Her face, wan, seemed to vanish beneath the dead hand of her robe's glamour. Vangerich thought of that moment, walking with Veritas in the aftermath of Tull's first speech, when he had contemplated the assassination of Tull and all the lords who had stood with her. He had judged the move pointless. He believed he had been correct. Even so, he regretted the decision, and thought, I carry my portion of the day's shame. The pict screens that had been installed around the dais showed static. Vangerich mounted the dais. He evaluated the silence of the other High Lords. Tull's allies were as defeated as she was. Fabricator General Kubik was looking from static to static on the screens. Now and then he uttered a short burst of binary cant, as if making notes to himself. Veritas looked thoughtful, but far from defeated.
"Are you going to share your optimism with the rest of the Senatorum, Inquisitor?" Vangerich asked. "Do you see a way forward?"
Veritas frowned.
"Your levity is misplaced," he said. "Is it?"
He paused, then nodded.
"I believe you're right."
He turned his gaze on Tull and her allies.
"We've had enough of lunatic frivolities."
The screen to the left of Udo's throne flickered back to life.
"It's Lansung,"
the Lord Commander said. Lansung's image steadied.
"We've picked up a signal," he said. "A ship has left the Orc Moon. It's on a trajectory for Terra." "The attack has begun?"
Veriolt asked.
"No, this is a single ship. It's Terran and transmitting identification codes. It's a merchant vessel, the Militant Fire." "What is your recommendation, Lord High Admiral?" Vangerich asked. "To let it arrive. This can't possibly be the invasion." "Then what is it?"
Eckharth asked. The master of the Administratum's cry was childlike. It snapped Mesring from his catatonia. The glow of inspiration suffused his face. He stood up. He began to speak. Encouraged by the ecclesiarch, Eckharth's cry was taken up. It emerged from the silence, a reed-thin complaint from the depths of an echoing well. What is it? What is it? What is it? The news of the approaching ship rippled out from the great chamber to spread across Terra. The ship could be seen only by Terra's sensor arrays, but the haunted souls who stared at the moon imagined they could trace the path of the militant fire. What is it? What is it? What is it? Mesring's sermon fed the question. It offered no answers. It took theories apart. The Orcs were not attacking. The ship could not be a doomsday weapon because it was too small. And what would be the point?
"Perhaps," Mesring said, "we are witness to a miracle. Perhaps, by the grace of the Father of mankind, this blessed vessel has been delivered from our foe."
An escape. The flight of a single ship could not offer true hope. But it was a dream. What is it? It is a sign. The cry of frightened children was answered by a call to prayer. Summoned, the people came. Faith was the last refuge. They turned to it with a vengeance. The militant fire lay at the heart of the prayers. The people did not look to it for hope, but they prayed to the God Emperor that it would become the source of hope. In the great chamber, Mesring led the Senatorum in worship. Vangerich watched him with a mixture of contempt and admiration. Tull's moment had passed. The power dynamic of the High Lords had been in flux again with the failure of the Proletarian Crusade, and within minutes Mesring had the whip hand. Impressive and pointless. How long did Mesring think the Orcs would allow him to enjoy his supremacy? Mesring's sermon was not long. He gave the yearning of the populace a shape, then cast them back into a silence from which his voice would only be the more welcome when it returned. He sat down and bowed his head, his hands clasped. Vangerich rose. He walked over to stand before the ecclesiarch.
"Tell me," he said, "what if there is no miracle aboard that ship?"
Mesring looked up. He was calm as only a man who was as devout as he was devious could be.
"Then we will need our spiritual strength all the more."
Vangerich swallowed his disgust and turned to Verilt.
"Is the Astra Militarum putting all of its trust into the divine? A company of the Lucifer Blacks will meet the ship, but not you. My place is here."
Of course it was. There might be more power plays in the time it would take for the fire to arrive. The High Lords would be keeping each other under observation. Vangerich left. All he would see here would be the rearranging of furniture in a burning house. He made his way to the daylight wall. The Lucifer Blacks were attempting to take the place of the Imperial Fists. The sight of simple mortals in guard posts that had been manned by giants drove the loss home again. Vangerich spoke to the officer of the watch. The ship, he learned, was transmitting a request for permission to land at the Inner Palace's pocket spaceport. Vangerich considered the risk that the ship might be a bomb, come to wipe out the Terran leadership. The idea was so far removed from every aspect of the Orc way of war that he snorted. He passed through the gates of the wall. He would meet the ship, and whatever news it brought. The spaceport was not far beyond the daylight wall, and was visible from the high gardens. It was reserved for high dignitaries from other systems, and could accommodate a handful of lighters at a time. The militant fire, though a small merchant ship, was large for the space. When it arrived, Vangerich watched with approval as its pilot dropped the vessel between the spires of the Imperial Palace with an assured precision. Retro-rockets extinguished, exhaust from the descent dissipating into the grimy air of the palace, the ship sat in gathering silence for several minutes, before a door rose on the port side of nose. A staircase descended. Then nothing more for a few minutes. The Lucifer Black's rifles were trained on the dark entranceway. The figure that at last appeared was human enough. The man's clothes were expensive, though his coat was torn now. His face was grey with exhaustion and fear. He raised his arms over his head.
"My name is Leander Narcissos," he said. "Captain of the militant fire. Please don't shoot. No one on the ship is armed."
He waited, looking like a man who didn't particularly care if he was gunned down. Vangerich walked forward on the landing pad and joined the commanding officer of the Lucifer Blacks.
"What is your name, Captain?"
"Mercado, Grand Master."
"The situation is tense, I know, and so are your troops. Unthinking fire is the last thing we need at this juncture, don't you agree?"
He kept his voice calm, his tone light. Mercado nodded.
"Hold fire,"
he shouted. "Weapons down, but keep them ready."
"Come down,"
Vangerich called to Narcissos, and he advanced until he was a few meters away from the base of the steps, visible to all the nervous soldiers. Narcissos lowered his arms and took the stairs slowly. He wobbled when he reached the landing pad. Vangerich stepped forward and steadied him.
"Did you escape?"
he asked.
"No."
Narcissos looked back up at the doorway.
"They want to be escorted to the Senatorum."
Vangerich followed his gaze. He almost asked, who? But he knew the answer. Beneath the denial that even he maintained for the sake of his sanity, he had known since the ship's approach was first detected. 3 Orcs appeared. They descended the steps, and then they were there, on the landing pad, on Terra, near the heart of the Imperial Palace. Vangerich was not religious, yet his stomach turned at the obscenity of the greenskins' presence. He fought down his atavistic response. He shouted, "Hold your fire!" because the Lucifer Blacks would need to hear that command again. He forced himself to examine the Orcs, so he at least might have some rational understanding of the Imperium's foe. He already knew he would be one of the few, apart from Kubik, to be capable of clear thought, and he didn't trust the Fabricator General to be candid with his insights. Vangerich had studied all the reports the Mechanicus had made available about the resurgent orcs. He had also read more than a few documents that the cult of the Omnissiah had preferred to keep to itself. One of the recurring themes of the studies, which the Mechanicus emphasized with undisguised enthusiasm, was novelty. These orcs kept producing new weapons, acting in new ways. The pattern continued now. Vangerich looked at the orcs before him and felt another unwelcome shock of the new. All three were big. Two of them were a full head taller than he was. The third was half again as large. A leader and two subordinates, then. They wore thick leather decorated with the brutal signs of the orc clans. The clothing seemed more like robes of office than armor. What alarmed Vangerich most was not the unusual garb, though, but what the orcs did not have. They were unarmed. Vangerich stared at this impossibility. The leader held a staff. It was 3 meters long, made of iron. Its girth was decorated with clusters of skulls. Some were human, others Eldar, and many from species Vangerich didn't recognize. The skulls were iron also, their jaws agape in an agony of death. Real teeth hung from a coil of wire that spiraled the length of the staff. The crown was a representation of an orc face, snarling in victory and hunger. The staff was formidable, but it was not a weapon. By the standards of what Vangerich knew about the greenskins, it was an artistic masterpiece. The orcs watched him steadily. They were calm, motionless, and so even more disturbing. All it would take on his part was a simple gesture. He could turn his head, nod at Mikado, and the orcs would be gunned down. The consequences of that choice, he knew, would not be pleasant. "Follow me," he said to Narcissus. The Lucifer Blacks followed. He led a dark procession to the great chamber. Vangerich was conscious of every heavy step of the orcs behind him. Xenos boots on Terran marble beat the rhythm of the Imperium's humiliation and of the craven failure of the High Lords. He counted himself among the guilty. What did he have to show for his machinations? Playing host to the invader. Narcissus walked like a man approaching his execution. "Tell me who they are," Vangerich said. The trader whispered a terrible word. "Ambassadors." "That isn't possible." "I know." So it was true, then. Vangerich felt colder inside with every passing moment. Their arrival at the great chamber was greeted by a collective gasp, followed by a growing murmur of rage. Udo rose from his seat. He pointed at Narcissus. "What have you brought into this sacred place?" he thundered. There was no threat in his bluster. He was an empty gesture given embodiment. Narcissus didn't flinch. He didn't even look at the Lord Commander. His eyes were unfocused. He was staring at something more vivid and frightening than the High Lords or the Orcs. A recent memory, perhaps, or a vision of the near future. "They're ambassadors," Vangerich said, the word alien in his mouth. He mounted the dais. The Orcs remained where they were. Their yellow, sunken eyes watched the High Lords. "Are you their interpreter?" he asked Narcissus, wondering how the man had come to know the Xenos tongue. Narcissus looked up now. He shook his head, miserable. "Don't need an interpreter," the lead orc said. "We tell you how to surrender, you surrender. Easy." Chapter 18. Terror, the Imperial Palace. The silence was as huge as the great scream had been. The scream had been the one response possible to the immensity of the moon's arrival. The silence was the one response possible to a few simple words. The earth did not shake, walls did not topple, yet it seemed to Vangerich that both events occurred with every syllable that came from the orc's mouth. Everything that the Imperium believed about the orcs was wrong. The mere existence of these new orcs, these ambassadors, was a blow whose implications were at least as great as the annihilation of the proletarian crusade. Here was proof that the military catastrophe was due to something more than brute power. The Orcs had numbers, and they had technology, and at least some of them had now become a new thing. Before the dreadful wonder of an Orc dictating terms in fluent Gothic, what response could there be except silence? What emotion other than despair? The Orc had a name, Bezrak. His Gothic was guttural. It sounded like the evisceration of prey. But there was no hesitation. Vangerich realized, to his horror, that Bezrak spoke not as if he had learned the language of the Imperium, but as if it were his native tongue. The Orc's expression was uncultured, but the fact that word even occurred to Vangerich was obscene. Bezrak spoke as if he had spawned from a deep underhive. "The great beast has you by the guts," he said. "Struggle, you rip 'em out. Surrender, you get to keep 'em." The silence stretched on. Bezrak looked around the great chamber. "So?" he asked. "Give up or die? Choose." The silence broke. The tears erupted with screams, curses, wails of defiance, and wails of despair. There were prayers to the God Emperor, and there were what sounded to Vangerich like treasonous pleas for mercy directed at the Orcs. He tuned out the wider Senatorum. He was surrounded by enough idiocy on the High Lord's dais. Mesring turned on Tull. "What have you done?" he screamed at her. "You have brought sacrilege into our midst. Holy terror is defiled." "I didn't hear you voicing doubts earlier," she retorted. She had regained some of her fire. She was in Mesring's face, giving no quarter, and standing with her back to the Orcs, as if she could erase the reality of their presence in a contest of rage with the Ecclesiarch. Eckharth, Gibran, Sark, and Anwar surrounded Veriolt. "Why are you silent?" Gibran asked, his voice rasping with hysteria. "Give the orders! Kill the abominations!" "The Lucifer Blacks outnumber them." Sark sounded no better. "They aren't armed."
"And what does that tell you?"
said Veriolt. "That they're throwing our civilization in our face," Vangerich thought. The self-inflicted moral wound the Imperium would suffer if it acted with less sophistication than Orcs would be a septic one. The master of the Astronomicon was not worried about such concerns. "Kill them!" Sark screamed. "Kill them!" Bezrak grinned at him. "Bad plan, little bug." Sark paled. He sank back to his seat, trembling. The Lucifer Blacks' rifles were still trained on the Orcs. The troopers' faces were strained masks of hatred. They did not fire. Veriolt held up a hand, ensuring they did not. "If we kill them, we sign our death warrants," he said. Udo sought refuge in bluster. "We will not surrender," he shouted at Bezrak. "We will annihilate your foul race. You have sealed your doom by coming here. You have—" He trailed off, seeking a greater curse. "You will regret—" he began again, and stopped again, held by Bezrak's gaze. "I won't," he yelled. "We won't. You can't ever—" He descended into an incoherence of defiance. He was pathetic, Vangerich thought. Before long, he wouldn't even be howling words. Kubik had advanced to the edge of the dais and was walking back and forth in front of the Orcs. He leaned forward, his telescopic vision lenses extending towards the trio. He was speaking quickly to himself. Vangerich doubted the Fabricator General experienced emotion in a recognizable sense, but there was something very like excitement in the flood of auto-dictation and binary. "Not a clan. Specialized evolution is a defining characteristic of the Veridi Giganticus. An ambassador class? An ambassador species? That might be closer. Yes, not learned behavior. Diplomatic skills as genetic trait? Unprecedented. Specimen collection will be needed, and the potential. If the Veridi are capable of this form of development, mutations on command, the possibilities are—" "Where are your loyalties, priest of Mars?" Veritas asked. Kubik's neck twitched. He waved a multi-jointed hand, brushing away the irritation of the Inquisitor's voice. He chattered in cant, already lost again in his speculations.
"Enough, then," Veritas said. "Bear witness, Father of Mankind," he called out. "I have tried, but they leave me no choice."
He stepped down from the dais. In his power armour he was almost as wide as Bezrak's attendants. He brushed past the orcs and began the long walk out of the great chamber. Vangerich watched him go. When he dropped his eyes from Veritas's retreating figure, he met Bezrak's gaze. There he saw something that chilled him even more than the orcs' use of Gothic. Contempt. The two smaller orcs were amused. They were grinning their disdain for the shrieking puppets on the dais. Bezrak wasn't smiling. Vangerich didn't trust his ability to read orc physiognomy. He didn't want to trust it. He wanted to be wrong, because Bezrak's contempt appeared to be mixed with pity. And if that were true, what then? What then? Bezrak raised his staff and brought it down against the marble floor. The reverberation was the toll of war. It brought a momentary silence to the dais. The High Lords faced the reality of their disgusted foe.
"Useless," Bezrak said. "Worse than snotlings."
He looked at his fellows.
"No reasoning with humans. Break 'em, kill 'em, eat 'em. That's good. Don't try to make them think. Can't be done."
He shrugged. He turned back to the High Lords.
"Want to die, then? Last chance."
The 12 said nothing. Vangerich opened his mouth and found he also had nothing to say. He had almost responded to an impulse to save face before the orcs, and acting on that impulse would have been its own shame. And Udo was right in his idiot blathering. There would be no surrender. There could be no negotiation. Before the orc that spoke, there could be no words. Bezrak gave him a long look, then nodded.
"So, die,"
he said. He brought the staff down again with a slam of judgment. He stood still and quiet, the fearsome focus of the great chamber. Vangerich stared at the beast who had come to the heart of the Imperium and been repelled by the animals there. An orc had become the figure of dignity, and worst still, of majesty in humanity's parliament. With all honour dead, how is it possible that the ground did not open up and swallow the palace? To Narcissus, Bezrak said,
"Done here."
With Narcissus trailing them, the orcs turned their backs on the High Lords of Terror. In their wake, the new silence continued. It was deep and painful as a terminal wound. But it didn't last. Words like blood poured from it as the lords turned on each other again. We deserve it, Vangerich thought. The enormous, lethal, infinite foolishness of the human race shook the chamber and fell on his soul with the weight of a collapsing civilization. We deserve it, he thought again. He wasn't sure how long he stood there, staring at nothing, deafened by hopelessness, but he shook off the despair. He cast it away with a refrain. I will fight, he thought. I will fight. I will fight. He looked up. The orcs were gone. So was the point of the Senatorum. There was nothing he could do here. There was nothing anyone could do here. He wondered where Veritas had gone. He had taken 10 steps away from the dais when the explosion hit. It came from below. The floor of the great chamber shook and cracked. Tiers collapsed. The Imperium's futile dignitaries tumbled over each other in a human cascade. Toxins competed with panicked screams. Vangerich ran towards the exit of the great chamber, where he saw Mikado yelling into a Vox handset. The captain looked up as Vangerich drew near. He lowered the Vox set. He was handling it as if it had bitten him. "Is it the orcs?" he asked. Had they somehow inserted a bomb beneath the palace? Had he given them the opportunity to do so? "No, Grand Master," Mikado said. His voice was disbelieving. "It's the Elder." That was The Last Wall by David Annandale. Read by Gareth Armstrong. This recording is copyrighted to Games Workshop 2016.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.